Chapter 3097. However, the shock on Du Peng's face disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. He even clapped his hands and said, "Ha, such a powerful being, wouldn't it be easy for her to pass through Wu Meng? Since she can pass through, why can't I? Why can't my immortal union pass through? Di Luo, oh Di Luo, I want to see what you have done. How dare you kill my doppelganger?" While speaking, Du Peng didn't go to the east. Instead, he activated his magic power and flew away like a gust of wind. He also disappeared in a moment. After Du Peng had left for half a cup of tea, 1,000 miles to the southwest, which was the direction that the woman had looked at before she flew away, suddenly appeared on a black stone. A thing that was flashing with the light of animal skin came out of the black stone. A strange voice came from this thing that seemed to be both a human and a beast. Is this the human world? Is this the Dawn Rain continent? How come one is the saintess of the holy light world, and the other is a devil general of the devil world? They have nothing to do with the world of cultivation? When did the Dawn Rain continent become so chaotic? After a while, this thing also wriggled and rushed into the sky. This bullshit immortal union doesn't have any trace of her. Then, she might really be in that lost place. I have to go and see, don't let her escape. Otherwise, when my lord arrives, I will have to bear the consequences. While speaking, this thing also flew in the same direction as that so-called Xianxia of the holy light world. The root of all this seemed to be Xiaohua's willow branch. At this moment, Xiaohua was filled with unwillingness, helplessness, and anger. He carefully sent this willow branch, which carried the souls of the two people that he treasured the most, into the space. Originally, it was a normal action that he had done countless times, just taking something out of the space and sending it in. However, this time, it was completely different. The moment the willow twig entered the space, a black and white brilliance suddenly appeared from where the willow twig touched the space. Xiaohua's mind still hadn't left the space. He only saw a flash in front of his eyes, and a black and white brilliance appeared. Then, the black and white brilliance separated into two. The black brilliance rushed into the sky, and the white brilliance rushed into the ground. Following this brilliance, there was another extremely obscure faint wave. This faint ripple was almost imperceptible. As the black brilliance spread throughout the entire space suddenly turned pitch black. Rumble! The entire space began to tremble violently at an extremely fast speed. Everything within the space began to tremble along with this trembling. It was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like tens of thousands of years. During this process, the entire space seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua's mind also seemed to have disappeared. He was in a state that could not be described with words. The entire space lit up again. Xiaohua's mind could clearly see that the white light that had rushed into the ground earlier had returned to the space. In contrast, the black light had rushed into the ground. What's going on? Xiaohua's mind was greatly alarmed, because his mind had also been reflected by the black and white brilliance, and had also been swept by the nameless fluctuation. At this moment, his mind was also trembling along with the entire space. Although he didn't know what had happened, Xiaohua's mind knew that the space was rapidly expanding. It was expanding outwards at an extremely fast speed, and the range was also extremely large. Moreover, at the top of the space, where the brilliance had originally come from, above the reverse light, the nameless thing that had originally surrounded the 10,000 Thunder Valley was now producing another brilliance. One after another, pairs of light spots appeared. After 6 pairs appeared, 3 independent light spots appeared in succession. These 15 light spots rapidly expanded as the space trembled. After a moment, the last 3 light spots that had appeared unexpectedly transformed into 3 blazing suns. And the 6 pairs of light spots that had appeared in front of them had transformed into 6 pairs of suns and moons. 9 suns. Immediately, the 9 suns violently trembled and rose into the sky from the reverse light. The 6 moons, however, flickered with a dark purple color and slowly descended. In addition to the reverse light, which was also like a blazing sun, there were actually 10 suns in Xiaohua's space. Looking up at the suns, the heavenly Tao's starry sky had already hidden under the sunlight, but those specks of starlight had already become solid. The heavenly Tao had already removed the mysterious veil and transformed into a starry sky. Under the blazing sun, the previous hand of karma had also disappeared. However, Xiaohua's mind could clearly sense that the hidden karma was still in this space, under the heavenly Tao. Looking down at the sky, countless mountains and rivers had already risen from the ground amidst the tremors. Countless rivers, swamps, and other landforms were also slowly forming in this vast sea and mulberry fields that could move mountains and overturn seas. A world that far surpassed the space that Xiaohua had previously possessed was slowly forming. What exactly is going on? Xiaohua's mind also expanded along with the expansion of the space. However, the greater the control of his mind, the more doubts he had. At this moment, the entire space had already expanded to a distance of 10,000 li. The tremors of the creation of heaven and earth had slowly disappeared, and the movements of the creation of mountains and seas had also gradually disappeared. The entire space regained its deathly stillness. GG. In this space that had never had any movement before, a low sound appeared. Xiaohua's mind hurriedly retracted from the entire space. He saw that among the numerous spiritual herbs, a little horse-like thing was jumping around happily. Ganoderma? Isn't this the Ganoderma that I obtained outside the sword tomb? This thing seemed to have turned into a spiritual herb as soon as it entered the space. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. How did it turn into a Ganoderma now? Mother, father, two timid voices sounded again. Goldie and Goldie actually flew up and landed right in front of Xiaohua's mind. They seemed to have fear, but also seemed to have intimacy. And how are the two of you? Xiaohua asked indifferently. His heart was still filled with deep sorrow. Boy is very good. He seemed to have just taken a bath and immediately became clear-headed. Goldie rushed to answer first. How can that be? Boy seems to have changed from inside to outside. Goldie did not show any weakness and hurriedly explained. Mother. Another timid voice sounded. Xiaohua was very unfamiliar with this voice. Go to the side. Goldie's voice immediately sounded. It was very domineering. Can't you see that mother is busy here? Yes. Xiaohua looked over. It was actually that little Silver who was very obediently following behind Goldie. Looking at the Ganoderma on the ground again, he saw that it was already lying in front of a spiritual herb that had grown for who knows how many years. That spiritual herb's stem and leaves flickered with a faint brilliance, and a white and fat little baby was slowly transforming. Father, how did you become like this? Just as Xiaohua's mind was looking over, Goldie took the opportunity to ask again. Me? What did I become? Xiaohua's mind usually did not have an image in the space, so when he heard this, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Father, take a look for yourself. Goldie immediately answered. However, when Xiaohua looked towards the yin-yang pond, the water had already disappeared. Who was originally in the shape of a little duck, had now returned to the appearance of a little girl. She was sitting there cross-legged, as if she was meditating. You all can go now. Xiaohua ordered indifferently. With a thought, his mind instantly appeared 1,000 miles away, at the location of another pond. See! When Xiaohua saw the appearance of his mind, he couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that there wasn't a human figure on the surface of the water, but a sparkling and translucent jade archive that looked like a lotus. On the jade archive, 12 faint streams of purple qi were faintly discernible as they flowed, and it also looked like a lotus in full bloom. Where is fellow Daoist? Xiaohua looked at it, but he didn't know why he had become like this. After thinking for a moment, he faintly reprimanded. Hee, greetings fellow Daoist. Xiaohua's voice had just fallen when another Xiaohua appeared in front of him. This Xiaohua was precisely the wisp of primordial spirit that Xiaohua had sent into the space to comprehend secret techniques, refine pills, and refine tools. At this time, his primordial spirit was already the size of a person. Although his body was somewhat ethereal and not substantial, Xiaohua could clearly see that the humanoid core within the ethereal body had already solidified. The small humanoid figure was like the nascent soul of a Dao sect cultivator, with clear facial features. Moreover, the humanoid figure was wearing a Daoist robe with green patterns, which was exactly the same as Xiaohua's Daoist robe. "AI, are you Xiaohua, or am I Xiaohua?" Xiaohua sighed softly. "Fellow Daoist, you're crazy. You're Xiaohua, and I'm also Xiaohua." That Xiaohua waved his hand, and a wisp of true samadhi fire appeared in his hand as he answered with a smile. "Do you know what's going on?" Xiaohua asked helplessly. "You know everything I know, but I don't know what you know." That Xiaohua faintly closed his hand, and the true samadhi fire disappeared. "It's just that you didn't carefully think about it." "Speak quickly," Xiaohua coldly said. "If the physical body outside is gone, you and I won't be able to live." "Don't worry," that Xiaohua still smiled. "Right now, you and I are safe. Those two people won't be able to find you no matter what. The longer you stay here, the more likely you'll be able to escape this calamity." "I know." Xiaohua naturally knew that if his mind stayed in the space, his other primordial spirits would temporarily control the physical body to fly away. No matter how long he stayed in the space on the Dawn Rain continent, it might only be an instant. However, right now, his heart was filled with grief, so how could he be polite to this primordial spirit? The Tao of life and death. That Xiaohua shook his head and showed off. "Without life, there's no death. Without death, there's no life. Only when life and death coexist can one achieve the great Tao." "Damn it! How could I have forgotten?" Xiaohua suddenly realized. Before, no soul had entered the space. Even the matter with Wuxia that day was just a matter of using the willow branch to condense Wuxia's soul. Wuxia's soul didn't enter the space. At this time, Wuxia had no choice but to give up his life for him. He wanted to use the willow branch to save the two of them, but the two of them didn't have a physical body. If the willow branch was useful, their souls would naturally stay in the willow branch, or be captured by the willow branch. When the willow branch entered the space, it was the fusion of yin and yang. The great yin and great yang harmonized, giving birth to yin and yang, evolving life and death. Only then could this space have life. It was also because of this that before, this space only had light and yang. There was no darkness and no yin. All spiritual plants could grow, but all spiritual creatures couldn't live. There was no life. Since there was the Tao of life and death, he was currently on the yang side, which was also the place where all living things grew. Then what about Wuxia? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He hurriedly waved his hand and the willow branch fell into his hand. Sure enough, the willow branch was still a willow branch. There was no change. They should be on the yin side. Xiaohua woke up again. The so-called netherworld lotus and netherworld bamboo from before should have been on the yin side that never showed up? Fellow Daoist, you've worked hard. Start refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Xiaohua turned his head and ordered. He no longer paid attention to Xiaohua, but a black brilliance appeared and the jade-shaped Xiaohua disappeared. "Thus, my life is bitter." The green-robed Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, he shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "You didn't even know that I haven't mastered the lightning-attracting technique? It's just that, how did you become so ugly? You look like a plate but also like a lotus. Compared to my jade wind god, you're really lacking." Although the green-robed Xiaohua's words were filled with emotion, his face was still wooden. Even his eyes didn't move. "Forget it, I'd better cultivate the lightning-attracting technique first." Immediately, the green-robed Xiaohua's body flashed. A green light flew into the sky, right next to the strange magic tool. Chapter 3098. Green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts were naturally the same as Xiaohua's thoughts. When Jade Archive Xiaohua fell into a strange place, a black light flashed and he became another Xiaohua. The place where Jade Archive Xiaohua was the same size as the yang side, and there were also 3 sun-like things hanging above his head. However, these things were emitting black light. What was strange was that Xiaohua could see the black light, and this black light reflected the entire inside. Hiss! This is the netherworld sea of blood? With the help of the black light, Jade Archive Xiaohua saw the inside, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. However, the inside was completely different from the yang side. Most of the yang side was land, and although there was water, it wasn't much. Most of the space on the inside was a sea of blood. Although there were waves in the sea of blood from time to time, the sea of blood was dead silent, and there weren't any underworld beasts. There was no sign of life. Looking at the center of the sea of blood, there were several floating pieces of land, and the netherworld lotus was growing on the largest piece of land. Shwe shwe. A very familiar feeling came from the netherworld lotus, and Jade Archive Xiaohua felt his heart ache. The sorrow that had been hidden by the huge changes in space could no longer be held back, and it suddenly burst out, drowning Xiaohua in an instant. Jade Archive Xiaohua could no longer observe the situation of the netherworld sea of blood, and with a thought, he landed on the netherworld lotus. At this time, the netherworld lotus was only the size of a thumb, and a layer of green light mixed with blood. There was also a trace of purple light that wrapped around the netherworld lotus that hadn't bloomed yet. The roots of the netherworld lotus were deeply embedded in the land, and it was precisely the netherworld sea under the land. Strands of blood and inexplicable things came out of the netherworld sea along the roots of the netherworld lotus, and were sent into the netherworld lotus's bud. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes were hot, and his nose was sour, but there were no tears. He already understood that Shwe Shwe's soul was sleeping in the netherworld lotus, and she was also the first soul of the inside of the netherworld. It was her death that brought about the birth of the inside of the netherworld. Perhaps when the nether lotus bloomed, Shwe Shwe would be reborn. At that time, Shwe Shwe might have been the ruler of the inside of the netherworld. Shwe Shwe, since you treated me like this, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. The Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the delicate netherworld lotus. Since I can't accompany you every day in the mortal world, I must accompany you for 10,000 years in the inside of the netherworld. For 10,000 years. With that thought in mind, Jade Archive Xiaohua recklessly cast a secret technique, wanting to separate another strand of his primordial spirit. However, when he activated the secret technique, his entire mind flashed with a faint purple light. Not a single strand of his primordial spirit fell out. Why is this so? Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely surprised in his heart. He carefully thought about it and knew that this secret technique was not wrong. If it wasn't for the fact that the primordial spirit could no longer be separated, then it would be the result of the spatial anomaly and the mental anomaly. Shwe Shwe. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you. At this moment, Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was moved again. He raised his eyes to look at the other continents and his figure flashed again. On another continent, there was a stone statue that looked completely different from Xiaohua standing in the center. The body of the stone statue was wrapped in a pitch-black flag. The pitch-black flag was very strange. Not only was the pitch-black brilliance flowing out of it, but the pitch-black brilliance of the moon was also absorbed into it. Zhang Xiaohua? Yes, my real name is Zhang Xiaohua. The appearance of this stone statue is my original appearance. Jade Archive Xiaohua's image slightly moved, and instantly turned into the appearance of the stone statue Zhang Xiaohua. However, it only took a moment for it to turn back into Xiaohua. The banner of Qiyu? This thing should be damaged. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze fell on the flag again, and he immediately thought of something. I'm afraid that because the inside of the netherworld was opened, the power of death repaired this thing in the devil world. However, this stone statue seems to have a spirit. It's actually connected to my mind. In the future, it will be able to give birth to another me. Another real Zhang Xiaohua. Come, Jade Archive Xiaohua waved his hand, and the stone statue and the banner of Qiyu flew to the nether lotus. The banner of Qiyu wrapped around the stone statue and stood in front of the nether lotus like a guard. Shwe Shwe, my wife, my mind can't stay by your side. This stone statue is connected to my mind, and it's also my original appearance. It will replace me to guard you. When it can transform into a fetus, It will accompany you day and night, and nourish you every day. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at the stone statue, and said indifferently, "Since it's my substitute, it will be considered as cultivation. Devil flames will refine my devil body. I can't become a devil, so you can become a devil." Boom. Devil flames emerged from the banner of Qiyu and surrounded the stone statue. The Devil Realm's flame refining technique circulated in the stone statue, and a ferocious expression appeared on the stone statue's face. Sigh, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at Xue Xue again, and said with a wry smile, "Xue Xue, you really hid it from me. You clearly knew that I was going to face this calamity, and that you were going to fall, but you didn't tell me." While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, but the place where his hand touched was empty. The pink jade slip he wanted was not in his hand. "Oh, I understand now." Jade Archive Xiaohua was enlightened again. Things from the yang side can only be born from the yang side, and can't appear from the yin side. Xue Xue, you can never appear in the Dawn Rain continent. Yes, if it was an ordinary soul, perhaps after being formed from the yin side of the netherworld, it would go through some kind of reincarnation to reach the yang side of the space again. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua could bring her to the Dawn Rain continent. But the appearance of Xue Xue's soul caused the formation of the yin side of the netherworld and completed the entire world. She had already been closely integrated with the yin side of the netherworld, so how could she possibly leave this place? Yes, Xue Xue and Xiaohua had pledged their undying love to each other, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. As long as the space world was not destroyed, Xue Xue would not disappear. Xiaohua could naturally stay with Xue Xue forever. Not to mention 10,000 years, it was even possible for them to live as long as heaven and earth. Forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart was filled with complex feelings, and he sighed. Looking at the stone statue and the netherworld lotus that were destined to accompany each other for 10,000 years, he pointed at the netherworld lotus, wanting to put the ghost cultivation method into it, but then he stopped. The netherworld lotus was a natural spiritual object of the netherworld, and Xue Xue was the first wandering soul in this world. Wouldn't this understanding of the beginning of yin and yang be 10,000 times more profound than this ghost cultivation method? Jade Archive Xiaohua had no reason to do such a stupid thing like buying the casket and returning the pearl. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure disappeared again. When Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure appeared again, it was on another piece of land not far away. The netherworld bamboo and the netherworld lotus were inserted in the center, and the bamboo was like a lotus, entwined with green and blood-red light. At the same time, there was also a faint purple brilliance mixed in. At the same time, there were also traces of blood-red light coming from the netherworld sea into the netherworld bamboo. It was just that the purple brilliance was clearly much weaker than the netherworld lotus. Master? Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at the netherworld bamboo and the soul that was similarly sleeping helplessly and said with regret, "This disciple is really unworthy. Not only did I not let you touch a trace of glory after becoming your disciple, but I also made you angry all day long. This disciple really did not want to make you angry, but this disciple really did not dare to say anything to you. Moreover, this disciple did not know how to say it. Although this disciple won face for you in the great battle of Dao and Sword, you were in seclusion. This disciple can imagine the scene when you came out of seclusion and heard that this disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. However, this disciple really did not expect that you would be found here by Xue Xue as soon as you came out of seclusion. Although this disciple did not know what Xue Xue said to you and how you came here, but seeing your determination and how you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself for this disciple knows, even if this disciple is unworthy, this disciple is still your disciple. This disciple will remember your words in his heart. A master for a day is a father for life. You will always be this disciple's benefactor. As long as there is a disciple who is willing to show filial piety, you can enjoy it. Master, people often say that bamboo has 7 virtues. Bamboo's figure is straight, and it would rather break than bend. It is upright, Although bamboo has bamboo joints, it does not stop, it is moving forward, it is straight and hollow, its chest is like a valley, it is empty, bamboo has flowers but does not bloom, it is plain and simple. Bamboo is aloof and independent, it is indomitable, it is outstanding. Although bamboo is outstanding, it is not like pine, it is kind. Bamboo is passed down through the ages, it is willing to work hard without complaint, it is responsible. Although you may not have such qualities when you were alive, after you died, you became the second soul on the inside of the netherworld and entered the netherworld bamboo. This disciple hopes that you will give birth to the 7 virtues, lead the souls, and achieve accomplishments that others cannot reach. This is also something that this disciple is willing to help Master achieve. Jade Archive Xiaohua said in a low voice and then said, "As for Master's wife and Wuxing, you can rest assured. Although you have already severed your mortal fate with them the moment you self-destructed, this disciple will still take good care of them, and take good care of my 10,000 Thunder Valley." After looking at the netherworld bamboo, Xiaohua flew high into the sky. Within the 3 black suns, the power of death was constantly emitted, enveloping the entire inside of the netherworld. Xiaohua looked around and thought to himself, this inside of the netherworld is the same as the yang side above. Although I already feel that I can control it, there are still many mysteries of heaven and earth that have yet to be unlocked. Perhaps only as my cultivation increases, can I slowly control the entire space, or even the world in the sky like the frost bamboo. With this thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed with a white brilliance. His figure disappeared from the inside and appeared in the yang side. As soon as Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared, he immediately grabbed the pink jade slip in his hand. He really wanted to know why Shui appeared here, how Wuxing appeared here, and how they knew that he was in danger of being hunted down by a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 3099. At this time, Xiaohua was in his mind, so he didn't need to use any divine sense. The moment the jade slip touched his body, he immediately knew the contents. Sure enough, just as Shui had said before she died, the life and death restriction had collapsed the moment Shui's soul entered the space, leaving behind the words Shui wanted to say to Xiaohua. "Husband, husband, allow this concubine to call you husband again. When husband sees this jade slip, this concubine will have already left husband, separated from husband by life and death. Husband doesn't need to be sad, and husband doesn't need to worry about this concubine anymore. This concubine already knew that this moment would come for me when I was in Kuei Sea. This concubine already knows that today's death is in your eyes. This concubine is just a passerby by husband's side, a meteor flashing in husband's gorgeous night sky. From the moment this concubine saw husband, this concubine's fate was already decided. Husband, this concubine knows that your love for this concubine is not as deep and passionate as Fairy Xia's. Even now, this concubine thinks that this love is too forced, and is the result of this concubine chasing husband. Thinking about the kind of pursuit I had for husband when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, this concubine feels ashamed at this time. Husband has a weak temperament, and at that time, this concubine forced you to agree, but this concubine knows that in husband's heart, you may not have put yourself in the same position as Fairy Xianxia. Although this concubine usually hears husband call this concubine wife, this concubine always has a feeling that it is a joke, and an unrealistic feeling arises spontaneously. This concubine feels that I am a substitute for Fairy Xianxia. Especially when this concubine is intimate with husband, this concubine really feels that what you see in husband's eyes is not the true feelings this concubine has for you. Husband, this concubine really wants to be your real wife for once, and not this kind of verbal nickname. This concubine knows that I can't compare to Fairy Xianxia, and this concubine has always been changing herself. However, this concubine is changing more and more, and is becoming less and less like herself. Moreover, this concubine feels that at this time, this concubine is simply too accommodating to husband, changing according to the concubine's imagination that husband wants a wife to change. To be honest, this concubine doesn't like this feeling. Do you know? Husband, other than hiding some things from you, There are also some things that I don't dare to tell you. For example, foundation establishment. Actually, I could have reached foundation establishment long ago, but I didn't dare to do so. That's because I already sensed the tragedy that was about to befall me when I suffered chi deviation in Xuanlei Palace. Only by delaying my foundation establishment could I avoid the tragedy of death. Actually, it was just as you thought. These premonitions came from my bloodline. It was the bloodline of the lightning beast that could control heavenly lightning. That gave me such a shocking premonition. My parents had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to return, so they entrusted me to my uncle in the Misty Mountain. This is also something that this concubine has never told my husband. I remember when I was training in Tianmen Mountain, that ghost cultivator Huang Yi wanted to kill me. Although everyone is afraid, this concubine isn't. This concubine knows that this might be this concubine's fate. This concubine won't be able to return safely from that experience. This concubine can't escape this fate. Therefore, this concubine was very calm and faced it calmly. I wonder if my husband and master still remember? Unfortunately, this concubine was wrong. That wasn't the end of this concubine's journey. Immediately after, this concubine and husband met the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain. The love of the fire Qilin moved this concubine, but this concubine knows that this concubine doesn't love the fire Qilin. Even if this concubine doesn't love this concubine will follow Xiaohua. Even if this concubine becomes a moth flying into a flame, this concubine will still throw herself into that momentary light without hesitation. In the end, at the seaside where I was training, this concubine saw the scene of this concubine's death in front of my husband's eyes. This concubine has a kind of release, and this concubine also has a kind of gratification. This concubine can finally become the most dazzling star in my husband's starry sky. Even if I have to burn all my essence, this concubine is willing to illuminate my husband's entire night sky. Husband, I really want to call you this 10,000 times. I won't feel tired even if I call you again and again. Do you know? Husband, at the seaside where you used your hands to raise the dust and sand, you also took away this concubine's heart. Do you know what this concubine saw in your eyes? It was a river as dazzling as the stars, and this concubine was a drop in this river. This concubine saw the bamboo forest, the late-stage foundation establishment concubine, and the early-stage core formation concubine, martial uncle helplessness. This concubine also saw the 2 of us explode. At the same time, I also saw my husband's early-stage core formation cultivation. I also saw my husband's back as he fled in panic. Husband, from that moment onwards, this concubine knew that my husband was out of the ordinary. I also knew my own fate, as well as martial uncle helplessness's fate. All of this was unavoidable. For my extraordinary husband, this concubine is willing to sacrifice her ordinary self. Therefore, my husband, you don't need to be surprised by this concubine's appearance because this was already predestined. This concubine has been planning this ever since the seaside. As for martial uncle helplessness, it was also this concubine who invited him. Of course, this concubine still doesn't know how to invite martial uncle helplessness. However, this concubine knows that since this concubine appeared in front of my husband, martial uncle helplessness will also appear in front of my husband. He will definitely sacrifice himself for my husband. Then, this concubine will definitely invite him here. Even if I have to trick or coax him here, this concubine will still do it. For my husband, this concubine is willing to do anything, even if it means offending everyone in the world. Do you know? Husband, when this concubine wrote this jade slip, her heart was tormented because all this concubine saw was you fleeing in panic. Then this concubine and martial uncle helplessness self-explode. As for who was chasing after my husband and why, this concubine doesn't know. Therefore, aside from leaving this jade slip for my husband and believing in martial uncle helplessness, this concubine doesn't dare to believe in anyone else. This concubine won't tell anyone about this matter. This concubine can't ask anyone for help. This concubine would rather die for my husband. Because of this, this concubine doesn't dare to tell my husband. This concubine is afraid that if I do, the ending will change. Not only can this concubine not sacrifice herself for my husband's safety, my husband will also die in a place that this concubine doesn't know about. Therefore, this concubine carefully keeps this secret. Husband, don't blame this concubine for not telling you. Husband, this concubine knows that you're already crying right now. You are that soft-hearted, that kind of benevolence. Don't think about it anymore, don't care about it anymore. This concubine is just a fallen leaf that floats across the stream and disappears. The one that your husband wants to keep is your fairy Xianxia. This concubine has never seen fairy Xianxia, and I don't know what kind of character she has. However, this concubine will find a chance to explain this matter to her clearly. This concubine is that gentle breeze that blows past my husband's ear and her in that instant. Sigh, my husband, you've called this concubine wife countless times, but I don't know. Until now, has this concubine and my husband done any dual cultivation? If not, this concubine is very regretful. I can't truly be my husband's wife. But if you do, this concubine feels that it's a pity. Perhaps, my husband will miss this concubine even more. Therefore, this concubine will slightly avoid you so that this concubine's cultivation can leap to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage sooner. This concubine knows that if this concubine can save you, she must have the cultivation of the late foundation establishment stage. As long as this concubine's cultivation reaches the late foundation establishment stage, this concubine will definitely die for my husband. However, my husband, even if this concubine dies, this concubine will die for my husband. This concubine will not hesitate to cultivate with all her might. This concubine will also not hesitate to die. Others may cultivate to live, but this concubine cultivates to die. To die for my husband. My husband, do you know? Perhaps if this concubine did not raise her cultivation, perhaps if this concubine did not go to this place, this concubine might not die. However, this concubine has been waiting here for a long time, waiting for this sad moment to arrive. Waiting for my husband's hope of survival. This concubine wants to accompany you by your side for 10,000 years, but now, this concubine cannot. This concubine hopes that in the next life, this concubine will accompany my husband again. Shue shue. The jade archive Xiaohua let out a sorrowful cry. The entire space gave birth to sorrow. The sound of that space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky, and specks of rain fell along with Xiaohua's emotions. Although the jade archive Xiaohua inside the space could not cry, this entire world was crying for Shue Shue. For Shue Shue's almost selfless true love, tears. At this moment, the jade archive Xiaohua shockingly discovered that the words Shue Shue left in the jade slip were all true. They were engraved in his heart. Although Shue Shue's words were somewhat incoherent, it was obvious that Shue Shue had recorded them in a hurry twice. However, these words and sentences moved Xiaohua's heart. He really loved Shue Shue passively. The love for Shue Shue was not as deep as fairy Xia's. It was because of a kind of lonely love that he loved her. Or perhaps it was because of Shue Shue's love for him that he loved Shue Shue. This kind of love did not seem to come from the heart. It was only because he did not want to hurt Shue Shue that he accepted Shue Shue. However, it was this kind of unwillingness to hurt her that hurt her even more, resulting in the current tragedy. However, if he was asked to forget Shue Shue now, then it was impossible. Even if there was no Shue Shue's soul in the inside of the netherworld, no netherworld orchid, Xiaohua would definitely not forget Shue Shue. As it turned out, love was planted in the hearts of the two when Shue Shue was resentful. Love was so great, and love was so wonderful. I don't know what she would think if she knew about this and saw the jade slip that Shue Shue left for her. Jade Archive Xiaohua held the pink jade slip in his hand and thought about what fairy Xianxia said when she left the Kai family in Liang. The corner of his mouth seemed to reveal a sneer that was close to ridicule. Sometimes you feel that it is true love, but this love will change. Sometimes you feel that it is not love, but this love will also change. who can tell the difference between true and false. Naturally, this Xiao will not be able to tell. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the pink jade slip disappeared. He then looked up at the sky. However, this Xiao is clear that since Xue said that this Xiao would definitely be able to escape if he headed east, then this Xiao will definitely be able to escape alive. In the future, this Xiao will be able to avenge her. Avenge Master. While speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua's body flashed brilliantly and his mind left the space. Both Daoist Dui and Xianxia turned into rainbows and released their divine senses, thinking that they did not know when they would find traces of Xiaohua. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, Daoist Dui was suddenly stunned as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, "Quick, fellow Daoist Xianxia, 100 miles away. Xiaohua actually appeared there. What? How is that possible?" Hearing this, Xianxia was also shocked. He hurriedly scanned the place where Immortal Dui said with his divine thoughts. Sure enough, Xiaohua's figure was really flashing with lightning in the air. He was trying his best to fly, and he seemed to have sensed their divine thoughts. Xiaohua turned back coldly, and his eyes were full of hatred. This is just a few breaths, right? Daoist Dui said very strangely, how could Xiaohua fly so far? And, if this guy has this ability, why does he need to appear again? He just needs to fly to other places. How can we find him? Xianxia's divine senses locked onto Xiaohua and said very strangely, fellow Daoist, look at his flying speed. It is obviously the same as before, there is no special change. Yes, the shadow that flashed just now did not appear at all at this time. If we were not also hit by the blood curse, we would be able to catch up quickly. Daoist Dui also replied. Chapter 3100. I don't care. Since Shan had guessed his master's intention of capturing Xiaohua, how could he be willing to stop? After sending a voice transmission to perfected Dui, he activated his magic power and chased after Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Daoist Dui said, the two were now tainted by the blood curse, and their flying speed was also reduced. They were not much faster than Xiaohua. This distance of 100 miles was only enough for them to catch up with Xiaohua, but it was impossible for them to get closer. Of course, this 100 miles was also a relatively awkward distance, and they couldn't use some of their magical powers at will. Although their nascent souls could teleport to the left of Xiaohua, from the information they received, Xiaohua was good at physical cultivation and had great strength. Therefore, nascent soul attacks might not be the best method. Therefore, they would never use it easily until the most critical moment. In particular, their nascent souls were now tainted by the blood curse, so they didn't dare to use it casually. Not to mention Daoist Dui and Shan were shocked. Even Xiaohua himself was a little puzzled. His mind left the space, and the figure that disappeared because of the yin and yang in the space also appeared in the air. Before he could release his Buddhist awareness or spiritual thoughts, Daoist Dui's spiritual thoughts immediately arrived. Xiaohua released his Buddhist awareness and found that they had just flown out of the bamboo forest. Naturally, he was very surprised how he could fly so far in such a short time. Or after he left, what happened to Daoist Dui and Shan, or that made them chase after him now? However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He only looked back coldly at the two rainbow lights. With a wave of his hand, he took out the blood ring given by Zhang Qingxiao. After thinking for a while, he sent it into his body. Since the stone statue could cultivate the demonic fire, why couldn't his bloodline cultivate the demonic blood? Of course, he couldn't cut off a trace of his primordial spirit. However, Xiaohua didn't know the blood shadow technique. It was used to cultivate the blood drop paradise of the demon world. The demonic fire and black flame in the blood ring could be used. Cultivate. Revenge. This was the purpose of Xiaohua's unscrupulous cultivation. Xiaohua and the two nascent soul cultivators chasing after him flew away, and the bamboo forest regained its tranquility. The rustling sound of bamboo leaves told this unforgettable story to the void. Unfortunately, no one heard it. Another 2 days passed, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. It seemed to be heading northeast. However, just as the thunderbolt traveled several hundred feet, it suddenly came to a stop. Amidst the thunderbolt, Reverend Lei Meng's anxious, bewildered and worried face could be seen. At this moment, Lei Meng Daoist was holding a strange-looking magic treasure in his hand. This magic treasure looked like a child's slingshot. It had a handle at the bottom and 2 forks on it. However, the right fork was exceptionally long and was shaped like a hook. It was slanted towards the other fork. At this moment, on the left fork, there was a slight scarlet light flickering. Here. Looking at the magical treasure and the scarlet radiance, Thunder Tomb Reverend scanned the area within a few miles with his divine will. However, other than the mountain breeze, the bamboo forest, and some messy mountain rocks at the side, there was no sign of blood or corpses. Perhaps there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples fighting here. Looking at the seemingly undamaged surroundings, Thunder Tomb Reverend muttered, "If those 2 old farts were to surround Xiaohua here, wouldn't their battle be earth-shattering? Today, I only have one chance to use my secret technique. If I were to be schemed against, wouldn't I have to wait until tomorrow to find Xiaohua's whereabouts?" Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend flew up again. Looking down at the magic treasure in his hand that was gradually fading away, he sighed. Fortunately, Xiaohua's cultivation was not crippled. I can still rely on this item to find his weak aura, but where should I go to find him now? Thunder Tomb Reverend looked into the distance. This time, it's Huan country. Could it be that Xiaohua wants to lure those 2 nascent soul cultivators in front of the sword cultivators? Could it be the news from senior brother Miyu is true? Thinking of this, Thunder Tomb Reverend suddenly frowned. That's not right. If Xiaohua had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have met those 2 nascent soul cultivators here. Then I can only continue to follow him to Huan country. But if Xiaohua didn't have ulterior motives, he might have been caught by those 2 nascent soul cultivators. Then, they might have to change direction. If Xiaohua was captured by those 2 old farts, his aura would definitely be blocked by them. Even if I had this item, I wouldn't be able to track him. Forget it, I'll have to use my secret technique again. If I miss something, I'll really regret it. As he spoke, Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master returned and tossed the magic treasure in his hand into the air. Immediately after, he formed hand seals and several lightning bolts struck the magic treasure. The entire magic treasure flashed with intense brilliance and a layer of indistinct purple-red lightning slowly emerged between the 2 forks. Thunder Tomb Reverend then pointed his hand and a drop of essence blood fell on the purple-red lightning. Pung! With a light sound, 2 balls of crimson lightning spurted out from the center of the magic treasure. This gave Thunder Tomb Reverend a fright and he almost cried out, "What? Xiaohua has fallen? No, why are there 2 balls of blood? Could it be there's another Imperial Thunder Sect disciple?" Thunder Tomb Reverend finally understood that this wasn't the place where Xiaohua had fallen. Perhaps it wasn't the place where Xiaohua had passed by. Instead, it was because 2 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had fallen here that caused the magic treasure to react. Who could it be? Thunder Tomb Reverend was somewhat astonished. At the same time, he was somewhat hesitant. He might be able to use the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect to find out which disciple had fallen, but after all, he wasn't very confident. But if he were to use this secret technique, then he wouldn't be able to use it to find Xiaohua's whereabouts. Forget it. But after a moment of hesitation, Thunder Tomb Reverend clapped his hand and took out a Thunder Note talisman. After whispering a few words, he waved his hand and sent out a message. "Better let the other disciples take a look. I'm here to save the face of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Even if 10 of my sect's disciples died, it's not as important as chasing Xiaohua back. It's been a long time now. Even if Sect Master didn't send out the expulsion order, those sects in Shi country should have received the news." Immediately, Thunder Tomb Reverend made a grabbing motion with his hand and the 2 electric sparks were annihilated within the magic treasure. He then muttered some incantations and narrowed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, his eyes opened and flashed with an astonished expression. Looking up, He saw the direction where Xiaohua and the others had flown. Why are they heading towards Guihai? Why aren't they returning to Shi country? Thunder Tomb Reverend didn't understand at first, but then he sighed. Yes, Imperial Thunder Sect can't be returned. Huan country is also filled with wolves. If Xiaohua this child didn't go overseas, where else could he go? But who were these two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who had fallen here? Did they meet Xiaohua and those two nascent soul-old ghosts? Although Thunder Tomb Reverend had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly kept the magic treasure and once again activated the lightning escape technique to chase after them. As for Xue Xuehe's helpless sacrifice, Thunder Tomb Reverend had no time to care about it. The sun had just risen. In the depths of Guihai, Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning as he flew above the calm sea surface. The sound of thunder was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if it was brewing an explosion. Xiaohua's current flying speed was much faster than 2 months ago, reaching the level of Imperial Thundershock. However, just 100 li behind him, Xianxia and Du Yi were still flanking him from the left and right, forcing Xiaohua to fly towards the unknown depths of Guihai. Xiaohua's flying speed had increased and the blood curse of the two nascent soul cultivators had also weakened. Both sides were still in an extremely delicate balance. This balance had not been broken in the blink of an eye for 2 months. This Guihai, how can it be a place to escape? The more Xiaohua flew towards the sea, the thinner the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was, the more uncertain he became. In front of him was still the boundless sea and sky, no hope could be seen. In these 2 months, he had also encountered fierce winds and huge waves, and even some sea monsters. However, these were nothing in Xiaohua's eyes. In the eyes of those two nascent soul middle-stage cultivators, they were nothing. He was simply unable to increase the distance between them. At this time, Du Yi and Xianxia, in order to prevent the previous mistakes from happening, the distance between them was not short, forming a triangle with Xiaohua. Xiaohua, in addition to flying straight to the east, whether it was north or south, it was difficult for him to escape the attack range of either of them. Perhaps Xue Xue's intention is to keep flying to the east. While flying, I can take advantage of the time to refine a suitable magic weapon. Xiaohua made some wild guesses. Then he swept his Buddhist awareness and his mind entered the space. Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist sense were also rapidly growing along with the 10 times expansion of space. Although his spiritual sense could already reach more than 200 miles, and his Buddhist sense could reach more than 400 miles, but this growth trend didn't slow down and was still slowly growing. The inside of the space was already different from before. In the earliest area, Xiaohua had already laid down a restriction. That area had undergone the impact of the space's yin and yang. Whether it was the spiritual grass or the spiritual beasts that were incubating and growing, they were definitely different from other areas. Now, Xiaohua was planting spiritual grass in a new and vast area that he had opened up. The planting of spiritual grass now did not require Xiaohua's green-robed primordial spirit, let alone Xiaohua himself. In the place where the Ganoderma horse was previously lying, there was a spiritual wood that had transformed into a 2-chi-tall little child. This little child was called Xiaogua by Xiaohua. Since Xiaogua was a spiritual wood that took human form, he was naturally gifted in planting spiritual grasses and taking care of them. He was several times faster than the green-robed Xiaohua and was even more nimble. As for the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua was already clear in his heart. This guy had already experienced the green seal text in the heaven's ring of breath. 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Now, he had also experienced the yin and yang in the space. In the future, he might really become another great clone of himself. Of course, at this time, this guy could only make his own contribution in this space. 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Chapter 3101. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and instantly turned into a jade archive. However, this form only lasted for a moment before the jade archive turned back into Xiaohua's original appearance. Immediately, The Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the 9 suns in the sky. His figure flashed and shot up into the sky. In the center of the sky, thunder rumbled. Meanwhile, the green-robed Xiaohua was tirelessly refining the material with lightning water. Fellow Daoist, how is this? The Jade Archive Xiaohua mysteriously appeared beside the green-robed Xiaohua and asked with a bow. Hey, fellow Daoist, didn't see? It's still early. The green-robed Xiaohua didn't seem to be surprised when he saw the Jade Archive Xiaohua appear. He withdrew his hand and the lightning that filled the sky disappeared. The lightning water in the inexplicable object flowed back into tracing light. Then, he put his hands behind his back and sighed. I just refined the 5 elements planet disk and used it as the foundation for the heaven-pacifying staff. With these 5 element spiritual items, I can smoothly refine the heaven-pacifying staff. However, this heaven-pacifying staff, I'm afraid it won't be of any help to you. This thing can't hit the butt of a nascent soul cultivator. The green-robed Xiaohua's tone was clear, but his face was still wooden and expressionless. Then, what good idea does fellow Daoist have? The Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned. You know everything I know and you know everything I don't know. You ask me, but who should I ask? The green-robed Xiaohua seemed to be rolling his eyes. Nonsense, if I knew, would I still need to ask you? The Jade Archive Xiaohua said sternly. What idea do you have? Quickly say it. If I can't escape from 2 nascent soul cultivators, you can't live either. You don't have to be so fierce, right? The green-robed Xiaohua shrunk his neck and pointed at an object under the scorching sun in the sky. I know you want to refine this object into the soul-punishing light. This object has been divided into yin and yang in this space and now seems to have a trace of spiritual intelligence. If you want to refine it, you should start as soon as possible. If this object can freeze the primordial spirit of a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it can really help you and me escape this calamity. Since you already knew, why didn't you do it? Xiaohua grabbed the Jade Archive and the 3-legged golden crow immediately appeared in his hand. Sure enough, the 3-legged golden crow's 2 eyes, one white and one black, vaguely had a divine luster. Xiaohua looked at the Jade Archive and it seemed as if there was a bottomless abyss in its eyes. He couldn't help but curse. If you don't open your mouth, who would dare to do it? The green-robed Xiaohua argued. Let's not refine the sky-leveling staff for now. Let's refine the spirit-slaying vital light first. When Jade Archive Xiaohua heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and he said amiably, Don't tell me you don't know how to refine the soul-punishing origin light. Yes, of course. What you know, I basically know. What I don't know, I just have to look at it to understand. It's just that I haven't refined it before. The green-robed Xiaohua naturally nodded his head and replied. After that, he made a grabbing motion, and the sword gourd fell into his hand as well. Sigh, hurry up and refine it. The Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed. You've comprehended more secret arts than I have. You're much stronger than me. Hee, this Xiao will start now. The green-robed Xiaohua enjoyed Jade Archive Xiaohua's praise very much. He took the 3-legged golden crow from Jade Archive Xiaohua's hand, sat down cross-legged, and was about to start refining it. How's that child? Jade Archive Xiaohua looked up again. At the edge of the extreme east, he had set up a restriction for Jianglure, and it was still there. There's no change. The green-robed Xiaohua disagreed. He's like a dead person all day long. However, he's also experienced the separation of yin and yang, so he'll also be extraordinary. He won't die, so you don't have to worry. Not good. Just as Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to say something, both the green-robed Xiaohua and Jade Archive Xiaohua shouted at the same time. Then, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure flashed, and he rushed out of the space. Damn it, these 2 old farts, what are they doing now? The green-robed Xiaohua looked at the place where Jade Archive Xiaohua disappeared, and he was very angry. Then he looked at the soul-punishing origin light sword gourd in front of him and said fiercely, This Xiao will refine the soul-punishing origin light now, and kill you all one by one. Xiaohua's mind returned to his physical body, and he immediately turned pale with fright when he scanned with his divine sense. When he entered the space just now, the two nascent soul cultivators were still more than 100 li away from him. In just a moment, they had already caught up to him within 50 li. Moreover, the two's flying speed was still increasing. The blood curse that Xianxia had planted on the two of them was actually dissolved by them. Not good, Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power. Even though he had the dragon transformation art in his meridians, and also the celestial body bestowment technique, after 2 months of urging his true essence day and night, not only did his dantian have some stabbing pain, his meridians also had an intense discomfort. However, although the blood curse planted on Xiaohua's body by the virtuous child had already been somewhat reduced, it was still very far away from being completely eliminated. Xiaohua really didn't know why nascent soul cultivators had so many secret techniques. Even the blood curse that Xianxia and Wu Hai exchanged with their lives couldn't compare. What should I do now? While Xiaohua sped up his flight, his mind was in a mess. The panic that he had put away because of Xianxia's prophecy before her death appeared again. Although the Buddhist sect Saraira has the ability to subdue demons, it's still not enough to deal with nascent soul cultivators. Soul cultivators, the power of lightning and thunder is still weak. Poor gold core frost bamboo can't even kill them. I've already tried it just now, unless I directly face a nascent soul cultivator. The spiritual fire has already been used once. Not only will they be on guard, but this Xiao's magic power is also not enough. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he secretly said, I'm afraid this is the only move. Maybe I can sneak attack a nascent soul cultivator. There's still one left, then it'll be easy. Immediately, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and turned around to release his Buddhist sense, constantly observing the two nascent soul cultivators approaching. They seemed to be fleeing in panic. Seeing that Xianxia and Daoist Dewey had already approached within a few miles, the two nascent soul cultivators looked at each other and almost simultaneously slapped their foreheads with their hands, releasing the pressure of nascent soul cultivators. The most commonly used confinement technique of nascent soul cultivators. The nascent soul hand was also displayed. Suddenly, two water blue hands dozens of feet in size condensed out of thin air, one from the left and one from the right, grabbing toward Xiaohua's body. Although the big hands had not yet fallen, the sea that was originally filled with monstrous waves was calm within a few miles, and a faint whirlpool began to form under Xiaohua's feet. The simplest method is the most effective method. Seeing that Xiaohua's body was still unable to continue flowing lightning in midair, Daoist Dewey laughed. We thought too much of this guy. Even if he really has the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, he doesn't have the magical ability of a nascent soul cultivator. Exactly. Xianxia was just about to answer when suddenly, the pressure of a nascent soul cultivator rushed out from the top of Xiaohua's head. Moreover, with the appearance of this pressure, Xiaohua's figure actually disappeared. Xianxia sneered. He rubbed his hands, and thumb-sized water blue beads appeared within a few miles. Explode, Xianxia coldly uttered an incantation. Rumble! The water surface and the air within a few miles shook violently, and the water beads within a few miles exploded at the same time. Even Xianxia and Daoist Dewey activated their magic power and slightly retreated. In particular, Xianxia grabbed with his hand, and the water silks within a few miles instantly flashed with a faint green light. Xianxia pointed his left hand between his eyebrows, and layers of light overflowed from his eyes. Daoist Dewey was stunned. In his spiritual sense, there was no trace of Xiaohua within a few miles. Daoist Dewey, be careful. Xianxia suddenly shouted. Xiaohua is, hearing Xianxia's shout, Daoist Dewey looked in Xianxia's direction again. Before Xianxia finished speaking, there was a faint sound of a sword. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed under Daoist Dewey's feet, and a few golden silks had already pierced into his protective brilliance, and those golden silks were like flying swords. Similarly, Xiaohua's figure appeared under him at the same time, and the flying sword in his hand was precisely Qin Jian's golden silk invisible sword. Boom! The golden silk sword's sneak attack succeeded, piercing through Daoist Du's protective brilliance, and instantly piercing into his leg. With a burst of flesh and blood, Daoist Du, who was a nascent soul master, immediately turned into blood foam. Xiaohua laughed, and then he didn't take back the flying sword at all. He opened his mouth, and even if his magic power was exhausted, he still wanted to spit out the spiritual fire. But at this moment, a great force was born from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua looked up, and a pale black spiritual talisman appeared in mid-air like a whirlpool, and a strange binding force was emitted from that spiritual talisman. At this time, Xianxia's ridicule also sounded, but he heard Xianxia said coldly, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Xiaohua, you have used the demon realm's concealing technique once in Sentry City. Do you still want to use it today? Accept your fate. As Xianxia pointed his finger, another pale white spiritual talisman appeared above Xiaohua's head. This spiritual talisman also emitted a strange binding force, which was very tacit with the binding force of Daoist Du's spiritual talisman. Yin-Yang Seal. Xiaohua's face changed instantly, and he finally found the answer to the two nascent soul middle-stage cultivators chasing after him. However, the sealing power of this spiritual talisman was so great, and the two seemed to have already set up a plan. Daoist Du, he wanted to let Xiaohua get close to him even if his physical body was damaged. At this time, even though Xiaohua tried his best to activate all his magical powers to break free, the spiritual talisman still fell like lightning, trapping Xiaohua tightly. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. My cause came from this yin-yang seal, and today's effect was also formed from this yin-yang seal. At this time, even though Xiaohua wanted to self-destruct, thinking of Jiang Luer, Xue Xue, Wu Ji, Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and the others, he couldn't. Daoist Du waved his hand and was about to take Xiaohua down, but suddenly a strange change occurred. Roar? A roar like tens of thousands of bulls rose from under Xiaohua's feet, and the whole sea seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles surged from the depths of the sea. With the bubbles, a great binding force was also born in a radius of more than 10 feet. Good. Although Xiaohua's body was sealed by two spiritual talismans, his 5 senses were still there, and he immediately understood when he saw this situation. Xue Xue. Xiaohua's eyes were filled with tears. Needless to say, this was the chance of survival that Xue Xue mentioned before she died. However, this kind of binding force could even escape Xiaohua, who was only at the Jindan stage at that time, let alone these two nascent soul stage cultivators. What's going on? Xianxia and Daoist Du, he obviously didn't encounter such a situation, and although they were stunned, they weren't too shocked. They looked at each other, and at the same time, their magic power surged, and their figures turned into a rainbow, trying to escape from this huge binding force. Boom! Just as the two of them urged their magic power, there was another deafening sound, and the sea water within a few miles suddenly collapsed, and a strong suction force was born from that binding force. Woo! A strong gust of wind sounded, and in the space within a few miles, whether it was the sea water or the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they all sank in an instant. This kind of pressure from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was simply much greater than the weight of the entire mountain. Daoist Du and Xianxia, the two nascent soul stage cultivators, were caught off guard, and the brilliance of their bodies was annihilated, and with the huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, they directly sank more than 10 feet. What's going on? Xianxia and Daoist Du, he looked down in disbelief. The sea water within a few miles of the entire Qian Sea collapsed and rushed straight to the bottom of the sea, as if a big hole had leaked out of the whole sea, and the sea water leaked out from the big hole. They couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 3102. Things seem to be more than that. Just as Immortal Du and Xianxia stabilized their bodies, they immediately activated their spiritual power and prepared to fly into the sky. Roar! A series of loud noises came out of nowhere, covering dozens of miles of space. Except for the seawater that had leaked within a few miles, the outer dozens of miles of seawater collapsed one after another. It was as if the entire Kueha Sea was about to fall into the bottom of the sea. Let's go! Although Xianxia didn't know what was going on, he was already terrified when he saw that the strange power of heaven and earth was so strong. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and Immortal Du, who had lost a leg. With a roar, his body flashed with light, and he flew desperately to the north. Ooh! Seeing this, Immortal Du, hurriedly activated his spiritual power and wanted to follow Xianxia. Unfortunately, they only flew for a few miles, and the entire space rang with a strange sound, like the cry of ghosts and howling of wolves, and also like the tide of thousands of beasts. An inverted hole that was almost 100 miles wide appeared on the surface of the sea. This huge funnel rotated crazily, and the previous confinement force and suction force instantly increased by almost 10 times. This force was beyond the imagination of the two nascent soul cultivators. It was like a pair of hands that were 100 miles wide had covered the two of them, and it was twisting with all its strength. It wanted to tear the two of them into pieces. This big hand completely froze the true essence of the two people, and they couldn't mobilize it at all. Rule power? How is this possible? Seeing this terrifying force, Xianxia's face changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. At the same time, his body and everything in front of him spun like a top, and he quickly rushed to the bottom of the sea. Seeing that he was rushing to the bottom of the sea without any strength, Xianxia didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He knew very well that if he couldn't rush out of this confinement before the change of heaven and earth, he was afraid that he would really be left at the bottom of the Kueha Sea. Therefore, Xianxia clenched his teeth and slapped his forehead. A nascent soul that looked exactly like Xianxia flew out. This nascent soul was no longer covered in blood mist. The moment it appeared, it waved the black ring in its hand and disappeared from Xianxia's head. The benevolent child didn't even want his own physical body. He only wanted to use his nascent soul to teleport and seize a chance of survival from the power of heaven and earth. Seeing that Xianxia had desperately used his nascent soul to teleport away, Immortal Du, he looked at Xiaohua, who had a strange smile on his face, in his hand. He didn't care about doing anything else. He gritted his teeth and slapped his head. A nascent soul that was half a head taller than Xianxia's nascent soul also appeared. It also activated the white ring in its hand, ignoring its physical body and Xiaohua, who was imprisoned, and disappeared in an instant. My wife is indeed scheming. Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly with the whirlpool. Everything in front of him became an illusion. Looking at Immortal Du and Xianxia's slightly closed eyes and body that had lost their nascent souls, he thought with a smile, I finally escaped from their hands. But, is there any way out at the bottom of the Kueha Sea? While Xiaohua was thinking, thousands of buzzing sounds sounded. It was the sound that Xiaohua encountered in the Kueha Sea that day. Xiaohua's head was in a daze. It was as if his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out of his body by this buzzing sound. Fortunately, Xiaohua's spiritual power was confined by the yin and yang talisman, so it didn't disperse. However, the golden core in his dantian shook violently with the buzzing sound. The layer of golden qi outside the golden core disappeared. The golden core and thunder core also turned into specks of light and began to dissipate. Xiaohua was extremely shocked. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength. He could only quietly wait for the final judgment of the power of heaven and earth. If he could escape with his life, so what if he didn't have cultivation? It was better than two nascent soul cultivators without a body, right? Shua. Suddenly, Xiaohua's ears became quiet. All the sounds disappeared again. Then, as if the big hand pressed down hard, Xiaohua's figure instantly fell 1,000 feet or even 1,000 feet. The light in front of him also almost disappeared. GG. Half a mile away, a few small movements were particularly clear in this dead silence. Xiaohua looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the nascent souls that Immortal Du and Xianxia had just teleported out actually appeared near their bodies. However, at this time, the nascent souls looked extremely weak. Even their figures were somewhat transparent and dim. The rings in the hands of the two nascent souls were also gone. Presumably, it was the buzzing sound that could shatter the golden core that caused the two nascent souls to suffer such heavy injuries. It was also the buzzing sound that blocked the teleportation of the two nascent souls. It even sent the two nascent souls to their bodies. Immortal Wuxia and Xianxia's nascent souls didn't dare to stop in front of such a power of heaven. Immediately, the two people's bodies emitted a faint brilliance again. Each of them took out two magic weapons to protect themselves. They actually had the same idea as Xiaohua. They were waiting for the end of the power of heaven. Immortal Wuxia and Xianxia even had a strange idea at the same time. Since the dead Shui asserted that Xiaohua could escape from Kuehasi, it seemed that Xiaohua could really escape. But since Xiaohua, a nascent soul disciple, could escape, then how could the two of them, who were genuine mid and late nascent soul cultivators, not escape? Accept your fate. Xiaohua sighed. Looking at the two nascent souls staring at him, he faintly smiled. His mind wanted to enter the space. Unfortunately, under the power of heaven, his mind couldn't enter the space. Xiaohua couldn't even hide his head in the soil. The abyss was still the same. The brilliance was gone. The three people fell deeper and deeper into Kuehasi. They didn't know how deep they were from the sea. In the abyss, the two nascent souls were not close to Xiaohua, but they were also not far away. The nascent soul cultivators couldn't attack Xiaohua again, but they could still see Xiaohua's expression. It was just that this abyss was extremely strange. It was obviously in Kuehasi. Even if the seawater fell, there was no water at all within a few miles of Xiaohua's group. The endless seawater actually went somewhere unknown. Strange, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the last time he encountered the destruction of the Great Flag Reef in Kuehasi. It seems to be different from this time. Just as he was thinking, a whirlpool-like force came from Immortal Wuxia's side. It was like another invisible hand pushed him, and he was pushed to the left, less than 100 feet away from Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua saw the ferocious face of Immortal Wuxia and shouted in his heart, "I want to see how you can escape from me." Immortal Wuxia's legs still hadn't recovered. How could he not hate Xiaohua? Xiaohua was still bound by the yin-yang spirit talisman and couldn't move. In particular, his gold core was on the verge of collapse. How could he be Immortal Wuxia's opponent? At this critical moment, the suction force that had been going down suddenly turned horizontally. The three of them flew horizontally. Immortal Wuxia was caught off guard and was thrown far away again. This time, the suction force was even stronger. The three of them once again doubled their speed. Xiaohua looked up and saw a light that was smaller than the eye of a needle in the distance. It was extremely eye-catching in this pitch-black darkness. The three of them were simply too fast. Xiaohua had only just seen the light when it had already closed in. At this time, the light had actually turned into a space several hundred feet wide. Moreover, as Xiaohua flew closer, the space rapidly expanded. By the time Xiaohua and the others were truly sucked into the space was actually several hundred miles wide. Xiaohua felt as if he was an ant in front of it. Sumer Buddhist formation? Xiaohua suddenly realized. There is actually a Sumer Buddhist formation here? No, the power of this formation seems to be even greater than the Sumer Buddhist formation we encountered in the Buddhist sect's ruins. If it isn't some Sumer Buddhist formation, then it must be some other formation of the Dao sect that is even more powerful. Xiaohua thought. His figure was sucked into this space by the enormous suction force. Wang. An extremely loud and clear sound flashed by. The entire space was silent, but the blood in Xiaohua's body was about to boil. He knew that this sound had not disappeared at all. Then, in front of Xiaohua's eyes, a faintly discernible silver brilliance flashed and disappeared. Whoosh! The binding of the black and white talismans around Xiaohua's body was easily cut open by the silver brilliance. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. Another wisp of cyan brilliance flashed and disappeared. This time, the cyan brilliance actually penetrated Xiaohua's body and meridians. The magic power in his meridians that hadn't been activated was swept away by this brilliance. What is this? The cyan brilliance flashed and the entire space rippled with layers of gray ripples. These ripples came in circles, like huge growth rings on a withered tree. Xiaohua and the others were passing through these growth rings. Whoosh! The corners of Xiaohua's eyes twitched. His gaze had yet to break away from this strange fluctuation of gray when another hazy blue brilliance flashed. Xiaohua's body tightened, as if something was being sucked away by this brilliance. But what disappeared, Xiaohua didn't notice at all. 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. Not far from Xiaohua, Shan Zizhen's extremely shocked voice came. This voice was unexpectedly high and low in the gray fluctuation, appearing especially strange. How could this immortal world great formation be here? Sumeru Buddhist formation. Daoist master, he seemed to have thought of something and also shouted in panic. This seems to be the Buddhist sect's supreme Buddhist formation before the ancient Buddhist sect was annihilated. Xuan, hearing this, Xiaohua was also greatly shocked. The names of these two formations were terrifying just by hearing them. How could their true power be measured by ordinary cultivators? At this time, the 4th red brilliance faintly flashed again. The reaction in Xiaohua's body was even more intense. Along with the brilliance, more than half of his Jindan was instantly extinguished, and the sword essence flowing in his body also inexplicably disappeared by 30%. Not good. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation when Sunset Island reappeared in the past. The white bones on the white bones, the rings on the white bones and other things. Almost without thinking, he didn't even have time to put away the invisible golden sword in his hand and threw all the storage bags and spirit storage bags into the space. At this time, he almost forgot that his mind couldn't enter the space just now, but now he could. The last brilliance hadn't appeared yet, but Xiaohua and the others had already passed through who knows how far away in the gray fluctuation of the same growth rings. Fellow Daoist, how did you become old? Shan Xingzi and the others naturally didn't have time to kill Xiaohua and did their best to resist the power of the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Formation. At this time, Shan Xingzi suddenly cried out in surprise. Shan Xingzi, you also have white hair. Hearing this, Daoist, he naturally turned pale with fright. He raised his eyes to look at Shan Xingzi and hurriedly cried out. Xiaohua hurriedly looked at the two. Sure enough, the two middle nascent soul stage cultivators no longer had the same youthful appearance as before. A layer of white frost-like color dyed their hair and eyebrows visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the wrinkles on their faces seemed to be carved with a pair of knives. As the two passed through the growth rings, they were carved one by one. The passage of time, this gray fluctuation is actually another kind of great formation. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the strange gray fluctuation in disbelief. These two nascent soul stage cultivators have a lifespan of nearly 2,000 years, but in this great formation, it turned into a flick of a finger. Thinking, Xiaohua raised his hands and looked at the invisible golden sword in his hands. He couldn't help but be shocked again. Strange, why didn't I change? Song of Time. Song of Time. This is the Song of Time demon formation. Suddenly, Daoist, he shouted as if he had gone mad. I heard Master mention it before. This is the most famous great formation that the demon race used to deal with my Dao sect in the ancient times. But before Daoist finished speaking, his face inexplicably dried up. His head, which was originally made of flesh, suddenly began to shrink and gradually turned into a skeleton with only skin. Swoosh! Xiaohua's crisis also came. An earthen yellow brilliance faintly flashed. Xiaohua didn't have time to check other places. He only knew that all the golden cores in the same nebula in his dantian had disappeared. Even the lightning core and the true inner core were as small as broad beans. Haha! Shan Xingzi laughed wildly. Song of Time. Great Meru Buddhist formation. Great 5 Elements Annihilation formation. Who could be so generous? On the Dawn Rain continent, who could avoid these three great formations? This isn't anyone's generosity. It's an innate divine restriction. Why haven't you changed? Suddenly, Xianxia saw Xiaohua, and then looked at Daoist Du Yi, who had already turned into a skeleton, in disbelief. He shouted even more incredulously, "How can your lifespan surpass mine?" But before he could say anything else, the hand he stretched out also withered. Along with the gray fluctuation of the growth ring, it immediately turned into white bones. The power of time, invincible. Seeing these two mid-nascent soul cultivators buried in this mysterious song of time demon formation in just a moment, Xiaohua also felt some sympathy. That's right, even if he didn't know why he didn't fear this song of time, he still had the 5 elements annihilation formation that he couldn't resist. Seeing the silver and green brilliance intertwining together flash again, the invisible golden sword in Xiaohua's hand immediately turned into nothingness. At the same time, this brilliance brought something that didn't completely disappear into Xiaohua's body. Then, it swept past his dantian. The already collapsed golden core and lightning core instantly disappeared, as if they had never existed. Damn it, Xiaohua laughed bitterly. Biting his lips slightly, he clenched his fists. He didn't know that the golden core and lightning core that had disappeared, and even the nebula that had been condensed by the golden energy from before, had been wiped out by the formation, left behind a bit of pitch black. That pitch black was now stained by the invisible sword and was even more invisible. This was also the benefit of going through the third gold lightning tribulation. After a few waves of brilliance, Xiaohua's Buddha relic also began to collapse. The 1000 Buddha diagram outside the Buddha relic was also completely separated into specks of light, barely covering the Buddha relic. In just a moment, the Buddha relic was almost as invisible as the golden core in his dantian. Under the Buddha relic, the black and white intertwining outside the Naiwan palace, the seal that was nimbly flowing from time to time was finally revealed. And as soon as the seal appeared, 2 faint black and white lines immediately rushed into Xiaohua's middle dantian. There, the same 2-colored seal was flowing in a very regular pattern with the seal of the Naiwan palace. Not only that, in the 5 elements annihilation formation, Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Buddhist consciousness were also completely dissolved, and now he couldn't release them. Even Xiaohua's mind was somewhat muddled. Looking at the flickering 5-colored brilliance in front of him, as well as the dense growth rings, Xiaohua laughed bitterly. He understood that this was probably the most dangerous place in this spatial passage, right? Sure enough, a swoosh sound entered Xiaohua's ears. Kacha, 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 kacha. 5 dazzling rays of light intertwined and simultaneously penetrated Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and the 2 black and white seals outside his dantian. Those 2 seals flickered at the same time. The black and white lines violently flickered, and in an instant, cracks appeared in the void, as if wanting to tear Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and middle dantian apart. Unfortunately, these powerful assassins couldn't escape from the 5 elements. What kind of power could they display in this 5 elements annihilation formation? But just as they were born, they were immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance that swept past. Xiaohua didn't know how many years he had been distressed, how many schemes he had racked his brains for, how many methods he had thought of, to break the seal without attracting the attention of the seal's owner, but it was broken so easily. Originally, he thought that the opportunity to break the seal was with the Shaman King in Meng Mountains. But at this moment of life and death, at the bottom of the QC, where he had never dreamed of, in this so-called 5 elements annihilation formation, the seal was easily broken as if peeling off the shell of a boiled egg. This opportunity was something that Xiaohua had never thought of. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Of course, after the seal in Xiaohua's middle dantian was broken, a muffled dragon's roar came out from Xiaohua's middle dantian, and the heterogeneous true energy in his middle dantian was immediately annihilated by the 5-colored brilliance. Even when the 5-colored brilliance penetrated into Xiaohua's body, the sword origin and the 9 stars soaring sun flying sword were also annihilated. Only the trace of Xiaohua's primordial spirit and the 8 primordial spirit imprints gathered together and were forcefully sent into his middle dantian. But after the seal in Xiaohua's Naiwen palace was broken, a layer of golden light appeared outside his Naiwen palace. Under this golden light, the 5-colored brilliance couldn't penetrate it. In short, because of the primal chaos energy in Xiaohua's body, he was able to escape from the Song of Time demon formation. But his Daoist, Buddhist, and sword cultivation were completely annihilated by this 5 elements annihilation formation. Completely annihilated, only leaving behind a little bit of foundation left from the tribulation lightning of 3 elements. Xiaohua's mind was also muddled by the Song of Time demon formation, and he was also injured by the 5 elements annihilation formation, gradually becoming muddle-headed. Looking at the gray fluctuating growth rings in the entire space, and the 5-colored brilliance blooming like a lotus, Xiaohua's vision gradually blurred, and he gradually closed his eyes. However, just before he closed his eyes, he saw a 7-colored conch-like object that was strangely condensed not more than a foot away from him. Xiaohua very habitually probed with his mind to put this object into his space, but when he touched it, his mind became dizzy and he fainted. He didn't even know if this object was put into his space or not. In the colorful space, a naked man with his eyes slightly closed, his slender body shuttled through the gray fluctuations of growth rings at an extremely fast speed. The 5-colored brilliance also swept across the man's body. This kind of scene was very dazzling. After an unknown amount of time, the huge space gradually shrank. The 5-colored brilliance divided into several rays, and the gray ripples also gradually slowed down. Woo! With a soft sound, the naked Xiaohua escaped from the space tunnel with a swimming fish. Outside the tunnel was an endless sea of blue water. Then, with a loud woo sound, countless bubbles emerged from Xiaohua's body, carrying him towards the distance and high altitude. And behind Xiaohua, the space became even smaller, finally turning into an existence smaller than the tip of a needle. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even tribulation transcendence cultivators and Mahayana cultivators wouldn't be able to easily find this place in this endless Guihe Sea, right? Xiaohua floated higher and higher along with these bubbles, and at the same time drifted further and further away. Daoist Master Dui and Xianxia, who were chasing him, had already turned into ashes. The dead Shueshue was right. If all of them went to the depths of the Guihe Sea, Xiaohua would definitely be able to survive, but after this great Meru Buddhist formation, clear Song of Time demon formation, and 5 elements annihilation formation, where was this place? Who would be so idle as to set up these 3 strange formations in the depths of the Guihe Sea? And the power of these formations was so huge. Don't forget, in the millions of Meng mountains in the Huda village, what kind of cultivation base did Elder Wu have? He also didn't dare to rashly touch the Yin and Yang seals on Xiaohua's middle dantian and Naiwen palace, but these 2 incomparably powerful seals within these 3 formations were like yellow talismans being gently opened. Could it be that these 3 formations were like what Xianxia said, innate divine restrictions? There were too many mysteries, too many unsolvable mysteries, too many dangers. This was also the reason why cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent rarely came to the Guihe Sea. Chapter 3103. Xiaohua, Xianxia, and Du Yi had disappeared. 1 fainted, 2 fell, and no one knew. However, they were being chased by the early Yuanying stage Thunder Meng Daoist. Although Reverend Lei Meng's cultivation base was not as strong as the 2 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, but with the help of the mystic technique of Imperial Thunder Sect, and under the condition that Shueshue had no choice but to cast a blood curse on the 2 nascent soul cultivators, he was barely able to keep up with the 3 of them from afar. The deeper Thunder Meng Daoist chased, the more frightened he became. He was not like Xiaohua. He did not have much preparation, and did not have many elixirs and other items. Seeing the increasingly thin heaven and earth spiritual energy, he hesitated. Even if he flew to the end and occasionally met some sea beasts, he did not dare to waste his magic power to kill them. The Yuanying in his body that was very sensitive to heaven and earth spiritual energy had already told him that the further ahead, The heaven and earth spiritual energy could no longer support the magic of a Yuanying stage cultivator. It could only consume the power of the Yuanying stage, and this was extremely bad news for Thunder Meng Daoist. However, the more serious it was, the more inconceivable Thunder Meng Daoist was that the two mid-Yuanying stage cultivators were chasing after Xiao Hua. Just as Thunder Meng Daoist was pondering whether to continue the chase, in the distant sea, an extremely small hole appeared, and waves of cryptic fluctuations came from the distance. Not good. An instinctive fear, a shock that came from the Yuanying stage, immediately arose in Thunder Meng Daoist's heart. What kind of heavenly might is this? Immediately, Thunder Meng Daoist had another intuition. Xiao Hua. That's right, that should be the direction Xiao Hua and the other two went. Thinking, Thunder Meng Daoist immediately released his divine sense, wanting to see what was going on. Unfortunately, not only was the location of the celestial phenomenon too far away, but the layers of fluctuations in the air also destroyed Thunder Meng Daoist's divine sense, making it impossible to reach. Forget it, Thunder Meng Daoist thought for a while, then gritted his teeth. This is also I's final limit. Xiao Hua, if there is no more news of you, I will also be powerless. While speaking, Thunder Meng Daoist gathers his magic power and flies towards that direction. Unexpectedly, the celestial phenomenon was extremely powerful. Wave after wave of strange vibrations not only blocked Lei Meng Reverend's divine will, but also limited his magic power. Even his nascent soul was restless because of an inexplicable fear. It was as if this fluctuation could kill a nascent soul cultivator at any time. By the time Reverend Lei Meng arrived at the location of the celestial phenomenon, everything was already gone. When Lei Meng Daoist had just appeared, countless tiny vortexes had spread out over tens of miles to hundreds of miles, with tiny bubbles bubbling out like boiling water. However, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, there were no longer any abnormalities. The sea surface was calm, and the sea breeze blew from time to time. What a tranquil sea! If not for Lei Meng Daoist's suspicion, who would have thought that the famous nascent soul cultivator, Wu Ming, who had fought a great battle with a Dao sword cultivator, was buried here? Lei Meng Daoist did not dare to return like this. He was clear that even if he left some divine will mark here, under the unpredictable storms of Kuei-Ha Sea and the extremely thin spiritual energy of this world, he would be wiped out in a few days. Furthermore, Kuei-Ha Sea is so vast. Once he leaves, he may not be able to easily find this place again without a divine will mark. Therefore, Lei Meng Daoist once again lingered for a few days, until he could no longer find any abnormalities. During this period, Lei Meng Daoist naturally gritted his teeth and used the secret technique of Imperial Thunder Sect. The result was exactly as he had expected. There was no trace of Xiao Hua. Everything had vanished like smoke. Sigh. Although I could not catch up previously, but at least I know that Xiao Hua is in front. At least there is a trace of hope, a trace of hope. Lei Meng Daoist sighed as he raised his head, looking towards the extreme east. He even released his divine will for over 100 miles, but did not find any abnormalities. He muttered, "Now it's all good. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The sea is also the sea of destruction." A nascent soul cultivator suddenly rose into the sky, but before he could even emit a brilliant light, he immediately fell. What a tragedy, what a pity. My Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist finally understood Master Qianlei's mood that day in Great Thunder Palace. There was no other reason. In front of the mysteries of heaven, human strength was just inaction. Man can conquer the heavens. That was a lie. Xiao Hua. Lei Meng Daoist looked at the sea beneath his feet that had some waves, and then at the sky that had some dark clouds and muffled thunder. He knew that another storm was about to come, and he definitely could not stay here any longer. He sighed. Since the first time this old man met you in Thunder Accumulation Cave, this old man has once again sent you off. It can be said that we are fated to meet. Your background is unknown, and your cultivation is also hard to fathom. This old man does not know if the information sent by the sword cultivators of Huan country is true. However, this old man still hopes that you are the true disciple of Imperial Thunder sect that this old man was thinking of. At this point, Lei Meng Daoist sighed again, unable to continue. Since Xiaohua had already fallen, even if Master Qian Lazy had some thoughts of protecting Xiaohua, this kind of protection no longer had any meaning. It was impossible for Imperial Thunder sect to let a living Xiaohua, a living nascent soul nameless, return to Sky Thunder Peak. Then, would Master Qian Lazy still protect Xiaohua? Even though Lei Meng Daoist did not like this kind of ending, he also understood that Imperial Thunder sect was unable to face the doubts of the other sects of the three countries regarding Xiaohua. Imperial Thunder sect was unable to explain the various strange things about Xiaohua that the sword cultivators of Huan country had mentioned. A living nascent soul, no matter if it is foundation establishment or qi refinement, is still more valuable than a dead nascent soul. Xiaohua, you also do not blame Lord Sect Leader. You have already left, but Imperial Thunder sect is still here, and so is Myriad Thunder Valley. Facing the reality, Lei Meng Daoist felt powerless in his heart. He casually said a few words, circulated his magic power, and gradually left. Within this region of several hundred li, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lei Meng Daoist was afraid that he would not be able to find the burial place of the three nascent soul realm cultivators. However, before Lei Meng Daoist could fly out of Guihe Sea, a lightning sound transmitting talisman flew in front of his eyes. When Lei Meng Daoist used his divine sense to take a look, he could not help but be shocked. What? The ones who died in the bamboo forest were Xue Xue and Wu Ming? How is this possible? When I was ordered to leave Imperial Thunder sect, Wu Ming seemed to have not come out of seclusion yet. And that Xue Xue seems to be a foundation establishment disciple. How could they have arrived in front of me? Or perhaps... Lei Meng Daoist listened, raised his eyes and looked ahead, and said thoughtfully, after Wu Ming came out of seclusion, he did not stop at Myriad Thunder Valley at all, and directly rushed to the bamboo forest with Xue Xue. Only then could they have arrived in front of me. But how could they know where Xiaohua flew to? Unfortunately, all of these were only guesses. Xue Xue had no choice but to leave. Xiaohua, Daoist Dui and Xianxia had all died. How could they know what had happened? As for why Daoist Dui and Xianxia were chasing after Xiaohua, Immortal Ascension sect and Immortal Music sect might be able to give him an answer. However, what was the status of Daoist Dui and Xianxia? Could the two sects easily answer? Even if Qian Lazy wanted an answer, it would not be good to ask, right? After all, the two's cultivation had surpassed the sect masters of the two sects, and they no longer asked about the affairs of the two sects. If Qian Lazy wanted to ask, he could only point the spearhead to Xianxia's master, Feng Shu of Immortal Ascension sect, and Daoist Du Yi's master, Xian Lusec's Funshan cultivator Chan Si Miao. Two Funshan cultivators. Lei Meng Daoist knew that this was impossible. In fact, it was just as Lei Meng Daoist thought. When he returned to Great Thunder Palace and reported this matter to Qian Lazy's face was gloomy, and he said that Xue Xue went to Myriad Thunder Valley as soon as she came out of seclusion, and Wu Ming of Myriad Thunder Valley also just came out of seclusion. After talking with Xue Xue for half an hour, he immediately left a jade slip and left Imperial Thunder sect with Xue Xue. As for the jade slip, Qian Lazy also looked at it, and it only contained Zhuo Minghui's last words, and a sentence to Wu Qing. Wu Qing, Daddy is gone. Although Daddy feels guilty towards you, Daddy knows that there are some things that must be done. What Daddy wants to do, you may not know in your whole life. Perhaps no one in Dawn Rain continent will know. But Daddy must do it. When you grow up, you will naturally understand. Alas, yes, there are some things this sect must do. Although I don't want to do it. Qian Lazy sighed, and returned the jade slip to Zhuo Minghui, and said, Xiaohua was expelled from Imperial Thunder sect. There is no need to hide anything. From the moment Xiaohua left Sky Thunder Peak, no matter if he was a terrifying phoenix or a nascent soul nameless, everything about him has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist bowed and replied. As for Myriad Thunder Valley, as I said before, it still exists. Qian Leizi looked at the pale Zhuo Minghui and waved his hand. Wu Ming has done a lot for my Imperial Thunder sect, and he left, but we can't let him be bitterly disappointed in the underworld. Yes, subordinate understands. Lei Meng Daoist's heart warmed, and he turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, everything about Xiaohua from now on has nothing to do with Myriad Thunder Valley. If anyone provokes us again, they can come find me. Yes, disciple understands. Zhuo Minghui only knew about the news of Wu Ming and Xue Xue's death now, and she really didn't dare to believe it. Moreover, until now, she didn't know why Xue Xue and Wu Ming died, and why Xiaohua died. To them, this matter is just a secret. Chapter 3104. Soon after, the Imperial Thunder Sect's order to expel Xiaohua was no longer kept a secret. It quickly spread throughout the entire country of Xi, and then spread to the 3 countries faster than the wind. The terrifying phoenix is Xiaohua, and because Xiaohua violated the Imperial Thunder Sect's rules, his qualifications as a disciple were revoked and he was expelled from the sect. But because of his achievements in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, his cultivation was not abolished. All the cultivators who heard this news were extremely shocked, and they lamented that the world changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still a hero in the Great Battle of Dao Sword, but in the blink of an eye, he was a sinner. He became a pitiful worm without a sect. Of course, there were still some small sects that began to look for Xiaohua to be an elder or a consecrator. After all, Xiaohua's reputation was too resounding. With such a consecrator, not to mention other things, it would be much easier to recruit disciples. But in just a few days, there was another secret from the Huan country that spread to the 3 countries. The nascent soul cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect was none other than Xiaohua. Moreover, Xiaohua was a sword cultivator and also knew soul techniques. If Xiaohua's expulsion from the Imperial Thunder sect was a small stone thrown into a pond, then Xiaohua's nascent soul cultivator Wu Ming was a huge rock. The entire 3 countries were shaken. For several months, all the cultivators were talking about only Xiaohua. Some admired him, some were jealous, some were emotional, some were sympathetic, and there were many cultivators who were laughing at the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, being able to expel a nascent soul cultivator from a sect, this was unheard of in the Dawn Rain continent. However, whether it was a small stone or a huge rock, in the end, it would fall into the pond. When the news of Xiaohua being chased by 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and 3 nascent soul cultivators falling in the Gui Sea spread, all the discussions and rumors immediately disappeared. This news was definitely not leaked by Thunder Tablet Daoist and the Imperial Thunder sect. After all, Thunder Tablet Daoist was not the only one who saw Daoist Du, Yi and Shan Xingzi chasing after Xiaohua. 3 nascent soul cultivators fighting without regard for face naturally attracted people's interest. The rumors and discussions disappeared, but everyone seemed to be listening, waiting for an explanation, waiting for a result. But what made them disappointed was that no matter if it was the Immortal Ascension sect or the Immortal Music sect, they didn't have any intention to explain. Soon, sword cultivators settled in Celestial Patrol City. Heavenly Devil sect established itself in the Cultivation 3 kingdoms, and the true bloodlines of various cultivation clans were gradually stimulated. On the Dawn Rain continent, more and more exciting events appeared. Xiaohua, a nascent soul cultivator who rose like a comet, was soon forgotten by everyone. Other than Fairy Hong Xia, who was in the Valley of Ice, holding a pink jade slip in her hand, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She was extremely regretful of her own willfulness, and also somewhat jealous of Xue Xue's selflessness. She was probably the only one who knew the truth of Xue Xue's death for Xiaohua. Alas, everything was already in the past. All regret was useless. All the sweet nothings and tit-for-tat were already in vain. Fairy Hong Xia looked at the frozen ice shards in the Valley of Ice. She really hoped that Xiaohua would mysteriously appear again. However, she knew that it was just wishful thinking. Although Xiaohua was formidable, facing two middle-stage nascent soul cultivators, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving. Furthermore, the two middle-stage nascent soul cultivators had already fallen without any news. How could Xiaohua possibly survive? Darling Xiao, Fairy Xianxia muttered, this concubine knows that she was wrong. I missed out on the good time to spend with you. Although this concubine was somewhat demanding of you, this concubine truly loved you. However, now that I saw Xue's love, this concubine knew how shallow I was. For your survival, Xue was willing to give up her life. This concubine asked herself, if this concubine had made a choice in that instant, this concubine could have done it too. If I was like little sister Xue's forbearance, this concubine would definitely not have done it. This love is the love that husband deserves. This concubine is ashamed of her inferiority in front of Xue. However, husband, since you have left, the words that this concubine said to you are still valid. This concubine is husband's wife in this life. In this life, I will only have darling Xiao as my husband. Today, this concubine swears a blood oath that I will never talk about dual cultivation with anyone else. Finished speaking, Fairy Xia's ice phoenix body flew out, wailing in the ice valley, crying blood. Xiaohua Xue. In a secluded valley in Xuanlei Palace, there were two small mounds at the bottom of the valley. In front of the mounds stood Sun Shu, but her tone was very indifferent. Senior sister knows that if you were in the sky, the two of you would be birds flying together. If you were on earth, the two of you would be intertwined branches. Senior sister is very jealous of the two of you. Regardless of life or death, you can be together. With each other's company, how can there be loneliness in this world? Loneliness has always been intentional. A faint voice came from above the valley. Junior brother Qian, you've come? Sun Shu did not seem to find it strange and did not raise her head. I thought that you still bore a grudge against Xiaohua and would not come to pay your respects. How can I bear a grudge against junior brother Xiao? Qian Diheng's figure flew to the bottom of the valley, his white Daoist robe the same as Sun Shu's. Your heavenly Thunder Palace disciples, as well as the many disciples who returned from Sky Patrol City, aren't they all complaining about Xiaohua? Sun Shu glanced at Qian Diheng and said coldly, I seem to have heard someone say it himself. Of course I said it. Qian Diheng did not deny it. I even said it in front of the sect master. But I know even more clearly. Someone needed me to say it. I also did get that messaging talisman from Xiaohua. And that messaging talisman indeed, there's no way to explain how it ended up in my hands. Since you understand. Sun Shu still wanted to say, but was stopped by Qian Diheng. There are some things that you don't have to say out loud. But there are some things that you have to say even though you know it's against your heart. You know better than me how Xiaohua is. I know better than Xiaohua what you're thinking. But why don't you say it out loud? Sun Shu blushed slightly and shook her head. There are some things that are better left unsaid. There are some things that are better said than not. Qian Diheng also nodded. Although this Qian has said those words, it is still better than not saying them. Even though I said it out loud, I still respect junior brother Xiao. Not to mention that he's a nascent soul cultivator. Even if he's a spirit-severing cultivator, he's still my junior brother Xiao. There's no mistake in this life. Saying this, Qian Diheng walked to the two mounds and knelt down. Although there were no tears in Sun Shu's eyes, there was a kind of sadness in them. After a while, Qian Diheng got up from the ground and looked at Sun Shu. He said indifferently, although Xiaohua left, the Imperial Thunder Sect still has me. If you have any problems, you can find me. Saying this, his figure flew into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Damn it, how could this guy? Zhang Qingxiao, who had experienced Xiaohua's life and death several times, could not determine whether Xiaohua was dead or alive. Holding a jade slip in his hand, he frowned and looked at the night sky. My Devil Realm secret technique can determine whether you're dead or alive. Unfortunately, I don't have your blood essence. I don't even have a strand of your hair. Zhang Qingxiao scratched his head, But then his eyes lit up and his figure immediately turned into wind. I forgot. You still have Jiang Lu by your side. Junior sister has Lu Er's life jade slip. If you die, Lu Er will naturally not be alive. But, if Lu Er is no longer here, what should junior sister do? Zhang Qingxiao was probably the first one to realize that Xiao Hua was not dead, right? As for sword domain, in a sword palace, Jiuxia, who still looked like she was in her 20s, simply looked at the sword slip in her hand with disdain. She sneered, "Oof, Daoist Xiao, that's Daoist Xiao. It would be strange if he could die." Not to mention 2 Yuanying stage cultivators, even if there were 10, he would still be fine. Saying this, she casually threw the sword slip in her hand on the table on the stone wall in the distance. Then she opened her mouth and saw that there was a blue ripple in the sword palace. Layers of sword chi rippled in the sword transformation pool like water waves. As Jiuxia opened her cherry mouth, a wisp of sword chi more sparkling than crystal rushed into her mouth from the sword transformation pool. After half a cup of tea's time, the hedgehog-like sword chi around Jiuxia withdrew back into her body. Jiuxia frowned and slapped her forehead. Something that looked like a nascent soul flew out from her forehead. It was a little pink fox the size of a fist. However, the little fox's tail shook slightly. There were 4 of them. Behind the little fox, a series of afterimages were fanned out. Swift. Jiuxia sat down cross-legged and opened her mouth. The pink chi rushed into the air. The little fox let out a GG sound and opened its mouth. The pink chi entered its mouth. With a light boom, the little pink fox suddenly expanded. Its 4 tails were especially obvious. Pa 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 pa. 4 consecutive sounds rang out as the little fox's 4 tails swung. Inexplicable, shattered phantoms appeared from the little fox's tails and gradually gathered together in front of Jiuxia's eyes. When Jiuxia saw it clearly, she couldn't help but frown. Although these afterimages were broken and incomplete, she could clearly see that they were the surging waves of the sea. In all the afterimages, besides the waves, she couldn't see anything else. Strange, Jiuxia's face flushed red. She patted her hand and the 4-tailed little fox entered her body. She frowned and said, "It seems that Xiao Hua really went to the Kuai Sea. However, my divination technique can't see whether he's dead or alive. If Xiao Hua is dead, it's impossible to create this illusion. But if Xiao Hua isn't dead, I should be able to see some traces of him in this illusion. I've never encountered such a situation before." On the Dawn Rain continent, people related to Xiao Hua were more or less thinking about whether he was dead or alive. But no one would have thought that Xiao Hua would really appear in front of them one day. That attitude was so high that it made people look up to him, and so inconceivable. However, this time was so long ago that it was enough to make people forget. Chapter 3105. Everything in the Xiaoyu continent seemed to have nothing to do with Xiao Hua. Whether it was hatred or longing. Right now, he was in the depths of the sea, where the waves were surging. His eyes were tightly shut, and there was no expression on his face. He was neither sad nor happy. His entire body was slightly curled up, and his hands were clenched into fists. His body was moving up and down along with the waves. Sometimes he would be thrown high into the air, and sometimes he would be smashed into the bottom of the sea along with the waves. But no matter what, Xiao Hua's body would always float back to the surface of the sea very quickly, just like a bird feather, neither flying nor sinking. After an unknown amount of time, the peaceful Guihe Ocean began to bustle with noise and excitement. Previously, there were only a few fishes, but now, there were gradually more and more fishes. One after another, fishes that were much bigger than Xiao Hua rushed out from the bottom of the sea and cheerfully chased each other through the air. One after another, water pillars shot out from the top of these fishes' heads. At the same time, the cyan scales on these fishes' bodies began to shine under the scorching sun, and speckled with splendor. The fishes flying in the air let out a cry, and dozens of them flew down. They originally wanted to get close to these fishes, but the water pillars that shot up hit their wings. GG, Some of them nimbly landed on these fishes and grabbed several scales. Some of them were hit by those water pillars and fell into the water with a pucici sound. But as soon as they touched the water, these fishes flew up again, and with a jiaji sound, they flew high into the sky. Occasionally, a loud hong sound would be heard, and an enormous black fish that was several dozen zhang long, like a mountain, would rush out from the azure water and rush into the air. Following that, waves of water would surge out. That rumbling sound was actually emitted from the mouth of this enormous fish. This enormous fish's body actually appeared extremely quickly, and in an instant, it would bump into those careless fishes. Pu-pu, muffled sounds were heard, and many fishes were actually killed into blood and slowly slid down from the scales on the fish's body. Hong long long, the enormous fish frightened the fishes, and once again landed on the surface of the sea. Following that, waves of water soared into the sky, and like an earth-shattering water curtain, it once again knocked down many startled fishes. The sky that was originally filled with fishes swimming and birds flying was instantly shattered. What's more, after the giant fish swam away, it was followed by tens of thousands of small fish. These small fish were sparkling and were even smaller than a thumb. Thousands of sparkling lights were like quietly sprinkled mercury on the surface of the jade-green water. It was so beautiful. The seabirds that had been scared away by the giant fish were now chirping excitedly in the air. One by one, they swooped down without any regard for their lives. Every time they touched the surface of the sea, they would immediately fly higher. Their slender beaks were holding small but plump fish. The chirping of the birds became louder and louder, and the sky became even noisier. The seabirds that came out of nowhere covered the surface of the sea within 1,000 feet. Every one of them was in a hurry, but in an orderly manner, they all participated in this rare feast. Specks of spirit fragments, splashes of water, and layers of bird feathers, it was a scene of flourishing vitality. When there were fewer little fish, there would naturally be fewer seabirds. The sky slowly turned dark again. Following the unknown undercurrent in the sea, behind the tens of thousands of small fish, Xiaohua floated along with the waves. A few seabirds that had arrived late had yet to taste the feast of the sea and sky. They immediately changed their direction, turned their heads and swooped down unwillingly, wanting to take advantage of Xiaohua. However, when they were still a few feet away from Xiaohua, Xiaohua's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Those eyes were not pitch black, only reflecting specks of starlight. Those tens of thousands of starlight were actually faintly moving. Several seabirds seemed to be frightened by the starlight. They forcibly stopped their descent, flapped their wings, and hastily fled in a sorry state. While they were struggling, a bird feather leisurely floated toward Xiaohua's face. As if the bird's chirping had alarmed Xiaohua, those starlight violently swayed. A ball of fire flashed in his eyes, and his pitch-black pupils slowly appeared. At the same time, a kind of indescribable sorrow emerged from those eyes. Xiaohua's eyes moved and he lightly blew a breath. That fluttering feather was blown to the side, touching the water and floating on the surface of the water. This is... Xiaohua woke up. With a glance, he saw the vast and boundless sky, as well as the familiar burning clouds, and the gradually setting sun. However, without waiting for him to take a second look, with a plop, Xiaohua's entire body sank into the water. Xiaohua hastily urged his magic power, wanting to use the water avoidance art. Unfortunately, although he used the Heart Sutra, his meridians were empty. Not to mention a trace of magic power, even that golden core, had long since disappeared. Damn it! Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a mouthful of seawater immediately rushed into his mouth. Xiaohua helplessly closed his mouth, and with a stroke of his hands, his body nimbly rushed out from the bottom of the sea. Sigh. After decades of hard work, I've been beaten back to my original state. Xiaohua's body was originally as light as a goose feather. Later on, after being contaminated with primal chaos energy in the endless void, it returned to its original state, and became as heavy as an ordinary body. And now, he slightly balanced himself, and his body was once again lying flat on the blue waves. Even his hands were stretched behind his head. The only thing missing was a green foxtail in his mouth, and he looked just like a shepherd boy in a mountain village. Life is always this cruel. As soon as you see the dawn, as soon as you see a trace of hope, your pride will be smashed to smithereens. Xiaohua looked at the dusk sky, the white clouds, and the dogs, all dyed in blood red, and his heart was very desolate. Xiaohua slightly pondered in his heart. Ever since he woke up in the Dawn Rain continent, until now, fate had been playing tricks on people. From a first-level qi refining cultivator, how many twists and turns had he gone through, how much bitterness had he suffered? With great difficulty, he cultivated to the early golden core stage. With great difficulty, he fought for a great reputation in the great battle of Dao and Sword. But due to a freak combination of factors, he was unexpectedly expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Losing his sect wasn't particularly painful, but what made Xiaohua's heart turn cold was that the frost bamboo he had always placed his hopes on actually wanted to plot against him. What kind of Buddhist expert was this? With great difficulty, he came out from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, but he was actually chased by two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Although Xiaohua had always been worried about this pursuit, he had always been thinking of ways to avoid it, but he didn't expect the momentum to be so fierce, far exceeding his ability. Although he used the Phoenix illusion, and Shueshua had no choice but to give up their lives for him, he was still captured. If it weren't for the inexplicable threefold formation in this Kuei-ha Sea, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from the hands of two middle nascent soul stage cultivators. Dozens of years of cultivation were like children in their eyes. And the affairs of the world played tricks on people, although Xiaohua escaped with his life. But all of his cultivation was crippled. The golden core that he had painstakingly condensed had already turned into a trace of flowing water, falling into this Kuei-ha Sea and disappearing without a trace. Not only did the cultivation of the Dao sect turn into nothing, even the Buddhist sect's Buddha Saraira had almost disappeared. If it weren't for the 10,000 Buddha painting in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, perhaps the Saraira would never be seen again. Of course, within this threefold formation, the yin-yang seal that was like a fishbone in Xiaohua's throat was also easily broken, no longer leaving behind a trace of hidden danger. Moreover, Xiaohua's soul cultivation was also not affected by these threefold formations. It could also be considered a great fortune amidst misfortune. Let's see how bad it is. Xiaohua thought and was about to use his divine sense. Unfortunately, the Buddha Saraira was gone. How could his divine sense still exist? Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it. Xiaohua's mind fell into the space again. The space naturally wasn't affected by the threefold formation. That green-robed Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the sky while holding the sword gourd, his hands occasionally forming hand seals. Cough cough, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua's mind, which had turned into a jade archive, coughed and asked, "Is everything all right?" Green-robed Xiaohua didn't even raise his head, as if he already understood everything that happened, and replied, "This space is independent of the Dawn Rain continent. It won't be affected by the formation outside." However, the refining of this spirit-slaying light is indeed troublesome. You'll have to wait for a while longer. Fellow Daoist has worked hard. Jade Archive, Xiaohua said with a smile. Now we've temporarily avoided danger. We won't return to the Dawn Rain continent in a short period of time, so fellow Daoist can slowly refine this spirit-slaying light. I know. Green-robed Xiaohua pointed at the restriction in the distance and said, "Now, is it possible to refine some basic pills?" "There's no need to trouble fellow Daoist." Jade Archive, Xiaohua said with a smile. Although the spirit-slaying light isn't that urgent, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Kuei-ha Sea is scarce. All magic tools aren't easy to use, so the spirit-slaying light is still more useful. This penniless Daoist can handle the matter of the pills myself. In I's opinion, these spiritual herbs that have undergone yin and yang must be extraordinary. Simple pills must also have extraordinary effects. I hope so. Green-robed Xiaohua heard that he didn't need to do it himself, so he lowered his head and continued to ponder over the refining of the spirit-slaying light. Jade Archive, Xiaohua stretched out his hand, that three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace appeared in his hand. He flicked his hand again, igniting the samadhi true fire, and began to warm the furnace. In the middle of refining the pills, Jade Archive Xiaohua looked at other places. Everything was normal. Apart from Little Yellow and Little Black, who were lying on the ground with their limbs in a strange posture, there were faint fluctuations from the 9 suns and 6 moons flowing into their bodies. Even the Ice Worm King egg and other items that Xiaohua obtained at the beginning seemed to be gradually exuding vitality. And with such vitality, it's a world. Jade Archive Xiaohua was secretly delighted. He then looked at the furnace. Black light flashed around his body, and he once again escaped into the inside of the netherworld. The inside of the netherworld was different from the yang side. The netherworld sea was turbulent, and gusts of netherworld wind blew in the entire space. Where did the vitality come from? There was only the power of death emitted from the black sun. On the contrary, the netherworld lotus and the netherworld bamboo were still faintly shining. The stone statue was also flickering with demonic fire, constantly burning Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at the netherworld lotus, Xiaohua's heart ached again. He clearly knew that today's situation, for Xue, would be many times better than her cultivation achievements. But subconsciously, he still hoped that the lively, competitive and possessive Xue who saw things she liked would be alive and standing in front of him. Chapter 3106. Good fortune, good fortune. Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. He took a few more glances at the netherworld lotus before leaving the netherworld. Refining a low-level pill was very easy for the Jade Archive Xiaohua, but when Xiaohua took the pill, he discovered that he seemed to have made a mistake. Yin and Yang seemed to have an effect on living spiritual objects, but it didn't have an obvious effect on this spiritual grass. Or perhaps Xiaohua didn't notice this effect. The effect of the newly refined pill was no different from what Xiaohua usually took. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't too depressed despite his disappointment. His cultivation had always been very difficult. Even if he cultivated from the beginning, it would only take a few decades. Xiaohua had now made a decision. No matter how thin the heaven and earth spiritual energy was in this Kueha Sea, he would only choose a small island and lay down a formation. He wouldn't ask about anything else. He would raise his cultivation to late nascent soul stage, or even spirit severing stage. Thinking about the cultivation on the Dawn Rain continent, apart from a very few periods of seclusion, Xiaohua spent most of his time busy with karma and couldn't cultivate in peace. Therefore, the improvement of his cultivation had always been slow, like a child staggering in the mud, and every step he took was extremely difficult. It was also because of this that Xue and Wuxian fell. Every time Xiaohua thought of Xue and Wuxian, the two people closest to him on Dawn Rain continent, his heart would feel like it was pierced by a needle. Now he already knew that his enemies were not only the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators from Xi, but also the 2 old monsters whose cultivation had reached spirit severing stage. How could he repeat the same mistake and return to Dawn Rain continent without full confidence? After taking a few medicinal pills, Xiaohua slowly activated his cultivation method to refine the medicinal pills. At the same time, he also activated the dragon transformation art and celestial body bestowment technique. He crazily absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the surroundings of Kueha Sea. At first, it was very small, but then a strong gale gradually formed. After Xiaohua cultivated for a moment, he suddenly discovered with astonishment, that's not right. The deeper I fly into Kueha Sea, the thinner the heaven and earth spiritual energy is? Why is the heaven and earth spiritual energy here far richer than before encountering the triple formation? Although it still can't compare to Dawn Rain continent, it's enough for cultivation. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. Since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was rich, he naturally had more confidence in recovering his cultivation and advancing to the nascent soul realm. Maybe we should find an island. Xiaohua couldn't use his divine sense at this time, so he naturally looked up. Unfortunately, the waves were boundless in all directions, So how could there be any land? Do you want little yellow and the rest to come out? Xiaohua's search was fruitless. Instead, he thought of the two little fellows. But these two fellows finally took the initiative to cultivate. Isn't it inappropriate to disturb them like this? Swoosh! Right at this moment, several silver shuttle-like little silver fishes passed by Xiaohua's surroundings. Quite a few silver fishes even blankly bumped into Xiaohua's body. In the air, the previously dissipated sea birds gathered once again and flew towards Xiaohua while shrieking. Strange. Xiaohua turned his head strangely, only to see that behind him, more than 100 zhang away, something that looked like a brown flower branch poked out of the sea and rushed towards Xiaohua's direction. Looking at the bottom of the flower branch, there was another several zhang of dark brown scales. Wasn't that another rather large sea fish? Great! Xiaohua couldn't help beaming with joy when he saw it. Truly a mount sent by the heavens. It's better to let the two little fellows cultivate. This Xiao can handle such a small matter by himself. Immediately after, Xiaohua lay down on the ground again. His figure drifted along with the waves, but he released his divine sense. When the large fish got closer, only several zhang away, his figure suddenly flew up and easily crossed the sea surface, landing on the back of the large fish. Good boy! This fish should be several tens of zhang long, right? Xiaohua's figure landed very gracefully. Although his Fa Li hadn't recovered yet, he still had ethereal steps and other martial arts, so he wasn't afraid of being discovered by the large fish. However, the place where his feet landed was precisely the dark brown scales, which were even larger than his feet. Looking at the fish's spine, which was even larger than a house, Xiaohua was stupefied again. Roar! Seemingly aware of the slight discomfort on its back, the large fish shook a few times. An indescribable huge force was born from the scales, forcing Xiaohua to have no choice but to jump up. Fortunately, the large fish quickly swam towards the east and didn't make any other abnormal movements. Seeing that the large fish was stable, Xiaohua also sat down cross-legged. In order to not disturb the large fish, he didn't activate the immortal body bestowment technique. He only took a few medicinal pills and used his heart to refine his true qi in his body, condensing his true essence and slowly recovering his Fa Li. That large fish seemed to be looking for food, and also seemed to be migrating. In short, it swallowed many fish along the way as it swam towards the east. Xiaohua leaned on the large fish's back, where the flower branch was located, and it was quite comfortable. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. These peaceful days only lasted for several dozen days. Although the large fish was still swimming towards the east, its body sank into the sea. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only jump down from the large fish's back and continue to soak in the sea. At this time, Xiaohua already had some true essence in his meridians, but it was still somewhat insufficient to activate the flight technique. Of course, this true essence could be used to refine the flight talisman. However, after refining the flight talisman, he would have to spend true essence to activate the flight talisman. Who knew when he would be able to find an island in this vast sea? Xiaohua also wasn't in a hurry to refine the flight talisman. He only focused on taking medicinal pills. In less than 2 days, another large fish passed by Xiaohua's left side, but this large fish was swimming towards the south. Xiaohua didn't say anything further. He landed on the large fish's back and followed it towards the south of the Kueha Sea. After several dozen days like this, the true essence in Xiaohua's body gradually increased. Only then did he have the confidence in his heart. He flew up from the large turtle shell that he had just changed into. He activated the wind escape technique and flew towards the east. His movement didn't matter, but the large turtle immediately sensed it. With a so sound, it shrunk its neck and dived deep into the Kueha Sea. It was unknown how many years had passed before it dared to come out of the water again. Although he already had enough true essence to support the flight technique, Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He continued to take medicinal pills while activating the dragon transformation art and the heavenly infusion technique to speed up his cultivation. Needless to say, the heavenly bestowment technique was already much stronger than before. Without the seal on the middle dantian, the dragon transformation art was obviously much stronger than before. What was special was that when the dragon transformation art was activated, it was relaxed, smooth, and cheerful. Xiaohua really enjoyed it. It was far from the previous oppressive and obscure feeling. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the further east he went, the denser the heaven and earth spiritual qi became. Although the change wasn't particularly big, the amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi entering Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. Xiaohua could keenly sense it. However, although he had flown for more than 10 days, Xiaohua's feet were still ice-cold seawater. He didn't see any reefs or islands. Looking at the dark clouds in the distance that looked like they were dancing ghosts mixed with a dozen hurricanes rushing towards him, Xiaohua couldn't help but complain inwardly. He had trained in the Kueha Sea before and knew that the Kueha Sea was mostly filled with violent winds and torrential rains. In these 10 days, he hadn't encountered any storms. It was truly rare. He naturally also knew that this huge storm might not have any effect on him, but the true essence that he had painstakingly cultivated would be completely exhausted once again. It's best to find a place to shelter from the rain. Xiaohua hurriedly looked around. There seems to be an island over there. Far to the east, at the edge of the torrential rain, Xiaohua could vaguely see a few dark spots under the monstrous waves. These dark spots were mixed with some colorful mottled spots. It was somewhat eye-catching. Unfortunately, Xiaohua currently only had his eyes and soul consciousness. His soul consciousness couldn't reach far. It was difficult for it to be of much use. Immediately, Xiaohua urged his flying technique and hurriedly flew towards those dark spots. Swoosh! Just as Xiaohua approached those dark spots and recognized that they were some reefs that were exposed above the sea surface, the majestic rain and the strong wind blew over. The pitiful Xiaohua was also unwilling to use the golden light protecting his body. With a sweep of his soul consciousness, he found a rather large cave and went in. Although the wind and waves were big, the rain poured down like a waterfall. It had nothing to do with this abject cultivator. Xiaohua even sat cross-legged in the somewhat damp cave and raised his eyes to look at the gloomy sky. He said to himself with extreme regret, "Alas, this storm is still a bit weak. There isn't even any heavenly thunder. It's really boring." Soon after, Xiaohua closed his 5 senses, urged his heart sutra, and entered secluded meditation. This secluded meditation lasted for more than 10 days. When he used the sun-shrouding art, his soul consciousness improved and Xiaohua woke up again. He wasn't in a hurry to come out of the cave and hurriedly checked his cultivation. When his soul consciousness entered his lower dantian, he couldn't help but be stunned. As early as when he was in the 5 Elements Annihilation Great Array, Xiaohua already knew that the golden core he had painstakingly spent more than 720 dry separation pills and absorbed countless gold qi and sword qi from the sword mound was completely destroyed by the Great Array. He had no choice but to cultivate from the beginning again step by step. But at this time, in his soul consciousness, it wasn't like he had imagined. There was no trace of the golden core at all. On the contrary, at the location of the golden core, where the 2 lightning cores were at the front and back of the golden core, and where the tens of thousands of golden cores were originally condensed from gold qi were at, there were traces invisible to the naked eye but detectable by soul consciousness. But these traces seemed to be different from the golden core from before. Previously, in Xiaohua's lower dantian, that golden core was the location of true essence, and all the magic power came from there. The 2 lightning cores circled around the golden core one after the other, and traces of lightning rushed into the golden core. All the other gold qi cores didn't produce true essence or magic power. But now, the traces of these golden cores were no different from the traces of the golden core. At least, Xiaohua's soul consciousness couldn't see any difference. So much so that if Xiaohua didn't know that these were traces of the lightning cores being erased, he wouldn't have been able to determine anything special from the traces. Chapter 3107. In other words, these thousands of traces were all the same. They were either traces of the gold core or traces of gold qi. But it was clear that Xiaohua's true essence, which was condensed from true essence, flowed into these traces. These traces were naturally traces of the gold core. Damn it! Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. It was already so difficult for him to condense a gold core. Now, a gold core nebula actually appeared in his lower dantian. Not to mention having a nascent soul, even if he wanted to restore this nebula-shaped gold core to its previous gold core realm, how much effort would it take? Heavens, are you playing with me? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, this was only the first abnormality after the gold core was annihilated. Immediately after, Xiaohua discovered the second abnormality. Because as true essence flowed into his lower dantian, the traces of his gold core didn't change at all. In other words, Xiaohua could sense his own gold core, but it didn't increase in size like an ordinary gold core. Could it be that there are too many nebula-shaped gold cores? My true essence can't be distributed? These gold cores can't increase in size? Xiaohua could only suspect like this, but he already had a premonition in his heart. It seemed that the complexity of the matter was far from what his divine sense could see. As for what the real answer was, the current Xiaohua naturally couldn't explain it. He could only wait until his cultivation gradually recovered in the future, then he could carefully search for it. Thus, Xiaohua temporarily put his lower dantian aside and sent his divine sense into his middle dantian. Following the breaking of the seal in my middle dantian, this Xiao seems to remember that this Xiao cultivated some carefree heart sutra before. Moreover, I cultivated it to the 18th layer of qi refining. And I'm afraid that day when this Xiao insisted that qi refining should be at the 18th layer, it was because of this. Before Xiaohua's divine sense entered his middle dantian, he thought to himself, however, since this middle dantian is also true qi and also an aura refining cultivation base, I'm afraid that it was also completely wiped out by the 5 elements annihilation great formation, right? As Xiaohua thought, his middle dantian was empty, somewhat similar to his lower dantian. However, there was no trace of an aurous core. Instead, it was a sword-shaped primordial spirit that flashed with a faint golden light. Around it were 8 swords of different sizes that rotated extremely slowly. Xiaohua's origin soul that had entered the dream executioner's body looked like a sword, but the golden light around it made it look like a human. However, if one looked closely, they would see that there was a small heart inside the sword. It looked like a beating heart. This surging wave spread out from the sword shape, and through the golden light, it spread to the 8 small swords around it. This small sword also trembled along with the heart-shaped undulations, forming the shape of a heart sword. An indescribable sense of righteousness and sharpness emanated from this sword-shaped primordial spirit. It felt as if it could pierce through the heavens. What a pity for my sword origin. Xiaohua was a little regretful. He knew in his heart that his ability to transform into a sword was simply too coincidental. There would not be a second sword tomb in this world, and there would not be any more gold qi for him to condense sword essence. If he followed the Huan country's sword cultivation method, he would have to work 100 times harder than before to enter the sword transformation realm. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Almost impatiently, his divine sense left his middle dantian, and he took out a jade slip. Wasn't this the secret technique from Hutu Village's G-Man? After Xiaohua carefully read it, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. A rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Xiaohua smiled from the bottom of his heart after the great change. That's right, it should be like this. At this moment, Xiaohua was like a pearl of wisdom in his chest. He laughed softly and said, "My middle dantian's 18th layer of qi refining cultivation has been crippled, but the foundation of my true qi is still there. Isn't it precisely because I can transform my true qi into the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators? Moreover, my sword intent is the heart sword. Isn't it the same as the core heart incantation left by Huang Yi? The most wonderful thing is that the core heart incantation is in the inheritance of Confucian cultivators. I also obtained a core heart from a mysterious space. That core heart is the most righteous qi in the world refined by Confucian cultivators. It can be used to display the core heart incantation. Everything really comes naturally and seamlessly. Go Xiaohua clapped his hands. The Confucian secret technique, core heart, tortoise shell, and Confucian clothes were all sent into his middle dantian. They fell in front of his heart-soared primordial spirit. His entire middle dantian was immediately illuminated by a red light. Everything was scarlet red. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's heart. This feeling was a kind of rebirth, a kind of freedom, a kind of uprightness, a kind of breathing, a kind of lofty sentiments. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. The cultivation of Taoism was also extremely subtle. When one cultivated to a profound level, it would also make one's ears prick and cheeks scratch with joy. All kinds of strange feelings would come one after another. Similarly, it was also indescribable with words. However, Xiaohua had never experienced such a grand and unyielding aura like the heart of cinnabar, which pressed forward courageously. It had never appeared even in the sword intent of Huan country's sword cultivators and Xiaohua's uncondensed core heart. And it just so happened that Xiaohua was extremely fond of this incomparably upright momentum. It was also in line with his temperament. How could he not be astonished? Confucian cultivator. Mysterious Confucian cultivator. After Xiaohua's astonishment, he was delighted and sighed. A cultivation path that can stand up to my Taoism. Sure enough, it has its own uniqueness. It's a pity that this righteous path of heaven and earth was actually destroyed by Taoism. It's really a pity. While Xiaohua was thinking, that Confucian robe landed in his middle dantian. It was precisely on the body of the sword-shaped primordial spirit. A rather refined Xiaohua stood majestically in his dantian. An indescribable momentum was emitted from within the red light. After settling the sword-shaped primordial spirit in his middle dantian, Xiaohua's divine sense once again fell into his Naiwen palace. When he saw the layer of faint golden seal characters outside his Naiwen palace, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. An ancient memory immediately poured into his mind. Innate divine restriction? Rabbit talisman? Golden crow talisman? Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment. The expression on his face was one of ecstasy and confusion. The extremely powerful capital star formation on Dawn Rain continent is actually only one of the 360 innate divine restrictions on my Naiwen palace. Moreover, it's the simplest defensive formation. The other formations, aren't they even more powerful? How can my Naiwen palace have so many powerful innate divine restrictions? And I only need to comprehend more of these divine restrictions. Won't I also be able to attain Tao? Unfortunately, Xiaohua's primordial spirit could no longer be separated. After thinking for a moment, he truly sent the almost invisible Buddha Saraira into his Naiwen palace. Then, he sent the exquisite leaf scripture that was almost completely repaired in the Buddhist sect's ruins into his Naiwen palace. Similarly, the exquisite derivation pagoda immediately emitted a Buddhist light as soon as it entered. The entire pagoda began to slowly expand until it was more than 90 zhang tall. Every layer was about 10 zhang tall and emitted a golden radiance from within. Understood. Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda in such a state, how could Xiaohua still not understand? This exquisite derivation pagoda isn't purely used to store gold leaf. Its greatest function is to cultivate Buddha Saraira. Sure enough, when the Buddha Saraira entered the exquisite pagoda, the entire first layer of the exquisite pagoda emitted countless golden radiance like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. That's right, there's also the golden crow I obtained from the Buddhist sect's ruins. In the Buddhist sect's ruins, Xiaohua only obtained a few Buddhist artifacts and the golden crow. Now, he naturally had to carefully examine it. Heaven's eye connection? The golden crow that was sent into the exquisite pagoda was also opened. Seeing the golden radiance on the pages, Xiaohua frowned. What is this? However, when he briefly looked through the contents of the book, he couldn't help but be overjoyed again. He thought to himself, people often say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Today, I escaped from the Buddhist sect's ruins and escaped with my life from the hands of 2 nascent soul cultivators. As expected, I was extremely lucky. Those with the heaven's eye connection can see the 4 great colors of the world through their eyes. It is called the heaven's eye. What the heaven's eye sees, from the 6 paths of the earth to the 6 paths of the earth, all living beings, whether near or far, covering or fine, all colors can be seen. Isn't it tailor-made for this Xiao? The Dharma eye in this Xiao's left hand seems to be increasingly useless, and I don't know how to cultivate the Dharma eye soul imprint between my eyebrows. In particular, isn't the Mo Zhao corpse from the Mo Zhao Black Forest also useless? The 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain once had a secret technique that could use the brain matter. The brain matter can also improve one of the 5 senses of the fleshly body. Isn't this heaven's eye connection suitable for use? It's really a good thing. Soon after, Xiao Hua handed the golden centipede and the secret technique to the Buddha Sarira. The 3 things Xiao Hua relied on for his cultivation were also heavily damaged by the 3 layers of formations. One was the nebula gold core of the Dao sect in the lower Dantian, one was the overwhelming elixir core of the Confucian cultivator in the middle Dantian, and one was the Buddha Sarira of the Buddhist sect in the upper Dantian. Now, they were all destroyed and rebuilt. Under Xiao Hua's arrangement, each of the 3 primordial spirits began the most basic cultivation. Xiao Hua's divine sense once again entered his meridians. That primordial spirit cultivating the dragon transformation art was still as heavy as before. Without the seal on the middle Dantian, a feeling of relief emerged from the primordial spirit. Xiao Hua knew that his meridians were not damaged. He only needed to let his primordial spirit continue cultivating the dragon transformation art. Sooner or later, it would succeed. Xiao Hua's divine sense once again looked at the primordial spirit in his fleshly body. It was still energetically cultivating the immortal body empowerment technique. Only then did he return his divine sense to his bloodline. As early as when he entered the Gui Hixi, Xiao Hua had already given the Blood Drop Paradise's magic slip to the primordial spirit in his bloodline. Later, because of the 3 layers of formations, Xiao Hua put the blood ring into the space. He looked at his bloodline and found nothing unusual. His mind entered the space again and took out the blood ring. However, when he took out the blood ring, Xiao Hua's mind found something different. What is this? Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and a blood-like 5-colored crystal fell into his hand. Why is this thing next to Shang Huaming's god statue? Could it be this is something from the god statue? Wasn't this god statue sealed in the jade rui by the Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm? Chapter 3108. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua frowned as he looked at the god statue that was already standing upright in his space. Because when the entire space was separated into yin and yang, Xiao Hua didn't see this god statue, so it must have happened after that. And in the following period of time, other than grief, Xiao Hua mainly cleaned up the mess and didn't pay too much attention to the god statue's appearance. Today, not only did the god statue appear, but it also sent out this blood droplet-like crystal. It was really strange. What happened? Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then looked at Dai, who had returned to the appearance of a little girl. However, this girl had been moved to another place by Xiao Hua. Just like Jiang Luer, she couldn't come into contact with other things in the space. Could it be because this girl returned to her human form? Her aura can make this jade scepter release the god statue? But even if the jade scepter can mistake Dai, or for the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, this god statue can't send out this crystal for this reason. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua was very puzzled, but suddenly he grasped at the air again, and a rainbow-colored conch-like object appeared in his hand. An inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be this thing? This 7-colored conch was found by Xiao Hua in the 3rd Great Formation. At that time, this thing was stagnant in the corner of the Clear Time Demon Formation, which was also the moment before Xiao Hua fell unconscious. Xiao Hua really forgot about this matter. If he didn't remember this matter, he wouldn't know whether to put this thing into the space or not. Xiaohua's mind withdrew from the space, holding the 5-colored crystal in one hand and the 7-colored conch in the other. His eyes narrowed slightly. Although his face was very calm, his heart was like a raging river and overturning sea. The 10,000 Demon Realms Empress said clearly that she came to the Dawn Rain continent to find a person called Minghua. This person's status in the 10,000 Demon Realm, the Empress didn't say clearly, but she only mentioned something about the demon clan's body extension technique. It was said that it was a supreme technique that only great sage venerables could cultivate. Minghua, who could cultivate this technique? How bad could he be in the 10,000 Demon Realm? What was special was that this so-called 10,000 Demon Realm Empress came to the Dawn Rain continent to search for the person. Xiaohua knew the weight of this person even if he used his heel. But it just so happened that this dark mantra had a connection with Shang Huaming. The statue left behind in Shang Huaming's ancestral temple could actually be absorbed by the goddess's Jade Rui. Xiaohua understood that the founder of Shang Huaming's sect was most likely related to the dark mantra. Of course, in the millions of Meng Mountains, Xiaohua also saw a Grand Witch Elder called Minghua. But looking at the Grand Witch Elder's ferocious and ugly appearance, Xiaohua was too lazy to associate him with the delicate Empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm. Xiaohua simply didn't take out the Jade Scepter again. Who cares if that dark mantra is the dark mantra that the Empress spoke of? But now, this rainbow-colored conch, which was hidden in the 3-layered array, had actually caused the Jade Rui to release the god statue, and the god statue had even released the mysterious 5-colored crystal. It could only mean that the rainbow conch had an extremely important connection with the dark mantra. Thinking about the 10,000 Demon Realm again, Xiaohua could almost conclude that this rainbow-colored conch was the original body of dark mantra. That dark mantra must have also encountered this 3-layered array back then. No, it was very likely that there was a great secret in this 3-layered array. Dark Mantra wanted to explore this secret with his own power, so he was trapped in the array. But Dark Mantra's cultivation base couldn't resist the corrosion of the Song of Time after all. In the end, he had to transform into his original body and condensed in one place of the array, not daring to move at all to resist this array. If it wasn't for meeting Xiaohua, Minghua probably wouldn't know how long he would stay here. Of course, Xiaohua's various guesses were based on the premise that the release of the 5-colored crystal was due to the rainbow-colored conch entering his space. If there were other reasons that he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to say anything. Under this 3-layered array, what secret is hidden? Xiaohua thought of this, and his gaze became a little distant. Is it an ancient relic? Or a treasure of the demon clan? It actually allowed a powerful demon clan expert to come from the demon realm to the Dawn Rain continent, and even be trapped in this array for so many years? Hee. Thinking of the power of the 3-layered array, Xiaohua looked at the dark rainy night again and mocked himself. Who cares what kind of treasure it is? Not to mention that I don't know the location of the 3-layered array. Even if I can find it, I'm afraid I can't go in again. 5 Elements Annihilation Array. All things of the 5 elements will be destroyed by it. Song of Time Demon Array. Even a nascent soul with a lifespan of 1,000 years will be obliterated by it. The heavens really have eyes for me to be able to take it out to escape. Immediately, Xiaohua didn't dare to throw away the rainbow-colored conch, and also sent it into the space. However, he was far away from Jiang Luer and Dai, and didn't let them be together. Then, Xiaohua was about to send the 5-colored crystal into the space, but he stopped again. He thought to himself, the bone tempering technique of the Sunset Island has been cultivated for a long time. But I haven't obtained the Earth origin, so the bone tempering has been unable to reach perfection. This needs to be found. But the primordial spirit left in the bones can't rest. I might as well let it practice Shang Huaming's bone tempering technique. Since I'm going to cultivate it, I'll also comprehend the 5-colored crystal. That's right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up again. Also, that heavenly law's embodiment technique, my physical body seems to have comprehended it, but I can't use it. This Xiao's bones, can they be used? Also, if this rainbow-colored conch is really the dark flower, then this 5-colored crystal is also a holy object. Even if it isn't, I can still obtain some body extension technique from him. Can I cultivate the body extension technique outside of the heavenly law's embodiment technique? Thus, the bone tempering that had been stagnant all this time was further cultivated under Xiao Hua's arrangement. After arranging the bone cultivation, Xiao Hua sent the blood ring back into his body. Although there was no primordial spirit left in his blood vessels, it was just as Xiao Hua had thought before. He had succeeded in cultivating the blood shadow technique. This blood drop paradise was a technique of the devil realm. Using the blood shadow technique to control his blood vessels, and using the black flame and devil chi in the blood ring, he could cultivate it. In particular, Xiao Hua's physical body was a demigod body. It could block all probing with divine sense, so the devil chi in his blood vessels wouldn't leak out. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Hua had just finished arranging everything for his cultivation and had just pulled his mind out of the mysterious dark cloud of soul cultivation when he heard the sound of heavenly thunder outside. Countless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc on the surface of the Gui, he see as if there was no one there. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed a few times. He urged his remaining primordial spirit to fly out of the cave, and shouted loudly, "Why is the heavenly law? Life and death come first. The heavenly law is not few, I will follow the path of karma. Today, I will enter the cycle of reincarnation again, I will cultivate the golden body again. Don't talk about looking down on the world, don't talk about revenge, I will hold up the sky with one hand and kill all the evildoers in the world." Just as he finished laughing, a lightning bolt as thick as a thumb struck down. It was the power of heaven and earth laughing at Xiao Hua's pride. Go, Xiao Hua released the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira now was different from before. In the past, the Naiwan Palace was in the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira couldn't come out of Xiao Hua's body, so Xiao Hua used the projection of the Buddha Saraira. Now that the Buddha Saraira was reborn, it fell into the sea of consciousness of the Naiwan Palace, so it could freely enter and leave the Naiwan Palace. As Xiao Hua sent the Buddha Saraira out, the lightning bolt really hit the Saraira. Zi-la-la. A little bit of golden light came out of the Saraira. The storm in the QC had always been the main theme. This storm that Xiao Hua had not encountered for a long time had lasted for more than 10 days. Xiao Hua had even sent the Buddha Saraira into the sky and was continuously bombarded by the heavenly lightning for 4 to 5 days. In the end, the heavenly lightning might have been exhausted. Only then did it stop and change into a torrential downpour. In the beginning, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his body to touch the lightning of the Buddha Saraira. He could only hide under the Buddha Saraira. Afterwards, Xiao Hua simply took out that indescribable small bucket. The small bucket also attracted the lightning. When the lightning fell into the small bucket, a small amount of lightning leaked out from the small bucket's damaged area and landed on Xiao Hua's body. This little bit of heavenly lightning was undeniably hard for Xiao Hua's body to bear, but every time the lightning struck, the nebula golden core in his lower dantian would flicker and give birth to purple lightning. Moreover, during the lightning strikes, an indescribable feeling of fullness filled Xiao Hua's body and even flowed into the space. Therefore, Xiao Hua gradually used this little bit of heavenly lightning to temper his body. Seeing that the rain had stopped and the clouds had dispersed, a slanting ray of sunlight shone through the thick black clouds, like a sword of light piercing into the sea. That boundless brilliance was born from the waves of snow that were still rolling up. Xiao Hua put away the Buddha Saraira and was about to take out a set of Daoist robes from the space. However, his gaze fell on the extremely dazzling seven-colored brilliance in the waves of snow. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked left and right in disbelief. He released his divine sense again and looked at the surroundings several hundred zhang. He clapped his hands and laughed. Isn't this the great flag reef that disappeared? How did it run here? Sure enough, under Xiao Hua's feet was a messy reef. Countless intersecting reefs jutted out of the sea. Many parts of these reefs were damaged, showing signs of being damaged. Below these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were seven-colored and extremely dazzling. At this moment, under the illumination of the sunlight, they refracted the sunlight and looked like seven-colored stone pillars. Wasn't this the Great Flag Reef where Xiaohua and Shui met Qua Qiao and Qua rhyming in the Guihe Sea? The dangers of the Great Flag Reef were still in front of him, but this Great Flag Reef was no longer the Great Flag Reef. That considerate person was also gone. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. Things were still the same, but people were different. Chapter 3109. Perhaps it's fate. Xiaohua looked to the west. Although the sun had yet to set, the west was shrouded in mist and he couldn't see anything. He sighed and thought. It said that the deeper you fly, the more dangerous it is. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is increasingly scarce and not suitable for cultivation. However, this Xiao has already experienced the dangers of the Qianhe Sea. I didn't expect that in the depths of the sea, there would be a place with such dense spiritual energy. Of course, this Xiao's current cultivation doesn't necessarily rely on spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Since I encountered Great Flag Reef here, this Xiao will cultivate in seclusion here. Immediately, Xiaohua found a slightly flat place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a few refined pills and put them into his mouth. Dragon transformation art and heavenly body bestowment technique were used at the same time. Strands of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth were produced nearby like a hurricane and rushed into Xiaohua's body. Soon, the sun set and the stars filled the sky. Countless astral powers from the outer realms blew down. Not only did it cover Xiaohua, even the vicinity of Great Flag Reef was gradually submerged in the astral powers. Under the Qianhe Sea, the fishes were attracted by the astral powers and gathered together. Unknowingly, several months had passed like this. Xiaohua had gradually become accustomed to this kind of lonely cultivation. Every time he woke up from a short period of seclusion, he would immediately enter the space. Although the inside of the netherworld didn't change at all, Xiaohua's heart was at ease every time he saw the two purple balls on the netherworld bamboo and netherworld lotus. Gradually, the grief and indignation began to calm down. Whether it was the cultivation of the Dao sect or the Buddha's Saraira, they were all steadily recovering. However, the heart of elixir of the Confucian cultivator had once again exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. In just a few short months, Sword Heart Xiaohua had already successfully transformed the foundation of the 18th layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra of the Middle Dantian into the righteous qi of the Confucian cultivator using a secret technique. He had passed through the most basic stage of refining essence into qi of the Confucian cultivator. Moreover, the righteous qi was gradually fusing with the heart of core. When the time was ripe, he could immediately use the torch imparting technique to directly receive the crystallization of Confucianism within the heart of core. Thus, in one fell swoop, he would enter the true stage of refining qi and returning spirit. Xiaohua even has a feeling that with the foundation of the 18th layer of the qi refining realm in his middle dantian, his Confucian cultivation technique might even surpass that of Daoist and Buddhist cultivators, allowing him to refine the spirit and return to the void. He might even be able to reach the final stage of the void refinement fusion stage. Little Yellow, Little Black, and Little Silver also came out of Xiaohua's space many times. Especially after coming out at night and obtaining the Star Force, he no longer wanted to cultivate in the space at night. After Xiaohua heard Xiao Hei's explanation, he suddenly understood. Although he didn't know what was around him at night, it was obvious that this was the thing that he refined when he closed his eyes to refine pills at night. Since this thing was useful to Blackie and the others, he naturally kept them by his side. Time is the song of Zhaoge. After a song is sung, another song will rise. When this Xiao returns to the Dawn Rain continent, it will be the time of Zhaoge's prime. Xiaohua woke up one day and checked his cultivation base. Confidence rose in his heart. He looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent in the west and said indifferently. Then, Xiaohua entered the space and took some pills from the green-robed Xiaohua. He came out and was about to take them and go into seclusion again. Little Silver, who was next to Xiaohua, suddenly became impatient and flew to Xiaohua's side. Lying on Little Yellow's back on the reef, Little Silver hurriedly chirped. It was strange. If they were inside the space, Xiaohua would be able to understand what Little Silver was saying, but outside the space, Xiaohua couldn't. Roar roar. Little Yellow was a little impatient and seemed to be blaming Little Silver. But Little Silver's little tail curled up pitifully in midair and trembled slightly. He held his paws in front of his chest, looking so pitiful that even Xiaohua's heart ached a little when he saw it. Without another word, Xiaohua sent Little Yellow and the other two into the space. His own mind also turned into a jade archive and Xiaohua entered it. "What are you doing?" Little Yellow's voice rang out. "Can't you see that Mummy is cultivating outside?" "Mummy, Mummy." Little Silver's small voice rang out. "Mummy, tell Mummy that I feel something. Let's go." Boy feels that something very powerful is coming. What powerful thing? How come Mummy doesn't know? Little Yellow was about to scold Little Silver when Jade Archive Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed inwardly. Although Xiaohua had escaped the pursuit of perfected Daoist and kindness Xianxia and escaped with his life through the triple array, it was obvious that perfected Daoist and kindness Xianxia had been entrusted by someone to chase after Xiaohua. The two of them and Xiaohua had both disappeared, so how could the people behind them not ask about it? Xiaohua had encountered the triple array, but that didn't mean that everyone who entered the depths of Kueha Sea would encounter it. What if someone else also came after him? Damn it. Jade Archive Xiaohua almost slapped his forehead. Why did I overlook this? Although Xue predicted that I would definitely be able to escape if I went deep into Kueha Sea, she didn't say that I would definitely be able to escape the pursuit of those two people. I still haven't fully comprehended the capital stars array, and I haven't refined enough jade talismans, so I can't escape their search on Great Flag Reef. Thinking this, Xiaohua didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly escaped from the space. He didn't linger at all as he activated the wind escape technique and flew east again. He had only flown for a few li when a powerful and ice-cold divine sense came from the north like frost. It swept past Xiaohua and immediately locked onto him. An irresistible coldness, mixed with sharpness, instantly pierced Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, it followed the divine sense and attacked Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. An image of a figure more than 10 zhang tall, surrounded by black qi and with a dozen or so huge tentacles instantly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua screamed with almost no strength to fight back as he fell from the sky. He fell into the water with a splash. Seeing that Xiaohua couldn't withstand a single blow, the divine sense that had hit him immediately withdrew and swept elsewhere. However, the remnant divine sense didn't stop as it rushed toward Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Buzz. Golden light flashed on Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace as the rabbit talisman appeared and blocked the divine sense. Phew, Xiaohua fell into the water. Seeing that the rabbit talisman was successful, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to devour the divine sense and allowed it to slowly disappear. Then, he activated his magic power, used the water avoidance technique, and quietly went south from the bottom of the water. After flying for a few li, Xiaohua came out of the water again. With a flash of black qi, he used the ink trace concealment technique, which was even more handy than before, and quickly escaped towards the east. In the north, less than 100 miles away from the Great Flag Reef, there was a sea beast that was more than 100 feet in size. It was rushing towards the Great Flag Reef at a speed that was several times faster than the flying boat. The sea beast waved its dozens of huge tentacles in the air. Every time it waved its tentacles, there would be a whooshing sound. It was the sound of the air being torn apart by the tentacles. Not long after, the sea beast appeared in the vicinity of Great Flag Reef. With a rumbling sound, a powerful current emerged from the surface of the sea and carried the sea beast into the air. The huge body of the sea beast circled around the entire Great Flag Reef a few times before it landed at the place where Xiaohua was meditating earlier with a rumbling sound. It paused for a moment. Roar roar. A few frustrated roars came from the back of the sea beast. Then, the sea beast waved its two tentacles and smashed down on Great Flag Reef. Rumble rumble rumble. A series of collapsing sounds could be heard. At least 30% of Great Flag Reef had been destroyed by the sea beast. The sea beast was still unwilling to give up. It suddenly charged into the depths of the sea, causing waves that soared into the sky and crashed against the Great Flag Reef. Its enormous body gradually disappeared, and its direction was the direction that Xiao Hua had headed to earlier. So, damn it. Xiao Hua used the trace concealment technique to quickly fly towards the east. While escaping, he cursed, "This Xiao thought it was those two old bastards from Immortal Ascension School and Immortal Music Sect chasing after me." It turned out to be an extremely powerful sea beast. AI, it's no wonder. This Sea is the world of sea beasts. It would be strange if there weren't any sea beasts. Unfortunately, this Xiao's cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, how could I let you leave so easily? After that, Xiao Hua didn't dare be careless. As he flew, he refined the jade talisman for the capital star array, preparing to use it when he reached a safe island. Xiao Hua even let Little Silver out. As soon as he sensed a terrifying aura, Xiao Hua immediately used the trace concealment technique to escape. Like this, he flew for several more months. Although Xiao Hua was very cautious, the sea beasts encountered a lot of danger along the way. There were even a few times when he was almost killed by sea beasts. Because in the depths of Sea, there were actually more sea beasts. Furthermore, many sea beasts had special magical abilities that Xiao Hua couldn't compare to. There were even some sea beasts that could detect Xiao Hua's trace concealment technique and forcibly knock him out. In the end, seeing that the jade talisman for the capital star array had been refined, Xiao Hua didn't dare to fly any deeper into Sea. He knew that although the spirit chi of heaven and earth was a lot richer than before, the deeper he went, the denser it would definitely be. Who knew, he might even reach a paradise. However, he already didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. If he flew any further, he would definitely become food in the stomachs of sea beasts. Let's find an island as soon as possible. Xiao Hua released his Buddhist consciousness. Compared to divine thought, Buddhist consciousness was, after all, simple and not easy to discover. This was something Xiao Hua discovered after experiencing several dangers. There really weren't many islands in the depths of Sea, but even so, most of them were occupied by some strange sea beasts. As soon as they saw Xiao Hua approach, they would immediately rush out of the island, and even a group of sea beasts would protect the island. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was very astonished. This was something he hadn't encountered when he was training in Sea the last time. Even when he was talking to the island master and elders of Sunset Island, he hadn't heard them mention it. In Xiao Hua's eyes, the behavior of these sea beasts was almost the same as that of ordinary cultivators. Chapter 31:10. The sea beasts in the depths of Sea are really going to become demons. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gave in and went to other places to find a place to settle down. Although the strength of many sea beasts was far inferior to Xiao Hua's, and Xiao Hua was satisfied with the island, it was difficult for Xiao Hua to have the idea of forcing them to leave their home. After all, he had escaped far away from home. Putting himself in their shoes, the soft-hearted Xiao Hua couldn't be ruthless. Thus, Xiao Hua had no choice but to fly towards the east for many days before he finally found a suitable island. This island was not big, only a few kilometers in radius. There were no spirit grasses or spirit trees on it, only clusters of seaweed floating around the island. The entire island was not ordinary, there were no layers of rocks or moist soil. Although the entire island had undulating hills, these hills seemed to be connected. On the hills, the ground between the hills had layers of ripples, as if waves had condensed on it. Xiao Hua had been to the Flame Forest Marsh and had seen the flow of magma in the Fire Lake, as well as the appearance of the magma around the Fire Lake. Although he had never seen magma gushing out of QC, he naturally understood the origin of this lava island after thinking about it for a while. Since this lava island had emerged from the bottom of the sea, it must have been born from the Fire Lake at the bottom of the sea. Although the lava was rich in fire attribute world energy, it was not suitable for sea beasts that needed water attribute world energy. Moreover, it was impossible for spirit grasses and other things to grow here, so it seemed that no sea beasts had come to occupy this island. Forget it, here it is. Xiaohua thought about the sea beast he had just encountered. Its body was incomparably huge. It was not afraid of his spiritual sense attack at all. When the wishful staff hit the sea beast's tail, it only let out a roar. Xiaohua's execution spirit Yuan light was still being sacrificially refined and could not be used. Xiaohua also couldn't use other means and could only flee in panic. He had only flown so far and had already encountered such a powerful sea beast. If he continued to fly, he would be courting death. Xiaohua's life was very precious now. If there was nothing special, he would never take too much risk. Immediately, Xiaohua used the earth escape technique to dive into the depths of the island. Sure enough, as Xiaohua thought, the fire attribute world energy in the depths of the island was abundant. Unfortunately, the lava island soil was simply too solid. Xiaohua was unable to go any further after using earth evasion. Xiaohua released his Buddhist perception to take a look. This place was several miles away from the sea surface. Ordinary sea beasts were unlikely to find this place, so they wouldn't be harassed. Especially for this kind of barren island, even if the old farts from the Immortal music sect and the Immortal Ascension sect came to look for it, they definitely wouldn't care too much. Then, Xiaohua took out the wishful staff and casually chiseled out a space of 10 feet in size. Then he released a few puppets and flew out again. After Xiaohua had finished inspecting the surrounding 10 miles, he flew back. At this time, a simple cave dwelling that was several tens of feet in size had been opened up by the puppet. Anyway, Xiaohua didn't plan to grow flowers and plants in this immortal cave. It was already enough for him to use. There aren't many islands nearby, and the closest one is around 10 kilometers away. Furthermore, the strength of that strange sea beast is only around the middle stage of foundation establishment. You won't pose any threat to me. Most of the other islands were similar to this one, made of lava. However, they are all extremely small and can't be used. Xiaohua looked around the cave dwelling. He had never been a picky person, so he was very satisfied. He stored the puppet into the space and rubbed his nose as he thought. However, Xiaohua almost jumped up immediately. Damn it, are you kidding me? On the Dawn Rain continent, a foundation establishment cultivator is a senior, a realm that thousands of aura-refining disciples can't reach in their lifetime. However, in the depths of this QC, any random sea beast has the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you still want me to live? If there really comes a day when the sea beasts of this QC attack the Dawn Rain continent, even if it's the Cultivation 3 countries, it would be difficult to deal with, right? Moreover, I haven't gone to the depths of the QC yet. Just now, I'm afraid the one that almost stopped me was a gold core cultivator. Doesn't that mean there are even nascent soul cultivators inside? Too scary, too scary. I'd better cultivate honestly. Xiaohua was very careful. He was especially cautious as he threw out the jade talismans of the capital star array one by one. He looked at the entire array very carefully several times. Then he grabbed with his hand. The entire array flickered with brilliance and covered the cave dwelling. It disappeared without a trace from the lava island. Even so, Xiaohua was still not at ease. After a while, he came out of the star array again and released his Buddhist consciousness to explore from the outside for a while. Only then did he feel relieved. He turned to look at the misty place in the west and narrowed his eyes. A rare trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Then, he turned around and rushed into the island. The sun and the moon are like shuttles, weaving all things in the world. Time is like a song, singing all kinds of things in the world. The Feather Immortal assembly back then was forgotten by others, and the Great War of Dao and Sword today was still forgotten by others. Even Wu Ming, the nascent soul cultivator who rose rapidly in the Great War of Dao and Sword, no matter how strange Xiaohua's background was, no matter whether Xiaohua was a foundation establishment cultivator or a nascent soul cultivator, no matter whether he was alive or dead, he would be forgotten by others in the end. 100 years was very long, long enough for a mortal to live 2 lives. 100 years was also very short, short enough for an early gold core cultivator to advance to the middle gold core stage. However, 100 years was absolutely important to Xiaohua. He had never been so calm before. He had never gone into seclusion like this before. He had never actively pursued power like this before. Of course, Xiaohua's harvest was also great. In the first 10 years, Xiaohua repaired the damage that the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect suffered when they passed through the 3 layers of formations, and even converted the true qi cultivated by the Carefree Heart Sutra into the true qi of the Confucian cultivator. In the following 100 years, Xiaohua worked hard in the Buddhist sect, the Confucian cultivator, and the Daoist sect. As for the Confucian cultivator, Xiaohua used the secret technique passed down by the Confucian cultivator and integrated the core of Dan into his own boundless righteous qi. His entire middle dantian was filled with crimson righteous qi. Just as Xiaohua expected, when he used the secret technique to convert true qi, he had already passed the refining essence into qi stage of the Confucian cultivator's cultivation method, and was advancing towards the refining qi into spirit stage. However, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that after he entered the refining qi into spirit stage, he actually stopped advancing. The core of Dan that should have disappeared didn't completely disappear, and the true qi that he used the secret technique to convert didn't produce the core of Dan that he expected. Of course, Xiaohua's hard work wasn't in vain. The thumb-sized crimson outline had already been formed, but it lacked the opportunity to condense. Now, the crimson righteous qi was slowly being condensed into the outline of the core of Dan. And the outline of the core of Dan was actually condensed inside Xiaohua's sword-shaped primordial spirit. It was compatible with the sword intent of the heart sword, just like the sword heart mentioned in the sword cultivator's cultivation method. Sometimes, when Xiaohua checked the core of Dan, he was really suspicious. That Huan country's sword cultivator should be a branch of the Confucian cultivator. Wasn't that kind of sword intent that pressed forward and destroyed everything indiscriminately the boundless righteous qi stage? But Xiaohua didn't understand this core of Dan that couldn't be formed, just like the sword heart that hadn't been condensed before. He checked the only art of Dan in his hands, but couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, although he didn't condense the core of Dan, Xiaohua also made progress in other aspects over the years. For example, Xiaohua's 9 stars soaring sun flying sword that disappeared. Because of the art of Dan of Confucian cultivators, the sword intent of these 9 flying swords still existed. Later on, it condensed the outline of the core of Dan. Therefore, when Xiaohua was comprehending the Confucian cultivator's cultivation method, he suddenly had a wonderful idea. He sent a wisp of the Tai green light into the outline of the core of Dan. Later on, Xiaohua saw that this method was effective. The Tai green light could actually turn into a sword qi and fly out. It was no different from a flying sword. Therefore, he simply refined a wisp of Tai green light from the innate jellyfish and sent it into the outline of the core of Dan, turning it into another wisp of Tai green light. Now, these 2 wisps of green light were even fiercer than the previous Dream Slayer and Mountain Splitter. Under the control of the 2 primordial spirit images, they directly had the power of a spirit tool. Xiaohua originally thought that his Confucian cultivator's cultivation method would surpass the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. However, during cultivation, he discovered that his Buddha Saraira's advancement was even smoother than before. Not to mention the daily cultivation of the exquisite Heart Sutra in the exquisite Derivation Pagoda, just the premonition of a thunderstorm and sending the Buddha Saraira out of the Great Formation to be struck by lightning also accelerated the growth of the Buddha Saraira extremely quickly. In particular, with the nearly complete exquisite Heart Sutra, Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira was completely condensed from the beginning. Moreover, every time he completed a layer of cultivation, a lotus would be born on the lotus throne. Before this lotus reached perfection, it would absolutely not allow the Buddha Saraira to enter the next layer of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect was 10 times more difficult than that of the Confucian cultivators. But even so, Xiaohua still cultivated the Buddha Saraira to a size of 4 qi. In other words, it was the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Moreover, the 4th layer of the Exquisite Leaf Sutra began to gradually condense and advance towards the 5th layer. As for the 9 characters mantra, Xiaohua had already comprehended the 4th character in the Buddhist sect's ruins. Until now, he had not made any other breakthroughs. What made Xiaohua feel a little strange was the Buddha fire. Previously, after entering the 3 layers of formation, Xiaohua saw that the situation was not good and transferred everything in his body into the space. The small bucket and other items in the Buddha fire were also the same. However, the Buddha fire itself could not be moved and could only be placed in the Buddha Sarira. However, as the Buddha Sarira was repaired, the Buddha fire was born again. Moreover, according to Xiaohua's observation, not only did the Buddha fire not receive any damage, it became even denser. In particular, the originally invisible golden threads could now be faintly seen. They swayed along with the flickering of the Buddha fire, very dazzling. This Buddha fire was the immeasurable karmic fire, Xiaohua already knew. However, he did not know what the golden threads in the immeasurable karmic fire were. However, he still took out the small bucket and used it on the night of the lightning strike. When not in use, he placed it in the Buddha fire to refine it. Chapter 31:11. Compared to the cultivation of Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, Xiaohua's biggest headache was the cultivation of Taoism. The cultivation of Taoism was originally his specialty, but now, it made it difficult for him to make any progress. Xiaohua's golden core in his lower dantian could no longer be seen. However, because it had experienced the 3 elements lightning tribulation, the 5 elements annihilation great array could not completely erase it. Xiaohua could still sense some traces. After that, Xiaohua's cultivation proved that this golden core could still be reformed. However, after 100 years of cultivation, the golden core still could not be formed. However, it was also wrong to say that it did not form. Xiaohua could clearly sense that the nebula-shaped golden core had different sizes. Moreover, they were all different sizes. Xiaohua could even sense traces of lightning on each golden core. However, his divine sense could not see them. In other words, Xiaohua's current golden core was not only a nebula, it was made up of many golden cores. Moreover, he had refined it into a dark core. A golden core that could not be sensed with divine sense. This kind of golden core, how could it conceive a baby? The jade slip in Xiaohua's hands had never recorded this before. Therefore, even though Xiaohua's cultivation had reached the late stage of golden core, he still did not have any signs of conceiving a baby. The most important thing was that he did not know how to conceive a baby and did not know how to do it. Regarding this, Xiaohua could only describe it as the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. While smiling bitterly, Xiaohua carefully pondered. According to the strangeness of his golden core, it should be related to the 5 elements annihilation great array. That great array that annihilated all 5 elements, although it did not destroy Xiaohua's golden core that had undergone the 3 elements lightning tribulation, it still left behind a source of trouble. The golden core could not be formed normally. Also, it was related to Qin Jian's invisible golden thread sword. At that time, Xiaohua was holding this sword. The main body of this sword was also part of the 5 elements. Naturally, it could not escape the great array's annihilation. But this flying sword was formless. The material within it might have surpassed the 5 elements and could not be obliterated by the great array. And this formless material had been rushed into Xiaohua's dantian by the great array, fusing together with the traces of Xiaohua's golden core. This might be the reason why Xiaohua's golden core was formless. In addition to cultivating Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had also made small progress. His blood was originally the bright red of his bloodline, but now it was mixed with strands of devil qi. Within the devil qi, there were countless devil lights. These devil lights were sparkling and translucent, almost condensing into crystal threads. Within these crystal threads, there were also golden threads that divine will could not detect. As for the heavenly man-body infusion technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, dragon transformation art, and the others, they had also made great progress. However, these improvements were still lacking compared to the main cultivation method that he had been cultivating. Forget it. On this day, Xiaohua came out from his meditation. He stood up impatiently and said in self-mockery, "It seems that I really don't have the fate of being pregnant." After reading these nascent soul cultivation methods, there was no improvement at all. If I don't return to the Dawn Rain continent to find some opportunities, I'm afraid that I can only seek breakthroughs in other areas. However, if I want to refine Buddhism and Confucianism to the spirit-severing stage, it will be extremely difficult. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew out of the capital star formation and rushed to the surface of the Guihisi. It was noon, and the scorching sun was overhead, making the entire surface of the water hot. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked to the west. His eyes turned and he said in a strange tone, "It's already been 100 years. Why haven't those two old monsters come to find me? Could it be that they really think that I have fallen? Or perhaps they have already come, but they didn't discover my capital star formation? Yes, the two seals on my body have already been broken. Even if they, damn it." Thinking up to here, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and immediately came to a realization. That's right, since there is no seal, even if the two of them come before me again, as long as I use the sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique, how could they recognize me? However, Xiaohua immediately shook his head. Forget it, I definitely can't take this risk. They are at least spirit-severing stage old monsters. What kind of methods do they have? I will definitely not return to the Dawn Rain continent if I don't have absolute confidence. I can't afford to provoke those two old monsters. That old monster not far from me is probably not my opponent now, right? Today, I will go and find him. Xiaohua's gaze moved from the west to the north, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. It turned out that when Xiaohua was in seclusion, he would often come out to find some fun from time to time. Starting from the island closest to him, within a radius of 1,000 li, the sea beasts on hundreds of islands of various sizes were provoked by Xiaohua for no reason. The strength of the sea beasts on these islands was also very different, from foundation establishment to nascent soul. Xiaohua was almost invincible among the sea beasts within 1,000 li. However, 10 years ago, Xiaohua encountered a sea beast with a large body, a strong body, and profound magic power. After 300 rounds of battle, he was no match for it and was chased for several hundred li. In the end, he had to rely on the demon realm's concealment technique to escape. Now that Xiaohua was depressed, wasn't it precisely to find that sea beast to vent his anger? Rumble, a thunderous sound was emitted from Xiaohua's body. Lightning flashed, and Xiaohua's figure streaked across the sky, flying straight towards the north. Wherever the thunderous sound passed, on the large and small islands, many sea beasts withdrew their heads. They originally wanted to come out of their caves, but they also immediately hid back. They originally wanted to release their divine sense, but they also hurriedly retracted it. The thunderous sound in broad daylight was really familiar to them. They knew that the monster, who only fought with them, but never used any killing moves. Every time he made a move, his flesh would be torn open. Very quickly, in front of Xiaohua, there was a lush green island. It was perhaps several tens of li in size. There were many huge trees towering on the island, like towers. The branches and leaves of the huge trees were like treasured swords, and at the top of the branches and leaves, there were fruits that were even bigger than a head hanging. Under the huge trees, the entire island was covered with fine, white sea sand. On top of the sea sand, many crabs and other sea creatures were swimming carefreely. It was the image of an immortal island. Compared to Xiaohua's island, it couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Xiaohua still hadn't flown close when a cold divine sense swept over from the island. Xiaohua also didn't hold back, and similarly released his divine sense. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Like firecrackers, Xiaohua still hadn't seen that sea beast, but he was already fighting with it using his divine sense. Roar, an angry roar that could almost resound several li came from the depths of the island. Obviously, it had suffered a hidden loss from Xiaohua in the Battle of Divine Senses. Soon after, the entire island rumbled, and immediately, a sea beast that was no less than 200 zhang in size flew out from the island. This sea beast was very strange. It had a square shape, and on top of its triangular head, two large eyes emitted a gloomy brilliance. Its square body was orange-red, and fist-sized protrusions were connected to each other all over its body. This sea beast had 4 tentacles. The front 2 were extremely long, more than 10 zhang in length, and the back 2 were slightly shorter. These 4 tentacles were also dark in color. The tentacles were like scissors, several feet long, and when it waved, a cold light flashed. This was the first time Xiaohua saw this sea beast, and he almost thought it was a huge crab. Moreover, this sea beast shell was very hard. Xiaohua's suppressing cloud seal smashed down, but it couldn't smash the shell. It was very strange. Of course, the strangest thing wasn't this. What puzzled Xiaohua the most was that when this sea beast flew, there was a layer of mist under its body, as if there was a layer of faint mist supporting it. Xiaohua really couldn't understand what kind of flying technique this sea beast was using. "Ha, old monster crab." Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand, and took out the 3-feet-long wishful staff and shouted, "This Xiao's weapon has finally been successfully refined. Today, I will let you know this Xiao's methods." Saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand and shouted, "Grow!" The wishful staff really grew to 10 zhang, and after a few more, "grow," the entire wishful staff grew to a length of 10 zhang, seemingly not inferior to the sea beast's tentacles. Looking at the wishful staff in his hand, Xiaohua smiled with satisfaction and held the wishful staff. Speaking of refining the wishful staff, it was also beyond Xiaohua's expectations. He thought that the heaven-pacifying staff was extremely easy to refine, and that it would take at most 10 years to refine it. But when he really refined it, he realized the trouble inside. To refine ordinary magic tools and magic treasures, he only needed to quench the impurities in the materials to use it. But the heaven-pacifying staff was different. The 5 elements were the 5 elements, and any other trace could not be integrated into the 5 elements star disk. Therefore, the countless materials in the soul nest were refined by the primordial spirit, transformed green-robed Xiaohua bit by bit using the thunder refining technique. After refining for 100 years, he finally finished refining the materials for the heaven-pacifying staff. Fortunately, Xiaohua had obtained the thunder refining technique. Otherwise, it was really impossible to refine the 5 elements materials so pure. Later, it took more than 10 years to use the blood refining technique to fuse these materials with the 5 elements star disk. Finally, the wishful staff in Xiaohua's hand was also fused into it, refining it into a better wishful staff than the heaven-pacifying staff. In the hands of Xiaohua, the wishful staff could be shrunk to the size of an inch, and the largest could be 10 zhang, with a thickness of a few feet. Although it could not really reach the point of reaching the heavens, Xiaohua was happy to scratch his ears and cheeks. Today, Xiaohua dared to provoke the sea beast again because of the success of the wishful staff. Roar! Seeing Xiaohua waving the wishful staff, the sea beast roared and waved the 2 tentacles in front of its head. Kacha kacha, sounds came from the tentacles and hit Xiaohua's wishful staff. With a loud ka sound, the wishful staff hit one of the sea beast's tentacles, and several sparks were produced. The sea beast's figure retreated a few feet. Looking at the tentacle that was hit, there were some cracks in front of it like a flying sword. "Hoo!" The sea beast spat out a breath of clear air, which fell on the tentacle, but the cracks quickly healed. Chapter 31:12. Oh! Xiaohua was also stunned when he saw this. He laughed and said, "It turns out that the old monster Xia also has a secret technique. However, today is different from the last time. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's secret technique again." As he spoke, his body trembled. "Grow!" Following this mantra, a ball of golden light appeared around Xiaohua's body. Then, a whirlwind appeared, and countless water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into Xiaohua's body along with the heavenly law's embodiment technique. Very quickly, a 30-meter-tall Dharma idol appeared in front of the sea beast along with Xiaohua's body. The sea beast didn't seem to understand what Xiaohua was doing. When the Dharma idol appeared, the sea beast suddenly woke up, roared, and rushed toward Xiaohua without fear. "Grow," Xiaohua shouted again. The thickness of the wishful steel staff was a few feet long, and it was held in the hands of Fa Xiang. Wu, the sound of the wind whistling came from the head of the staff. Boom! There was a loud noise, and it hit the tentacles of the sea beast with great accuracy. As Xiaohua's staff fell, the tentacles of the sea beast immediately turned into powder, and a mass of water-blue blood sprayed out and scattered in the sea breeze. Moreover, the huge body of the sea beast was also repelled by the staff. "Ha," Xiaohua laughed, "eat this Xiao's staff again." Immediately, Xiaohua's staff avoided the water-blue brilliance on the tentacles of the sea beast and hit the body of the sea beast. Boom! There was another loud bang, and a water-blue brilliance was born from the head of the staff. Unfortunately, this brilliance was instantly shattered by the staff. Similarly, after the brilliance, there was a kacha sound. The previous defense that could not be broken by the seal of turning the sea was like a clay sculpture under the heavy blow of the staff, and cracks immediately appeared. Xiaohua had no doubt that as long as he added another strike, the body of the sea beast would definitely be smashed into powder, just like the tentacles of the sea beast just now. Wang. But at this moment, Xiaohua had just raised the staff, and a slight roar was born from the sea beast's body. A watery brilliance followed the sea beast as it opened its mouth. In an instant, it surrounded an area of several dozen feet. Xiaohua's magic power was immediately confined, and even his divine sense was forced back into his Naiwen palace. Not only that, but Xiaohua's Dharma idol flashed with brilliance and quickly shrank back into his body. Even the wishful steel staff fell into his hand and turned into a 3-foot size. It was as if Xiaohua's spiritual power was insufficient and he was forced to defend himself. However, just as the sea beast opened its mouth and extended its sword-like tongue toward Xiaohua's forehead, Xiaohua sneered and opened his mouth. Primordial unity azure light flew out, streaking through the air like a waterfall. Crack, crack. Several crisp sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the tiny azure light rolled several times around Xiaohua, and the space sealed by the sea beast was immediately shattered. The sea beast was so scared that it hurriedly retracted its tongue. "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed and threatened with the wishful steel staff in his hand. "Old monster crab, eat this Xiao's staff again." Poof! Not waiting for Xiaohua to raise the wishful staff, the sea beast hurriedly opened its mouth again, and a dazzling brilliance emerged from there, and a water-blue bead flew out of the sea beast's mouth. This bead was not round but square. The brilliance around the bead was also condensed, and its shape was very similar to the sea beast's. With the appearance of the bead, an aura that swept across several miles was born from the bead, firmly covering Xiaohua. This aura was terrifying, wild, and bloodthirsty. 2 thin crystal threads shot out from the eyes of the sea beast on the bead and pierced toward Xiaohua. With a crack, the tiny azure light immediately cut the crystal threads. Unfortunately, the crystal threads flickered and the tiny azure light cut through nothing. Amazing! Xiaohua's expression did not change as he praised. Then, with a wave of his hand, a sword gourd appeared in his hand. "Quick!" Xiaohua pointed his finger and a faint gray color appeared from the sword gourd. This gray color seemed to have a nose and eyes, but now it was too blurry and could not be seen clearly. However, with the appearance of the gray color, the unclear mouth and nose faced the sea beast. The sea beast's bead immediately stopped in midair and even the crystal threads were instantly retracted. At the same time as the crystal threads were retracted, 1 green and 1 red sword light flew out and landed on the sea beast's neck. Of course, it only landed on the bead, not on the bead. Hee. This 3-legged golden crow's soul essence is really powerful. It can even nail the soul essence of this sea beast. Xiaohua looked at the sword gourd in his hand and the sword light that landed on the sea beast's neck and smiled proudly. This sword gourd was naturally the execution spirit Yuan light that was refined into the three-legged golden crow's soul essence. Return. Xiaohua knew that this sea beast's cultivation was not easy. Unless it was absolutely necessary or he needed this sea beast to refine some magic treasure, Xiaohua would not easily make a move. Along with Xiaohua's incantation, the gray color on the sword gourd entered the sword gourd and the two sword lights also flew back from the sea beast's neck and were about to enter the sword gourd. But right at this moment, a Piu suddenly occurred. The oceanic beast's aqua blue pearl suddenly opened its mouth, and a watery brilliance sprayed out, and instantly landed in front of Xiaohua. Damn it. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that this sea beast could not distinguish right from wrong and did not know that he was being lenient. Now that it had a chance to live, it immediately counterattacked. Fortunately, Xiaohua's execution spirit Yuan light was in midair. Xiaohua did not use any other magic and pointed his finger. Shua shua. The two sword lights landed on the brilliance. He thought that the execution spirit Yuan light would definitely be able to scatter the brilliance. However, what was even more out of Xiaohua's expectations was that when the execution spirit Yuan light landed on the brilliance, it was as if it was stuck. It was simply unable to cut it. When the brilliance arrived in front of Xiaohua, an extremely strange sweet fragrance mixed with the smell of meat rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. Xiaohua's mind sank. It was as if endless illusions rushed into his mind. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He did not dare to be negligent and hastily used the God Guidance secret technique. At the same time, he felt his mind become clear. A burst of ear-piercing sizzling sound was heard. It turned out that at this moment, the watery brilliance had already eroded Xiaohua's protective golden light. It actually destroyed a lot of Xiaohua's Daoist robe. At the same time, Xiaohua's faintly pale golden skin was exposed under the Daoist robe. This watery brilliance is actually so powerful. Xiaohua felt a numbing pain on the surface of his skin, as if it was being bitten by ants. He could not help but be slightly astonished. He was clear in his heart that in the past 100 years, when he used the heavenly thunder of the heavenly sea to temper the Buddha's Saraira, he also used the celestial body strengthening technique to temper his physical body. Right now, his physical body was perhaps several times stronger than before. This sea beast's innate divine ability was really powerful. Roar. Seeing that the brilliance had already succeeded, the sea beast roared again. The blue pearl flashed again and spat out several more brilliances. This brilliance was even faster than before. Forget it, Xiaohua originally wanted to check his own cultivation. Seeing that the sea beast had spat out these brilliances and that the blue color on the pearl had weakened, he knew that it was about to go all out. He really did not have any reason to take the sea beast's life. With a thought, lightning flashed around his body and forced the blue brilliance away. His figure soared into the sky. With a splash, he crashed into the heavenly sea. Roar! The sea beast was actually happy. The floating cloud under its body moved and chased after Xiaohua. Naturally, the blue pearl also entered its mouth. However, when the sea beast reached the edge of the island, it stopped again. A sea beast that could cultivate to nearly nascent soul strength. Although it had not transformed, it already had intelligence. How could it really chase after him? Woo! A clear sound came from the sea beast's mouth. A several zhang thick beam of light then rushed out from the sea beast's mouth and landed on the heavenly sea. A dense water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth was born from the beam of light and fell into the sea beast's stomach. The previously dim pearl gradually recovered its luster. Sigh, this soul execution vital light. At this moment, Xiaohua was using the water avoidance art to travel in the heavenly sea. In his hands were two flying swords of the soul execution vital light. At this moment, the flying swords could no longer be called flying swords. They were two sparkling and translucent jade-like objects. They jumped around in Xiaohua's hands as if they had intelligence. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two flashing brilliances and he could not help but sigh. They can already be used as spirit artifacts. It's a pity that they are not too sharp. they are somewhat inferior to the Tai green light. However, this Tai green light is part of the 5 elements and cannot be refined into the soul execution vital lights yin and yang. In the future, I still need to find the magnetic aurora. After retrieving the soul execution vital light, Xiaohua looked at the jade green seabed. Countless large and small fishes swam around leisurely. His heart moved. That's not right. This old monster Xia should already have the strength of a Yuaning. In the Dawn Rain continent, it is a master of an area. If we were to talk about it, even if it is not an 8th grade monster, it should be a 7th grade monster, right? Why is it still unable to transform? If this old monster Xia transformed, what would it look like? I understand. Xiaohua laughed as he thought. Suddenly he realized. This old monster Xia is actually not a 7th grade monster. Perhaps it is only a 6th grade or even a 5th grade monster. However, it is not an ordinary sea beast. It has a powerful body. What is special is that in this heavenly sea, it can fight with other sea beasts. In addition, the water-based spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly sea is very dense. This is where the sea beasts can use their divine abilities. Therefore, even though the old monster Xia's cultivation is low, its strength is outstanding. At the very least, it far surpasses the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. This is the reason why it is commonly said that overseas cultivators are more powerful than Dawn Rain continent cultivators. In that case, this Xiao can also be considered as an overseas cultivator, right? Xiaohua chuckled. He slightly raised his head and his gaze landed on a string of bubbles in the distance. I'm afraid it is the corpses of some sea beasts. Under the bubbles, a large lump of black things slowly floated up. Xiaohua took a look and flew over. There are many sea beasts in this heavenly sea. They would often fight for islands and other reasons. Even though Xiaohua did not deliberately attack and kill these sea beasts, the number of sea beasts' corpses he picked up in the vicinity was extremely large. Chapter 31:13. Although the monster cores in these sea beasts' corpses are gone, their bodies are extremely tough. Whether it's their tentacles, claws, etc., even their shells are the best materials for refining magic tools. How can Xiaohua not take them when he sees them? Therefore, when he sees something appear again, he goes over very naturally. However, when he reaches the thing floating in front of him, Xiaohua frowns again. He sees that it's a few corpses connected together. The corpses no longer have flesh, only fragments of skeletons are left. Even the skeletons have shrunk into a few short joints, as if the corpses were burned by waves of fire. Outside the corpses, there are some damaged armors. Most of the armors are greenish-black in color. There are also condensed beads of different sizes on the surface of the armors, like a layer of greenish-black pearls. From the looks of the armors, it's very obvious that these corpses should be cultivators. However, what puzzles Xiaohua is that these skeletons are very thick, far beyond Xiaohua's understanding. Xiaohua makes a rough estimate. They should be 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. What's going on here? Xiaohua sees that the armors are already damaged. There's no possibility of refining anymore. He doesn't move forward, only looking at those strange skeletons in a daze. Oh, Xiaohua takes another look. On one of the skeleton's joints, there's a thumb-sized semicircular ring. It's a storage ring. Xiaohua understands. His eyes brighten, he grabs the semicircular ring and it falls into his hand. Sure enough, when his divine sense enters it, there's a small space that's about to collapse inside. Inside this space, there's a strange thumb-sized thing floating. Xiaohua takes that thing out. Seeing that the corpses have already passed over his head and floated to the surface of QC, he sighs and throws that already burned storage ring into QC. The thing in Xiaohua's hand looks black, but there are bits of gold inlaid inside, like bits of gold light in the dark night. Although this thing is thumb-sized, it's not light. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense sweeps over it, he can't see anything strange about it. Truly strange. Xiao Hua weighed the thing in his hand. The overseas cultivators are indeed different from Dawn Rain Continent. These things should be used by the Scorching Sun Island, the Icicle Island, the Gales Island, and the Yensen Island, which Hua Heng mentioned. Unfortunately, apart from a token and a saraira with a Buddha statue on it, Xiao Hua didn't obtain any secret techniques from the storage bag and storage ring, so he didn't know how to examine them. Let's cultivate first. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and suppressed the idea of going to the 4 islands. The 2 spirit-severing stage old monsters will definitely place their disciples in the 4 islands. I haven't cultivated to the nascent soul stage, so I can't be sure of victory. I definitely won't appear. Right? Didn't he obtain many body mutilation secret techniques in Inkcloud Dark Forest? Now that the primordial spirit of the green-robed man was no longer refining the sky-leveling staff, it was better for him to read more about those secret arts. Who knows, he might be able to find something. Moreover, this Xiao's Buddha Saraira has already reached 4 feet. It's time for me to cultivate this Buddhist sect's Heaven's Eye to the 4th level. Speaking of this, the Ardent Fire Mountain secret techniques are really useful. Although this Heaven's Eye is a Buddhist sect's magical ability, with the help of the secret techniques and Inkcloud's brain, the advancement is equally miraculous. If I can cultivate this Heaven's Eye to the 9th level, I'm afraid I can really see the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Soon after, Xiao Hua flew to another place and found a few powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles to fight a few times. Moreover, he casually found some things in the nearby sea. Soon, he returned to the cave and began to cultivate in seclusion again. Several years passed quickly. On this day, the wind was calm and the waves were calm. The sun had just risen above the sea. Countless seabirds spread their wings and soared between the sea and the sky. On the rippling sea surface, there were also tens of thousands of sea fish swimming. From time to time, there would be pillars of water soaring to the sky in the distance. At the same time, the faint roar of sea beasts would follow. It seemed that this day was no different from an ordinary day in 10,000 years. A clear cry sounded. From the northern horizon, a speck of 5 colors appeared. When it got closer, it was a several zhang large rainbow luan. One could see the rainbow luan spreading its 5-colored wings. With a clear cry, it split the sky and immediately flew more than 10 li. The 2 long tail feathers on the rainbow luan's tail slightly trembled. It was very eye-catching in the fierce wind that rolled up behind the rainbow luan. On the rainbow luan's back sat a woman. This woman looked to be around 30 years old. She looked very dignified. The woman had a pair of bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through the various states of the world. However, at this moment, her eyes were lowered to look at the misty sea surface. She was faintly anxious. The strangest thing was that this woman wasn't wearing an ordinary Daoist robe. Instead, it was a crescent moon white robe. This robe was very simple and didn't have any colored thread. What was special about this woman was that she even wore a strange hat on her head. Between the hat and her ears, there wasn't a single strand of black hair. Stop, the woman suddenly opened her mouth. Her pearly white teeth were slightly exposed. Her words were also different from the common speech of the Dawn Rain Continent. The rainbow luan was very intelligent. Its fluttering wings immediately retracted. At the rainbow luan's belly feathers, a 5-colored cloud appeared and supported the rainbow luan. The several zhang large rainbow luan and the strange woman stopped in midair. The woman stood up from the rainbow luan. Her brows were still slightly furrowed. She raised her leg and stood in midair. A faint cloud of mist appeared under the woman's feet. This woman was actually barefoot. Her sparkling and translucent jade-like ankles looked very soft and smooth, emitting a faint brilliance. As she stepped on the cloud of mist, an indescribable elegance was born from it. The woman stood on the cloud and lowered her head to look at the vibrant sea surface. Then, she frowned slightly and actually closed her eyes. However, the woman's ears on both sides emitted a faint luster. This luster flickered slightly, as if the woman was using a divine ability. After a long time, the woman's ears moved. She raised her eyebrows and her brows relaxed. However, when the woman opened her eyes, the luster on her ears had disappeared. The woman stretched out her hand again and took out a small jade slip from her bosom. She glanced at it and a smile appeared on her face. She seemed to be muttering to herself, "Amitba, this West Sea is really too far away. This so-called island is densely covered in stars. Who can tell which one is which? Su Tanyue is really good at scheming. He actually found this place." As the woman spoke, she raised her leg and sat on the rainbow luan's back. She gently patted the rainbow luan's back. The rainbow luan let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. The wind surged and the clouds moved as it flew into the distance. The woman's voice lingered in the air. "Although this place is far west, it doesn't look extremely desolate. Could it be that place?" The woman flew thousands of kilometers to the west and stopped several times. However, she didn't get off the rainbow luan. Instead, her ears emitted light again and she adjusted her directions several times. In the end, the woman stopped near the lava island where Xiaohua cultivated. "Yes, it should be here." The woman finally took out the jade slip and checked it before getting off the rainbow luan's back. She stepped on the clouds and stopped in midair. The rainbow luan spread its wings and flew around the woman. At this time, the clouds were scattered and light mist was gushing out. The afterglow of the setting sun scattered everywhere. Not only were the clouds gorgeous and the light mist faintly discernible, but even the rainbow luan's feathers reflected the orange sun and looked extremely poignant. The woman looked at all of this with a slight smile. Her eyes flickered as if she was a little obsessed. Roar! In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was another roar. However, after this roar, there were roars and hisses frequently. Bursts of explosions and rumbles also followed. The originally calm scenery was completely destroyed. Not only was the rainbow luan's flight a little weak, but the woman's faint smile also disappeared. There was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. Just as this displeasure appeared, whoosh! On the surface of the sea to the south, a wave of several dozen feet was set off. The wave dispersed the mist and rushed to the bottom of the woman's body with strands of blood. Boom! There was a loud sound that soared into the sky. The waves seemed to be boiling as they surged up. One by one, a several dozen feet tall human figure suddenly appeared from the waves. Ah! The moment the human figure appeared, it immediately let out a roar towards the sky. A formless sound wave quickly spread out. When the rainbow luan, who had already stopped flying, heard this sound, its wings couldn't help but tremble. Its body also quickly shrank. When the woman saw this, she coldly snorted. Her body emitted a faint brilliance that covered the rainbow luan. The rainbow luan landed in front of the woman. The woman shook her sleeve and the rainbow luan flew into it and disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it had already stopped in midair. The waves that surrounded the human figure had already fallen, creating a splash of water that was several dozen feet tall. It gradually disappeared. Looking at the human figure again, it wasn't a real person. Aside from the khaki-colored armor on its body, its strong limbs were very similar to a human's, but its head was a hairy leopard's head. This leopard's head was very ferocious. The khaki-colored pupils in its bell-like eyes flashed with bloodlust. Leopard stripes streaked across the mane on its face. A few strands of blood still flowed from its bloody mouth. It had clearly just eaten something raw. In the left claw of the leopard-headed human figure, there was also a sea beast tentacle that was stained with blood. In the right claw, there was a thumb-sized demon core that was releasing a water-blue brilliance. The leopard-headed human figure's ferocious gaze swept past the woman. There was a flash of surprise in its eyes. It opened its bloody mouth and unexpectedly spoke. "Little girl, are you the immortal friend that Su Swansea invited?" The woman indifferently glanced at the leopard-headed human figure and coldly snorted. She didn't answer. "Roar, I'm asking you a question." The leopard-headed human figure suddenly opened its bloody mouth. A strong stench rushed out and rushed toward the woman. "You're courting death." The woman clearly looked down on the leopard-headed humanoid and did not bother to reply. Seeing the leopard-headed humanoid being so rude, the woman coldly snorted and pointed her finger. A huge fireball flew out from the air and exploded between the two with a bang. It was precisely the leopard-headed humanoid's breath that was incinerated. Moreover, dozens of sparks flew out from the fireball and split into 3 different directions, rushing towards the leopard-headed humanoid. Chapter 31:14. The leopard-headed humanoid squinted his eyes and waved his claws. The tentacles and monster core of the sea beast disappeared at the same time. Then he waved his right claw in the air and a yellow brilliance appeared. It turned into a dozen plumes of smoke and dust that rushed into the sparks. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of muffled sounds, the sparks disappeared and the smoke and dust slowly dispersed. The woman raised her eyebrows and seemed a little surprised. Then she raised her jade-like hand slightly and a golden cauldron the size of a fist appeared. As soon as the small cauldron appeared, the space within a foot of it distorted rapidly. It was as if the temperature of the small cauldron was so high that it was about to melt the space. The space-splitting cauldron? You're Qingchen from the Great Snow Mountain. The leopard-headed humanoid was slightly stunned when he saw the small cauldron. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yes, it's me. The woman heard him and replied proudly, If you're afraid, tell me your name immediately and let me see where you're from. If you're related, I'll let you off for the sake of Su Zhuoyang. Otherwise, otherwise, what can you do? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. He opened his mouth and a square box the size of a thumb flew out. The box was square and did not look special. However, when the leopard-headed humanoid breathed a mouthful of demonic aura on it, a reddish-yellow brilliance rushed into the air and a mountain peak a few feet high appeared in the brilliance. The magnificent mountain box? How did you get this treasure? Seeing this, Master Qingchen's expression changed and his hand that was controlling the space-splitting cauldron slowed down. This treasure was originally mine. Where did I get it from? The leopard-headed humanoid sneered. Although your space-splitting cauldron is powerful, it can't do anything to my magnificent mountain box. Do you still dare to fight with me? Why wouldn't I dare? I'd like to see, what ability do you have to control the magnificent mountain box? Master Qingchen sneered. He lifted his hand and a tricolored flame rushed out from the space-splitting cauldron. Don't worry, my 2 fellow immortals. At this moment, a loud voice came from afar. When Master Qingchen heard this, he bent the middle finger of his right hand and flicked it gently. The 3-foot-long fire dragon that had flown out of the cracked void cauldron returned to the small cauldron. When she looked up, she saw a golden sword light flying toward them from the eastern horizon like a meteor. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes dressed in a scholar's robe appeared in front of them on a flying sword. The leopard-headed man also snorted coldly. He opened his mouth again and spat out a mouthful of demonic energy. The so-called magnificent mountain box shrank back to the size of a thumb and fell into his mouth. It's all my fault. As soon as the middle-aged man landed, he immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, Because this treasure hunt in the West Sea is too important, I didn't dare to neglect it. Therefore, other than this one's name, this one did not reveal the names of the others. My apologies for causing a misunderstanding between the two of you. It doesn't matter. Master Qingchen smiled faintly and said, Su Tanyue has already made this clear. You don't have to apologize now. Swansea. The leopard-headed man opened his mouth and shouted, I know you have a wide range of friends, but I still underestimated you. The little beauty of the Great Snow Mountain was not someone ordinary people could meet. You actually invited her here. Your relationship is definitely not ordinary. This middle-aged man was Su Zhuoyang, whom Master Qingchen had mentioned. However, when Su Zhuoyang heard this, his expression did not change at all. He glanced at the leopard-headed man indifferently and said with a smile, Leopard Immortal, you are frank and outspoken. You say whatever is on your mind. You are much better than ordinary people with dirty thoughts. However, I still have to disappoint Leopard Jinren. Among the treasures of the West Sea, there's something that Master Pure Dust wants. Therefore, although I'm only acquainted with the Dharmakaya, once I asked for your help, you immediately agreed. Haha, I don't believe it. The leopard-headed humanoid named Leopard Spiritual Master laughed. But at this moment, the sound of a crane's cry came from the distant horizon. Su Zhuoyang and the others looked up and saw a faint white spot on the sea surface in the northeast, which was already somewhat dark. Good. Su Zhuoyang clapped his hands and said with a smile, the other two are also here. However, when the white spot flew closer, it was revealed that there was an old man sitting cross-legged on the back of a white crane that was several feet in size. The old man was dressed in a linen robe. His forehead was very wide, his eyes were very bright, and his white hair was fluttering like snow. When the old man floated down from the back of the white crane, a white cloud immediately appeared under his feet. Coupled with the emerald cane in his hand, he really looked like an immortal descending to the mortal world. The white crane, like Master Qing Chen's rainbow phoenix, sensed Leopard Immortal's breath from far away and flew very hesitantly. The old man also flicked his big sleeve and kept the white crane in it. Then, he flew over and looked at the three people. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, I greet you all. Su Zhuoyang heard that the old man not only did not report his name, but also frowned slightly with a complicated expression on his face. After returning the greeting, he whispered, What's wrong? That person can't come? Alas, yes. The old man sighed. Man proposes, God disposes. That person has already agreed. I was waiting at the foot of the mountain, but before I left, there was an important matter that he had to attend to. Brother Su, I have failed you. It's okay. Su Zhuoyang's brows relaxed and he said with a smile, It's best that we have Zen Master Liao Kong. Without him, we can still enter. Zen Master Liao Kong? Master Qing Chen was surprised and asked, Are you talking about Zen Master Liao Kong of Wang Lin Temple? Su Zhuoyang said with a bitter smile, Isn't it Zen Master Liao Kong, who is proficient in Buddhist arrays? With his help, we are naturally not afraid of the arrays of the West Sea relic. Therefore, although I am not very familiar with Zen Master Liao Kong, I especially entrusted Brother Chu. Alas, Zen Master Liao Kong definitely can't come at this time. Master Qing Chen sighed. The Feast of All Souls at Dong and Zen Temple is about to open. He is going to preach. Hearing this, Su Zhuoyang laughed again. Since Zen Master Liao Kong is not coming, then he won't come. This is God's will. Since we are here, we naturally have our fate. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Chu Muhuan of the Chu family in the hidden immortal continent. Then, Su Zhuoyang raised his hand and pointed at the old man. When the old man heard Su Zhuoyang mention Zen Master Liao Kong's name, he knew that he would not return empty-handed this time. He also smiled and cupped his hands. I am Chu Muhuan. Greetings to the two fellow immortals. I am Qing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain in the Pure Land world. Greetings to Chu Tanyue. Master Qing Chen put her palms together and bowed to return the greeting. I am Leopard Spiritual Master from the Flat Forest Mountain in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Leopard Spiritual Master raised his two claws casually and cupped his hands casually to salute. Seeing that the three people had finished their greetings, Su Zhuoyang said with a smile, Since everyone is familiar with each other, we will be in the same boat in the following time. This West Sea relic is really famous. I have heard about it for many years, but I never thought that one day I would personally come to explore the true face of this treasure. Especially with the help of the fellow immortals, I will definitely return with a full load this time. Su Swanzi. Leopard Spiritual Master was dissatisfied. We have already introduced ourselves. Why don't you say anything? Although we all know you, this is the basic etiquette of the hidden immortal continent, right? Of course. Su Zhuoyang patted his forehead and said with a bitter smile, I really neglected it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow immortal leopard. Then, Su Zhuoyang cupped his hands and bowed. I am Su Zhuoyang, a disciple of the hidden immortal continent's Fecta sect. I am not proficient in the 6 arts, but I like the art of divination. Thus, I won the title of Divine Diviner. I am not talented, so I am ashamed. That's right. Leopard Spiritual Master also cupped his hands and returned the salute. Your hidden immortal continent is known as the origin of etiquette. If you don't remember this basic etiquette in your heart, who would be convinced? Fellow immortal leopard, you are wrong. Su Zhuoyang stood up and said seriously, my hidden immortal continent is the inheritance of Confucian cultivators, which emphasizes on the contention of 100 schools of thought. I naturally don't know who would belittle the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, but I know that my Fecta sect never asks about one's background. Otherwise, I would not be able to make friends with fellow immortals. Hehe, of course I'm not talking about you. Leopard Spiritual Master laughed. I can come here because of your face. If it was someone else. Leopard Spiritual Master glanced at Master Qing Chen, who was not far away. At this time, Master Qing Chen had recovered his solemn appearance. He looked straight ahead as if he did not hear what Leopard Spiritual Master said. Su Zhuoyang smiled in his heart. He knew what Leopard Spiritual Master meant, but he could not say a word about this matter. Brother Su, Chu Muhuan seized the opportunity to ask, if Zen Master Liao Kong does not come, how can we break the array? Where is the West Sea relic in the West Sea? At this time, you should tell us the location. We can consult together and work together to make sure nothing goes wrong. Hearing Chu Muhuan mention the West Sea relic, Leopard Spiritual Master's eyes lit up. His withered yellow eyes no longer looked at Master Qing Chen, but stared at Su Zhuoyang. Yes, Brother Chu is right. Su Zhuoyang nodded and explained, this is the time to discuss it. However, although I am the initiator of this treasure hunt, I am not the only one. What? There are other people? Chu Muhuan was stunned and frowned. Brother Su, why didn't you say this earlier? I can come to the West Sea, because I value your integrity. If it was someone else who initiated it, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Chapter 31:15. Brother Chu, please don't worry. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at Chu Muhuan, then at Leopard Daoist Master and Master Qing Chen, and explained patiently, this person's identity is a bit special. Before I see him, I can't reveal his identity. Of course, you three should rest assured. That person's friendship with me is not inferior to yours. If I didn't trust him, I would never have come to the West Sea. Su Zhuoyang turned his hand over, and a thumb-sized black object appeared in his hand. He said, that person has already given this to me. After I checked it, I found that the information recorded in it is detailed and true. It doesn't seem to be fake. Can I take a look at it? Chu Muhuan's brows did not relax as he asked. Of course. Su Zhuoyang did not hesitate. He raised his hand, and the black object flew out. Chu Muhuan grabbed it and it fell into his hand. Then, Chu Muhuan raised his hand and was about to place it on his forehead when Su Zhuoyang hurriedly shouted, Brother Chu, this object can't be seen with divine sense. You need to use eye-clearing magic. So strange? Although Chu Muhuan was surprised, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Then, Chu Muhuan placed his hand in front of Su Zhuoyang's eyes. His eyes flickered with a faint green light. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he finally withdrew it. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he raised his hand and the item flew back into Su Zhuoyang's hand. How is it? Leopard Daoist Master could not help but ask. It's true. Chu Muhuan replied calmly, if you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Hehe, if I could see it, would I still need to ask? Leopard Daoist Master laughed. I don't have as many magic skills as you. I'll take a look. Master Qing Chen stretched out her hand, and a jade-like hand came out of her sleeve. Leopard Daoist Master's withered yellow eyes could not help but glance at the delicate wrist. Master, please? Su Zhuoyang handed the object to Master Qing Chen and said with a smile, however, I must remind you that this object can't be seen with Buddhist sense. Master Qing Chen smiled, took the item, and said, since the divine perception technique of the Confucian school can't be used, the Buddhist perception of the Buddhist sect won't work either. Master Qingchen took the object and did not use any magical power. Instead, she looked it up and down with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she nodded and said, "This is the ink cloud pupil used in ancient records. It has long been lost. Not to mention any recorded method, even the materials were nowhere to be found. This poor nun has seen the image of this item in a pile of old papers." As he spoke, Wizard Qingchen raised Mo Yuntong. However, he did not place it on his forehead. Instead, he placed it next to his ear. A faint light flashed in Master Qingchen's ears and slowly covered Mo Yuntong. I thought that the heavenly ear connection could only be used for hearing. After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one could hear things from 100 miles, 1,000 miles, or even 10,000 miles away. Who would have thought that the heavenly ear connection could be used in this way? Su Tanyue doesn't practice Buddhism, so he doesn't know about the Buddhist magic. Master Qingchen opened his eyes and said lightly, "How can the heavenly ear connection of the Buddhist sect be so shallow?" After practicing the heavenly ear connection, one can not only hear everything, including the sound of heaven, the sound of human beings, and the sound of the three evils, but also recognize the 3,000 macro worlds according to the sound. He can attain the Buddha fruit. Yes, the Buddhist magic is indeed extraordinary. Immortal Leopard nodded vigorously. I never thought that in the Buddhist sect, one could use their ears to judge people. Then why do we need eyes? Of course, we need to use our eyes to see people's hearts, Master Qingchen said in a cold tone. She took the ink cloud pupil from her ear and handed it to Su Zhuoyang. She said, "The content inside should be consistent with what Su Tanyue said. I also believe in Su Tanyue." Good. Su Zhuoyang took the ink cloud pupil and carefully put it away. He said with a smile, "Thank you for your trust." However, he immediately raised his eyes to look at the dark sea and said, "This is not the place that person invited us to. We still have to hurry and get there before dawn." Who is this person? Immortal Leopard was unhappy. I came from the Holy Land and spent a lot of time. It's fine that he didn't meet us here, but why didn't he wait for us here? Su Zhuoyang smiled faintly, his eyes flashing with a silver-white brilliance. He looked around and said with great confidence, "Leopard immortal friend, as long as you see that person, you will definitely not say such words again. That person has a good reason for not coming." With that, Su Zhuoyang looked up at a direction in the distance. His silver-white eyes were particularly eye-catching in the night. A golden sword light appeared under his feet, and he was about to soar into the sky. "Let's go. I'll lead the way. It won't take more than 6 hours. Speaking of this, Su Zhuoyang naturally looked back and glanced at the three people. At the same time, his eyes swept over the lava island under their feet. "Let's go," Immortal Leopard roared around him. He stepped on the wind and flew more than 100 feet away. Seeing that Immortal Leopard had left, Master Qingchen and Chu Muhuan waved their sleeves. The colorful Yuan and the cloud crane flew out. The two birds stretched their wings in the air, but none of them dared to make a loud sound. Just as they were about to step on their mounts, Su Zhuoyang suddenly said hurriedly, "Wait." "Su Swanzi, what's the matter?" Immortal Leopard asked unhappily as the wind stopped. Immortal Leopard, Master Qingchen. The silver-white color in Su Zhuoyang's eyes had disappeared. It was replaced by a kind of astonishment. "Who arrived here first?" "It's me." Master Qingchen's face also showed a strange expression. She followed Su Zhuoyang's gaze and looked at the lava island under their feet. "This place. I've already checked it. There's nothing wrong. Could it be that Su Tanyue found something?" It's really interesting." Su Zhuoyang's face showed a thoughtful expression. "I didn't expect to meet an overseas cultivator in the depths of the West Sea. And the magic array outside the cultivator's cave is also strange. It seems to be very powerful. If my 1,000 eyes hadn't just improved, I'm afraid I wouldn't have discovered the strangeness inside." When Master Qingchen heard this, her face changed slightly and became a little hot. She didn't expect that there was an overseas cultivator hiding under the feet of the four of them. It was especially hidden from her heavenly ears, but it was discovered by Su Zhuoyang's 1,000 eyes. She wanted to activate her heavenly ears again, but after thinking for a while, she gave up the idea. Since she couldn't find it just now, what was the use of finding it now? So this is? When Chu Muhuan heard what Su Zhuoyang said, he had already displayed his magical power. His eyes were faintly clear like water. After looking for a while, he couldn't help but cry out in amazement, "Brother Su's 1,000 eyes is really powerful. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have been able to find the strangeness of this magic array even if I looked at it 10 times. This magic array seems to... After listening to Chu Muhuan's words, Master Qing Chen's face became less awkward, but she was also very surprised. She asked, "Chu Tanyue, what does this magic array seem to be?" Chu Muhuan smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "This magic array is hidden in the void. I can only see a little bit with my magical power. It seems to be similar to a legendary ancient magic array, but I can't remember what kind of magic array it is at the moment." "Ah?" Master Qing Chen was shocked. "There's such an expert in the West Sea?" Looking at Su Zhuoyang again, he touched his chin with his hand and his eyes flashed with a silver-white color, as if he was thinking about something. "Swanzi, what's there to think about?" Leopard Jinren said anxiously, "Isn't it just right to have someone who is proficient in magic arrays to replace that bald donkey? If he doesn't agree, the 4 of us can just kill him. What's there to hesitate about?" Leopard Jinren, "It's not that simple," Chu Muhuan said with a smile. "Since there's such an ancient magic array and he's cultivating in seclusion in the West Sea, the overseas cultivators are usually more tyrannical than us. If we disturb him and can't persuade him, our tracks will be exposed. It's not good for this trip." Although Chu Muhuan didn't say that the 4 of them would work together, his tone was extremely obvious. "The overseas cultivators are powerful. I admit it," Leopard Jinren sneered, "but along the way, there aren't any powerful sea beasts within 1,000 miles. There's only a sea beast whose strength is between the 3rd and 4th level of essence power in about 800 miles. If there's really an overseas cultivator who's more powerful than us, the surrounding sea beasts wouldn't be so weak, right? Then, the overseas cultivator wouldn't need to use such a magic array to protect himself, right? Although that's the case, the real situation may not be so." Master Qing Chen said faintly, "The reason why overseas cultivators are called overseas cultivators is that most of them are cynical and can't coexist peacefully with us 3 continents immortal friends, so they cultivate in seclusion. These overseas cultivators can't be judged by common sense. In addition, many of the overseas cultivators, what they cultivate isn't the ordinary cultivation method of our 3 continents. It has nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects." Chu Muhuan frowned slightly as if he thought of something and said in a low voice, "Their cultivation method is strange, and their divine abilities are even sharper. The 9th level of essence power isn't suitable for their realm." Seeing that Master Qing Chen and Chu Muhuan were refuting him, Leopard Jinren's withered yellow eyes rolled. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out demonic aura. Seeing this, Su Zhuoyang hastily flew down a few feet and said anxiously, "Leopard Jinren, don't be too hasty." Leopard Jinren didn't want to give Su Zhuoyang face, so he snorted coldly and put his claws behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. A bright moon had appeared in the horizon. The moonlight fell on the surface of the sea like water, and the rarely seen bright white splashes of water surged. Tiny silver fish swam along with the sparkling waves, and the sound of the waves entered their ears. Chapter 31:16. Su Zhuoyang discussed with Chu Muhuan and Master Qing Chen in a low voice for a moment. Then he raised his voice and said to Leopard's spiritual master, "Fellow immortal leopard, I've decided. I'll ask this overseas cultivator to come out. Of course, even if he can help, we can't tell him our purpose now. If he's not willing to help, we'll go by ourselves." "You should have done this earlier." Leopard's spiritual master sneered, "You can just call for that person. Why ask me?" fellow immortal leopard, you should stand with us. Su Zhuoyang said carefully, if you stand there, if that overseas cultivator comes out and sees us surrounding him, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding. There might be some twists and turns for no reason. Leopard spiritual master looked at Su Zhuoyang several times and didn't say anything. His figure turned into the wind and floated behind the three people. However, he was still 100 feet away and didn't come any closer. Brother Chu. Su Zhuoyang was satisfied when he saw this. He turned around and was about to speak when Chu Muhuan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I remember now. This seems to be the legendary heavenly cycle star formation. How is that possible? Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. Apart from being surprised, he was also ecstatic. It's said that this cosmic star formation has been lost for a long time. Only the Immortal Palace? Brother Su, I'm just guessing. I can't be sure. Chu Muhuan's face also showed a trace of joy. If it's the legendary cosmic star formation, this formation isn't something you and I can break. It's not good for us to attack this formation without permission. Brother, please use the cloud crane technique and transmit our goodwill into the formation. Su Zhuoyang urged. Chu Muhuan shook his head slightly. If it's the cosmic star formation, its defense must be flawless. I can't guarantee that the cloud crane can fly in. Let's try it. Su Zhuoyang smiled. If Brother's cloud crane can break through this formation, then our chances of entering the West Sea's lost treasure will be reduced by 20%. Chu Muhuan laughed heartily and made a grabbing motion with his hand. A clear and crystalline light flashed like moonlight, and a 3-inch tall cloud crane phantom appeared. Chu Muhuan softly muttered a few words at the cloud crane's neck. Then he pointed with his finger. Quick! The cloud crane's body stretched and flew toward the lava island below everyone's feet. As Yunhe charged into the lava, Chu Muhuan's spirit-cleansing eyes and Su Zhuoyang's thousand-eyes pupils were activated. They stared closely at Yunhe's figure. A moment later, the unusual phenomenon in their eyes disappeared at the same time. They looked at each other with a trace of understanding in their eyes. Sure enough, the cloud crane's silhouette flew out and landed in front of Chu Muhuan. Chu Muhuan waved his sleeve again, and the silhouette disappeared into his sleeve. Looks like this Su will have to take some responsibility. Su Zhuoyang smiled and opened his mouth. A golden sword light flew out. Su Zhuoyang spread his hands and formed a strange sword seal. The golden sword light split into 8 in midair. Buzz, buzz. It emitted a strong buzzing sound and rushed into the lava. Rumble! The moment the 8 golden lights fell into the lava, the entire lava island let out an earth-shaking sound. The sea near the lava island shook violently. Leopard's spiritual master, who was dozens of feet away from the three of them, suddenly exclaimed. He had been coldly observing Su Zhuoyang and the others' actions. His eyes were fixed on the sparkling and translucent moon disk. At this moment, along with the violent rumbling of the lava island, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the clear night sky around the full moon. Layers upon layers of dark clouds covered the entire area. Although there was no lightning or rain yet, within the layers of clouds, there were faint flashes of light that were beginning to appear. Crackle! A tall and skinny figure emerged from the lava island amidst a series of flashes of lightning and thunder. Before he could reveal himself in midair, a voice that sounded like a ferocious god sneered coldly in the night sky. Hee, the 2 old fogies didn't dare to come themselves, so they sent 4 little bastards over instead. Come. Let this Shao see how you 4 foreign cultivators are going to capture this Shao. Following this furious roar like that of a killing god, countless lightning bolts rained down from the dark clouds in the sky, completely enveloping the 4 of them. 9 heavens lightning strike. Chu Muhuan was completely stunned. When the lightning and fire were almost within reach, he seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly threw the rattan cane in his hand and opened his mouth. Swoosh! With a breath of vital energy, the rattan cane suddenly turned into a towering tree. Its green branches and leaves expanded wildly, as if to cover Su Zhuoyang and the others. Master Qingchen was also shocked. She was even faster than Chu Muhuan. The space-splitting cauldron rushed out from her hand, and a flame appeared. Suddenly, a huge fireball appeared about 100 feet away, blocking the top of Chu Muhuan's rattan cane. Fellow immortal, calm down, calm down. Su Zhuoyang's flying sword fell into the lava island and didn't fly out. His face was even more panicked. Seeing the 9 heavens lightning strike, he couldn't understand what Xiaohua was saying. He could only hurriedly shout, "We are fellow immortals from the continent, not foreign cultivators. We are not sent by your enemies. Fellow immortal, you only need to withdraw your magical power, and we will explain everything." The human figure that rushed out of the lava island was naturally Xiaohua. When he saw that the capital star formation was discovered and the sword light fell, he had long suspected that the 2 old ghosts from the Immortal Ascension sect and the Immortal Music sect were here. However, when he saw that the 4 people standing in midair outside the lava island were not old monsters above the nascent soul stage, he didn't take a closer look. He thought that they were cultivators from the 4 islands overseas who came to seek revenge under the orders of the 2 old ghosts. As soon as they met, they used the thunder-attracting technique. Moreover, the spirit-killing vital light and the Tai green light were already prepared. When the 9 heavens lightning strike struck, he believed that even if the 4 of them were of the nascent soul stage, he could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them with a sneak attack. Fellow immortal? However, when he heard Su Zhuoyang call him fellow immortal, and the language was very different from the language of the Dawn Rain continent. It was very obscure and had a very ancient style. It was also different from the language of Qua rhyming and the others from the Sunset Island. Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. Fortunately, he could understand the 2 words, fellow immortal. In particular, when he scanned the 4 people with his divine thought, he was even more stunned. He pointed at Su Zhuoyang and said in an incredulous voice, "You are a Confucian cultivator?" Rumble. Just as Xiaohua was wondering, the thunder-attracting technique finally fell. The first thing it hit was naturally Master Qingchen's splitting cauldron. The fireballs that were hundreds of feet long exploded along with the lightning. It was as powerful as a volcanic sea of fire. However, in the blink of an eye, all the fireballs were destroyed. Wizard Qingchen's face turned red, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. The cracked space cauldron fell into Wizard Qingchen's hand with a wail. Buddhism sect. Seeing Master Qingchen's clothes and the familiar Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua's mouth was wide open and he could hardly close it. Xiaohua's indescribable shock made him forget the layers of thunder. He only used his eyes and divine thought to look between Su Zhuoyang and Master Qingchen. He was more greedy than looking at his first love from more than 10 years ago. Fellow immortal, fellow immortal. Seeing that Master Qingchen's splitting cauldron couldn't withstand Xiaohua's thunder, Su Zhuoyang was anxious again. He knew that the Buddha fire of the splitting cauldron was similar to the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Perhaps it wouldn't be destroyed by the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. However, Chu Muhuan's rattan staff was of the vegetation attribute. Although it wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, the rattan staff itself was weak and might not be able to withstand heavenly thunder. If the rattan staff was destroyed, the trip to the West Sea would be much more difficult. Therefore he had to beg for mercy. Please stop the thunder falling from the 9th heaven. Don't hurt fellow immortal Chu's imperial equipment. We will leave immediately. Su Zhuoyang spoke too much, so Xiaohua naturally didn't understand. However, looking at Su Zhuoyang's anxiety and the 4 people standing together, Xiaohua understood a little. Seeing that the thunder was about to strike, although the big tree transformed from the rattan staff wasn't afraid of heavenly thunder, under the seemingly endless thunder, its green leaves had already fallen everywhere. Green light flashed rapidly. Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the thunder and shouted, "If you're not from the 4 islands abroad, where are you from? Quickly tell me, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite." Xiaohua spoke too much, but Su Zhuoyang also didn't understand. He had the same feeling as Xiaohua. He only felt that Xiaohua's language was simple and unadorned, as if it was passed down from ancient times. However, if he listened carefully, it was specious and he didn't understand it at all. Fellow immortal. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, cupped his fists and bowed. We're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad. However, after saying half a sentence, he stopped again. Xiaohua clearly didn't understand him, so what was the point of him saying it? Fellow immortal? Xiaohua, on the other hand, heard these 2 words clearly. His eyes turned and he opened his mouth. A beam of tiny azure light rushed out of his mouth. It danced in the air like a thin flood dragon, and then fell into his mouth. Sword Qi. You're also from my Confucian cultivator lineage. Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up, and he blurted out a few words passed down from the inscription armor. Good, Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. The Confucian cultivation method and elixir heart arts left behind by Huang Yi also had some pronunciation of the inscription armor. Although it seemed incomplete, now it was the only language that could be used to communicate. Who are you waiting for? Xiaohua somewhat stuttered as he asked with the inscription armor. I'm Su Zhuoyang. Su Zhuoyang's mouth was bitter. He racked his brains and brought out all the inscription armor he knew, slowly telling the origins of the 4 people. What? Hearing Su Zhuoyang's end, Xiaohua was even more confused. What hidden immortal continent? What pure land? What 1,000 demons' sacred realm? How come I've never heard of any of them? You're not cultivators from the 5 islands abroad. Then, where did you come from? Oh, which direction? When Xiaohua finished speaking, he faintly realized something and hurriedly asked. Old brother Chu and I are Confucian cultivators, so we naturally came from the east. The hidden immortal continent is in that place. Su Zhuoyang answered in bewilderment. Chapter 31:17. Buzz. All of a sudden, Xiaohua's mind went blank. There's a hidden immortal continent in the depths of Guihe Sea? How come I've never heard of it? Moreover, wasn't this Confucian cultivator killed by the Dao sect long ago? How could he still be hiding in this bullshit hidden immortal continent? What about her? Xiaohua pointed at Master Qing Qin, who had already taken a pill and was healing herself. Master Qing Qin is a Buddhist sect master, so she naturally came from the southern paradise. Although there are Buddhist sects in the other 3 continents, only the Buddhist sect in the southern paradise is authentic. Su Zhuoyang replied cautiously. How is this possible? Xiaohua almost blurted out. Nonsense, he had already been to the Buddhist sect's ruins. How could there be a Buddhist sect in Guihe Sea above Xiaoyu continent? How could there be a southern paradise like Xiaoyu continent in the depths of Guihe Sea? Why is it impossible? Su Zhuoyang understood and asked puzzledly. What about that guy? Xiaohua pointed at Master Leopard in the distance and said, Is he a beast cultivator? Beast cultivator? Su Zhuoyang finally figured out the meaning of beast cultivator in the inscription on the armor and was even more puzzled than Xiaohua. He glanced at Master Leopard, who had an unkind expression, and said in a low voice, This Master Leopard came from the 1,000 demons' sacred realm in the north. It's a continent about the same size as the hidden immortal continent and the southern paradise. It's filled with immortal beasts and immortal birds that have turned into spirits. It's different from us Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects. This. Xiaohua was somewhat distressed. What's all this about? It's a mess. Fellow immortal. Seeing Xiaohua angry, Su Zhuoyang smiled and said, Fellow immortal, aren't you an overseas cultivator? Fellow immortal, where did you get your Confucian cultivator inheritance? Who said I'm an overseas cultivator? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said coldly, I'm a cultivator from Xi country. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Wasn't he a loose cultivator now? It's not impossible to call him an overseas cultivator. Oh, Xi country? Su Zhuoyang was stunned, then he suddenly realized and clapped. Fellow immortal Xiao is an overseas cultivator from Xi country. Fellow immortal, which Confucian cultivator's descendant are you? What are you talking about? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked indifferently, Let me ask you, Do you know about Dawn Rain Continent? Dawn Rain Continent? Su Zhuoyang blinked his eyes and shook his head in confusion, indicating that he had never heard of it. Where is this place? What about over there? Xiao Hua very calmly pointed at his feet, then pointed to the far west behind him and asked. Fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang said curiously, this is the West Ocean. Further west is the depths of the Western Sea, where the origin qi is thin. No one will go any further. Although Xiao Hua was somewhat prepared in his heart, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but turn his head to the west. Pung. Right at this moment, an earthen yellow mountain appeared above Xiao Hua's head, immediately trapping the area around Xiao Hua. An incomparably powerful force smashed down on Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal leopard, Su Zhuoyang said in shock. Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He waved his hand. Wang Wang. An even louder rumbling sound was heard, and the overturning sea seal rushed out of the space. Countless rays of light blossomed, and countless pearls hung down, turning into a seal even bigger than the magnificent mountain box. Fellow immortal Xiao, please be merciful. This thing still has great uses. Su Zhuoyang couldn't help but cry out miserably. Xiao Hua sneered and casually agreed. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and the earthen yellow mountain was smashed into pieces by Xiao Hua's overturning sea seal. The light disappeared into the magnificent mountain box, and Xiao Hua's overturning sea seal didn't chase after it. It turned into a small seal and fell into Xiao Hua's hand. A fierce glint flashed across Panther's spiritual master's withered, yellow eyes. However, his ugly face turned extremely yellow. He could not help but slap his hand, take out the sea beast's monster core he had obtained earlier, and swallow it in one gulp. Thank you, fellow immortal Xiao. Su Zhuoyang saw that Xiao Hua didn't take advantage of the victory to chase after him, so he hurriedly bowed and said, This Su doesn't dare to delay fellow immortal's cultivation. This Su and the others will take our leave now. Wait, Su Zhuoyang wanted to leave, but Xiao Hua didn't allow it. He said indifferently, Tell this Xiao everything about the hidden immortal continent, Western Paradise, and the thousand demons' sacred realm. This. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that didn't dissipate, and said with a smile, Fellow immortal, this Su has an important matter that can't be delayed. This Su will definitely pay a visit to apologize for disturbing fellow immortal today. If fellow immortal Xiao has any problems, this Su will definitely tell you everything at that time. Oh, Xiao Hua smiled. Since you have an important matter, why did you come to disturb this Xiao? This. Su Zhuoyang was helpless. He thought for a while and said, This Su and the others have an important matter. We need someone who is proficient in formations. Oh, you saw this Xiao's formation? Xiao Hua was a bit confused. How could you see it? Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua was so curious that Su Zhuoyang couldn't resist. He smiled bitterly and said, This lowly one doesn't have enough time. Moreover, this lowly one really doesn't understand what you're saying. Xiao Hua saw that Su Zhuoyang was really anxious. Moreover, Su Zhuoyang had a very good impression of Confucian cultivators, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Su Zhuoyang. He pointed at his feet. Whoosh! A golden sword light flew out from the capital sky star formation and fell into Su Zhuoyang's hand. Go! Don't disturb this Xiao in the future. Su Zhuoyang saw this, and although he was very regretful, he was also happy. He put away the flying sword and bowed. This Su thanks fellow immortal Xiao. At this time, Master Qing Qin, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master were all adjusting their breathing. When they saw Su Zhuoyang leave, they stood up and didn't dare to stay here. They slightly bowed and were about to leave together. Wait. Just when the three of them were about to leave, Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and hurriedly shouted. Su Zhuoyang's heart thumped, but he still had to stop. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal Xiao, is there anything else? This Xiao Hua wants to ask this. Master of the Buddhist sect. Xiao Hua pointed at Master Qing Qin and said, Benefactor Xiao, please ask. Master Qingchen was a little puzzled. Although there was some resentment in his heart, he still put his palms together and asked. Unexpectedly, he also spoke the inscription of Confucian cultivators. Do you know about the heart destruction realm? Xiaohua asked, not caring about Master Qingchen's pronunciation at all. Master Qingchen raised his eyebrows and nodded lightly. Of course I know about the heart destruction realm. The so-called heart destruction realm is the nirvana realm. When the senior monks of the Buddhist sect cultivate to the depth, they can destroy all thoughts, all qi, and even life force. In this nirvana realm, they can find the true self. It's the supreme true path to achieve the Buddha fruit. How to get out of the heart destruction realm? Xiaohua asked again. Get out? Master Qingchen said with a smile. Naturally, it's up to fate. The longer the process of finding the true self, the harder it is to get out. The longer you stay in the heart destruction realm, the more advantageous it is for the cultivation of the Buddhist sect. It can even achieve the Buddha fruit. Xiaohua was helpless. What Master Qingchen said was the same as what the dead Hanju said. There was nothing to hide. How do outsiders wake it up? Xiaohua asked finally. Outsiders? Why do outsiders have to wake it up? Master Qingchen smiled even more. Why do ordinary senior monks have to wake it up when they can't even dream of it? Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. Do you know which senior monk in the Pure Land has entered the heart destruction realm and then got out? Do you still need to ask? The first one to bear the brunt is my Buddha fruit. Master Qingchen answered without hesitation. Before the Buddha fruit, his heart destruction realm lasted for 981,000 years. Only then did he realize his true self, get out of the 3,000 great worlds, achieve the supreme Buddha fruit, obtain the supreme golden body, and set foot in Leiyin Temple. Where is Leiyin Temple? Xiaohua asked. Leiyin Temple is the holy land of the Buddhist sect. How would I know? Master Qingchen looked pious. What? You're a Buddhist sect cultivator. You don't know? Xiaohua was surprised. Su Zhuoyang smiled at the side. Fellow Immortal Xiao, don't make things difficult for Master Qingchen. It's true. I can assure you that even 99% of the Buddhist sect's disciples don't know the location of Leiyin Temple, let alone Master. Forget it, Xiaohua sighed. However, he still didn't give up and asked, could it be that Master Qingchen doesn't know any senior monks who have entered the heart destruction realm? If Benefactor Xiao asks others this question, it's really not easy to answer. Master Qingchen smiled and said, unfortunately, I do know such an eminent monk. Although he has only been in the heart-extinguishing realm for half a year, he meets the requirements of fellow immortal. Moreover, because this senior monk has only entered the heart destruction realm for a short time, he has never mentioned it to others. Who? Not only Xiaohua asked, but Su Zhuoyang and the others were also curious. It's not difficult for Benefactor Xiao to know. Master Qingchen smiled and said, that senior monk has never seen outsiders. If fellow immortal is fated to meet him, you can follow us to the West Sea. After we finish our business, we will personally accompany Benefactor to that place. Xiaohua sneered. He stared at Master Qingchen and said indifferently, are you threatening me? Do you think I won't use the soul-searching technique? Master Qingchen's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, my Buddhist sect emphasizes karma. There are no more than 3 people who know that senior monk's heart destruction realm, and I am one of them. In this boundless West Sea, Benefactor Xiao actually met me and asked me about this matter. Benefactor Xiao, don't you think you should go with me? Moreover, I have been friends with Su Tanyue for a long time. The pronunciation of the ancient inscription was also taught by Su Tanyue. I have always admired the awe-inspiring righteousness of Confucian cultivators. Since Benefactor Xiao is a Confucian cultivator, you naturally have righteousness. How can you use the soul-searching technique on me? This. Xiaohua's eyes flickered. He looked at Master Qingchen and pondered. Chapter 31:18. Su Zhuoyang and the others were overjoyed. They naturally knew what Master Qingchen meant. They had seen Xiaohua's magical power and knew that he would be a great help. Moreover, Xiaohua was proficient in formations. If he could accompany them, they would be able to get the West Sea's treasure. As for Xiaohua, before he saw the three of them, he would not leave Lava Island. His purpose of seclusion was to reach the nascent soul stage or even the separating spirit stage. However, after listening to the three's introduction, it seemed that this was no longer the Kueha Sea, but the West Sea. Moreover, there was no Xiaoyu continent, but 3 continents. In other words, Xiaohua's archenemy was gone. He didn't know anyone here. It didn't matter where he cultivated or not left Lava Island. Moreover, he now knew that the further east he went, the more abundant the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was. Further east was the hidden immortal continent, not the depths of the Kuai-He Sea as he had imagined. Instead, behind him was the daybreak continent in his mind, but now it was the depths of the West Sea, where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was thin. All his cognition had been changed. Besides, he had always been worried about Jiang Lu. It had been 100 years, but Jiang Luer still hadn't woken up. Although Xiaohua would check on Jiang Luer every once in a while to see if he was alive, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. Although Master Qingchen said that the Buddha Lord's heart had been destroyed for 81,000 years, that was only after he had succeeded in cultivating Buddhism. Xiaohua didn't dare to gamble with Jiang Luer's life. Now that he could leave and find an opportunity to wake him up, Xiaohua must seize it. Xiaohua was afraid that he couldn't wake Jiang Luer up from the state of heart destruction. Alas, there's still that damn nebula gold core. In these 10 years, there's no change in my realm. My magic power has also stopped growing, as if I've reached a bottleneck. And this bottleneck is a dead end. If I can't find a way to break out of this situation, I'm afraid I'll have to hide in this gold core stage for the rest of my life. Xiaohua immediately thought of his own cultivation. The progress of Confucian cultivation is also very strange. I clearly cultivate according to the cultivation method, but in the end, I always can't completely enter the qi refinement stage. I don't know why I can't refine that strand of core. My own core is also just a simple outline. He could only wait for this person's core of elixir to disappear before he could truly condense it. In such a situation, I can only find the answer by asking these cultivators who practice Confucian cultivation, right? If this Xiao continues to work behind closed doors like this, I will never be able to find the answer. All right. Thinking of this, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "This Xiao will go with you." However, this Xiao hopes that Venerable will inform this Xiao of the location first. Great. When Su Zhuoyang heard this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He clapped his hands happily and said, "With fellow immortal Zhao's help, great things can be done." Su Xuanzi. Next to him, Daoist Leopard's complexion changed a bit. He glanced at everyone who was beaming with joy and reminded, although fellow immortal Xiao can participate, we have a bit more assurance. Covered with his strength, I'm afraid we have to make things clear in advance. The things that this old man wants can't be lacking in any way. Hee. Fellow immortal leopard is overthinking. When Su Zhuoyang heard Daoist Leopard's voice transmission, he couldn't help but laugh. He also transmitted his voice, that West Sea's lost treasures are innumerable. As long as we can break through the great array and enter, wouldn't we be able to get whatever we want? Moreover, there was originally Zen Master Kong's share. Now that it has changed to fellow immortal Xiao, there isn't any change in the previous allocation. This old man still feels that it's inappropriate. Daoist Leopard was still not at ease. We are only around the 4th grade of essence energy. This fellow immortal Xiao is probably almost at the 5th grade of essence energy. His origin is unknown. If at that time, he has other thoughts, even our lives will be in danger. Su Zhuoyang smiled. If he has other thoughts, can we safely leave now? That's not the same. Daoist Leopard shook his head. Right now, there are no West Sea's lost treasures. This old man knows that you humans, there are many cases of people dying for wealth and birds dying for food. When Su Zhuoyang heard this, he couldn't help but ponder slightly. On the other side, Master Qing Chen also pondered for a moment and said to Xiao Hua, "Benefactor Xiao, it's not that this poor nun doesn't want to make things clear to you. It's just that senior monk doesn't like to show off. There are very few people who know about this matter. If you go, not only will you not be able to see him, but you will also expose this poor nun, and things won't be good. Only this poor nun can accompany you and earnestly ask him first. Only then will there be hope." "And that's for sure." Xiao Hua nodded. "This is one of the conditions of this Xiao. This Xiao just wants to hear the name of this place in advance." "Alright." Master Qing Chen knew that if she didn't say it, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't go. She nodded and softly transmitted a few words. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After Master Qing Chen finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and cupped his hands. "Everyone, please wait a moment. This Xiao will go and pack up and immediately follow everyone." After saying that, his figure turned into the wind and rushed into Lava Island. Brother Su, seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Chu Muhuan also whispered, "This fellow immortal Zhao's learning is very complicated. In addition to the magical abilities of our Confucian cultivators, there are more Daoist rogue cultivators. Most of these rogue cultivators who are obsessed with Taoism are unscrupulous in their pursuit of power. Brother Chu's doubts are normal," Su Zhuoyang said with a smile. "However, in this Su's eyes, this fellow immortal Xiao is upright and upright. He's not the kind of rogue cultivator that Brother Chu said. Moreover, to tell you the truth, this Su has seen a few rogue cultivators before, and they are completely different from this fellow immortal Xiao. Hee, at least those rogue cultivators have such strength. I'm afraid that we can't escape unscathed. By the way, Master Qing Chen, you practice Buddhist magical abilities, especially heavenly hearing, which is very useful for identifying people. What do you think of this fellow immortal Xiao? This benefactor Xiao is very strange." Master Qing Chen frowned. This poor nun didn't detect any Buddhist cultivation on him, but this poor nun heard a familiar aura from him. This aura is unique to senior monks who practice Buddhist cultivation methods. Therefore, this poor nun just now invited him with confidence. Hiss, as soon as Master Qing Chen said this, the other three people gasped, especially Leopard Spiritual Master, who almost blurted out, "How is that possible? This overseas cultivator not only has Confucian elemental energy, but also Daoist magic power. This is already rare and commendable. Now he is also hiding Buddhist telekinesis." Leopard Spiritual Master said "he" a few times, but he didn't know what he wanted to say. "Master Qing Chen, can you confirm?" Su Zhuoyang bit his lip and looked at Master Qing Chen with bright eyes. "This poor nun can't confirm." Master Qing Chen smiled bitterly. "This poor nun first used Buddhist consciousness to probe, then used heavenly hearing, but I couldn't see his cultivation. I'm afraid he has a Buddhist treasure on him?" Chu Muhuan reminded. "But..." Master Qing Chen also bit her lip like Su Zhuoyang. "This poor nun can't even detect his Confucian elemental energy. Could it be that his cultivation has surpassed the 5th level of elemental energy?" Chu Muhuan was also shocked. "This person is too mysterious." Leopard Spiritual Master shook his head. "I think this trip is worrying." "Ha, fellow immortal leopard can rest assured." In the end, Su Zhuoyang had to lay his cards on the table. Long before coming to the West Sea, this Su has already used the divine divination technique to divine. This trip is very auspicious. In other words, Chu Muhuan's eyes lit up and he smiled. Although Zen Master Liao Kong didn't come, this fellow immortal Xiao is the array master sent by the heavens? This is why Brother Su wanted to recruit fellow immortal Xiao as soon as he saw him? That's right. Su Zhuoyang didn't show any pride on his face, but frowned and said, "This Su thought so. But you didn't expect fellow immortal Xiao to be so difficult to invite." Master Qing Chen was also in a good mood and she smiled. "He almost made us fight. Even Su Tanyue wanted to retreat at that time." Speaking of this, Master Qing Chen changed the topic and asked, "By the way, Su Tanyue, If this poor nun didn't say anything and couldn't invite fellow immortal Xiao, then would Su Tanyue's divine divination technique have a flaw? How is that possible? Chu Muhuan laughed and said, "How can my divine divination technique have a flaw? Master's words have already been included in Brother Su's calculations." Su Zhuoyang waved his hand and said, "Brother Chu, this is also where this Su has doubts." "What do you mean?" Chu Muhuan was a little puzzled. He was a Confucian cultivator, so naturally he was very attracted to the divine divination technique. Leopard Spiritual Master said coldly, "The West Sea lost treasure is passed down from ancient times, and it has been lost in the West Sea for many years. I don't know how many fellow immortals have come to look for it, but this old man is not stupid enough to think that I can definitely enter it. Su Swanzi's great fortune has a problem." Chu Muhuan naturally understood with a hint, and his heart also became alert. He glanced at the lava island where Xiaohua disappeared and asked curiously, "Could it be that this great fortune is because of fellow immortal Xiao?" Brother Chu's thinking may be correct. Fellow immortal leopard's thinking is also correct. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly. This Su's divine divination technique is only at a small level. How can it be perfect? To be able to obtain a great fortune, this Su was originally ecstatic. But then he was puzzled. As fellow immortal leopard said, "How can this West Sea treasure hunt be a great fortune?" If it was a little thrilling, this Su would also believe it. However, looking at fellow immortal Xiao now, this Su somewhat believes it. But even so, it can't be a great fortune. Yes, the four of them knew their own cultivation, so how could there be a great fortune in the West Sea treasure hunt? Needless to say, if Su Zhuoyang's divine divination technique was not wrong, then this great fortune fell on fellow immortal Xiao, an overseas itinerant cultivator whose name they didn't even know. Chapter 31:19. Let's hope so. Although the four of them didn't speak, they all thought of the latter at the same time. Just as the four of them were having some inexplicable thoughts before leaving, Xiaohua came out from Lava Island again. Although Lava Island was barren, after all, he had cultivated for more than 100 years. It was the place where Xiaohua had stayed for the longest time since he started cultivating. Xiaohua actually felt somewhat reluctant to leave. Peaceful days of cultivation were hard to find. Xiaohua was very clear that after being discovered by Su Zhuoyang and the others, he had involuntarily fallen into the karma of the three continents. This karma would become more and more complicated. His experience would definitely change because of the three continents, and perhaps the three continents would also change because of his appearance. Of course, because of the existence of Jiang Luer, even if the four of them didn't appear, Xiaohua would inevitably fall into the karma. It was just that the time and opportunity were different. "Fellow immortal Xiao, have you packed up?" Seeing Xiaohua fly out, Su Zhuoyang greeted him with a smile. "It's just a big formation, nothing else." Xiaohua didn't hide anything. "I've packed up the things to set up the formation." Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked, "Fellow immortal Su, if possible, can you give me the map and signs of this place?" Su Zhuoyang was stunned. He thought he had misheard and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this inscription? I'm not particularly familiar with it. Do you mean the sea map and signs of this place?" "Yes, that's right." Xiaohua rolled his eyes and nodded. "Back then, I came here by accident, and I don't know the direction anymore. Moreover, if fellow immortal Su has a jade slip with records of the hidden immortal continent, let me have a look." Jade slip? Su Zhuoyang was even more confused. Su Xiangyue, behind him, Master Qing Chen reminded, "What fellow immortal Xiao is talking about is something recorded in ancient times. Nowadays, our three continents use jade eyes." "I see." Su Zhuoyang looked at Xiaohua strangely. He really didn't understand. This fellow immortal Zhao's words were not only simple, but his knowledge was also simple. Xiaohua's heart thumped, and he secretly became alert. He didn't understand the situation of the three continents very well. If he said too much, he would definitely reveal something. Since that was the case, it was better not to say anything. Can fellow Immortal Xiao give me your name? At this time, Su Zhuoyang still didn't know Xiaohua's name. Moreover, it seemed that the 5 of them hadn't officially announced their names to Xiaohua. Oh, this one is Xiaohua. Xiaohua only said his name and didn't mention anything else. Su Zhuoyang smiled bitterly, but he couldn't force Xiaohua. Then he gave his name. Master Pure Dust, Chu Muhuan, and Leopard Spiritual Master also came forward to meet him. Xiaohua was very interested in this Leopard Daoist master and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This Leopard Jinren was very similar to the beast cultivators of the Huan nation. However, after listening to Su Zhuoyang's introduction, Xiaohua realized that the two were completely different. This Leopard Jinren should be a real leopard and not a combination of the Huan nation's beastmen. What was special was that this Leopard Spiritual Master did not have a name at all. It was unknown if it was because he did not give himself a name or if it was some rule of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Xiaohua didn't dare to ask any more questions. Fellow Immortal Xiao, do you have any mounts? Or flying on a sword? After the 5 people greeted each other, Master Pure Dust and Chu Muhuan released their mounts. Su Zhuoyang opened his mouth and the golden flying sword rushed out and landed at his feet. Xiaohua looked curiously at the rainbow Luan and cloud crane. He clapped his hands and took out a flying sword. He said with a smile, "This one is a rogue cultivator from overseas. How can I have any mounts? I can only fly on a sword." Fellow Immortal Xiao? Su Zhuoyang saw that the quality of Xiaohua's flying sword was extraordinary and its style was extremely simple. He was very surprised. "You're flying on a sword? Don't you need the flying sword from before?" "No need. This flying sword is enough." Xiaohua smiled and opened his mouth. The overwhelming righteous energy in his middle dantian rushed out and landed on the flying sword. Buzz! The flying sword made a sword hum and sword radiance shot out in all directions. It slowly vibrated as if it was about to spread its wings and fly out. Wonderful! Su Zhuoyang's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, This seems to be the long-lost sword technique of us Confucian cultivators, right?" "This one doesn't know." Xiaohua flatly refused to reveal. Since Xiaohua started practicing the core heart technique of Confucian cultivators, he no longer used the sword origin of sword cultivators. However, when Xiaohua was practicing true qi, he discovered that the overwhelming righteous energy had the same effect as the sword origin. It could also drive flying swords. Moreover, the flying swords in his space, whether they were transformed into swords or illusory swords, under the influence of this true qi, they could be used as if they were his arms. In particular, this Confucian cultivator's true qi was the same as the sword origin. It didn't consume any meridians. Usually, it was only refined in the middle dantian. When it was used, it could be used at will and produce the same effect as magical power. Now, listening to Su Zhuoyang's words, it should be some kind of elemental force. Su Zhuoyang saw that Xiaohua was so stingy. He asked one question after another and knew that it was not good to ask too much. They still had a few hours to travel together. Moreover, with this trip to the West Sea, they could communicate more in the future. Su Zhuoyang believed that with his own ability, it was not impossible to obtain Xiaohua's trust. Therefore, he didn't ask too much. Immediately after, Su Zhuoyang experienced Xiaohua's stinginess. Master Jingxin rode on the Rainbow Luan, Chu Muhuan rode on the Cloud Crane, and Master Leopard rode on the Demon Wind. Under Su Zhuoyang's guidance, they flew to the southwest. Su Zhuoyang rode on the Sword Light and accompanied Xiaohua as they flew behind the 3 people. Su Zhuoyang originally wanted to ask Xiaohua more, but Xiaohua did not know anything and did not answer any of Su Zhuoyang's questions. This really made Su Zhuoyang scratch his ears and cheeks. He didn't know how to pry open Xiaohua's mouth. After flying for half an hour, seeing that Su Zhuoyang was no longer interrogating, Xiaohua opened his mouth and asked Su Zhuoyang again for the jade eyes that recorded the languages of the 3 continents. Su Zhuoyang naturally had this kind of jade eyes, and he wasn't stingy. He took it out from his sleeve and gave it to Xiaohua. However, when Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't see through it at all. He couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that Su Zhuoyang had seen through his Confucian cultivation base, but that Buddhist sect's Master Qing Chen didn't see through his Buddhist cultivation base. That was because his Buddha's Saraira was now stored in his Naiwan palace, and there was a layer of innate divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace. If he didn't release his Buddhist sense or deliberately release his Buddha's Saraira, others wouldn't be able to see through his Buddhist cultivation base. Xiaohua's experience in the Xiaoyu continent had already told him that he couldn't expose everything. He had to hide as much as he could. Looking at the relationship between Master Qing Chen and Su Zhuoyang, it seemed that on these three continents, whether it was Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or Yao cultivators, they could all get along peacefully. However, if Xiaohua exposed his Buddhist cultivation, would it cause any bad consequences? This was not something that Xiaohua could know at this moment. Therefore, Xiaohua decided to hide his Buddhist cultivation base and not release his Buddhist sense. Fellow Daoist Su, Xiaohua said in a low voice, this jade slip? Oh, how do I check it with my jade eyes? Use my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. Or clear eyes technique, both are possible. Su Zhuoyang was really observing Xiaohua's flying sword. When he heard Xiaohua's sudden question, he replied rather puzzledly, Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't tell me you don't understand? Indeed. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The art of Elixir Heart only recorded how to cultivate the Elixir Heart and how to refine the awe-inspiring righteousness. There really wasn't any clear eyes technique. As for divine sense technique, Xiaohua had divine sense when he cultivated his middle dantian, but now his Naiwan palace was occupied by the Buddha's Saraira. How could he still have divine sense? This divine sense was born from the Buddha's Saraira in the past. That's right, it was my negligence. Su Zhuoyang suddenly realized, fellow Daoist Xiao has a Daoist inheritance. Your divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian cultivation's divine sense technique. This is troublesome. Unless fellow Daoist cultivates my Confucian eye technique, I'm afraid your jade eyes won't be able to see through it. Fellow Daoist Su, do you have this kind of cultivation technique? Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness, I can use spirit stones or other things to exchange with fellow Daoist. Spirit stones? Su Zhuoyang was puzzled. He didn't know whether he misheard or didn't understand Xiaohua's words. Xiaohua saw that he had made a mistake again. He thought for a moment and carefully took out a piece of low-grade spirit stone from his space. He said with a smile, this is it. Oh, fellow Daoist is talking about spirit stones. Su Zhuoyang understood and shook his head, I don't lack spirit stones. Moreover, I don't have this kind of cultivation technique. Then I'll go and ask Chu Muhuan. Xiaohua urged his flying sword and suddenly flew past Su Zhuoyang and arrived in front of Chu Muhuan. Hiss, Su Zhuoyang had been observing Xiaohua's imperial sword technique all along. Now that he saw Xiaohua leave as soon as he said so, without any accumulation of power, and his speed was much faster than his own, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Su Zhuoyang wasn't the only one who was surprised. Chu Muhuan's Yunhe was also startled by Xiaohua's sudden approach. He immediately stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Yunhe's vigilance attracted Chu Muhuan's attention. He also didn't expect Xiaohua to fly over without him noticing. If Xiaohua really had ulterior motives, this sneak attack would definitely be enough to make Chu Muhuan suffer. What was even more mysterious and what made Chu Muhuan even more surprised was that Xiaohua's figure flashed and calmly flew out from the flying sword. He didn't wait for Yunhe to spread his wings and speed up. He flew to Chu Muhuan's side like a gust of wind and landed on Yunhe's back. Yunhe was abnormally frightened. He used all his strength to flap his wings as if he was startled. His whole body trembled as if he was afraid and wanted to expel Xiaohua from his back. However, no matter how Yunhe struggled, Xiaohua stood steadily and didn't move in the slightest. Chu Muhuan saw this and immediately understood. It wasn't that Yunhe was afraid of Xiaohua, but that Xiaohua's actions were too strange and startled Yunhe. He hurriedly comforted Yunhe while waving his rattan staff. A cyan light flashed and wrapped both him and Xiaohua. This cyan light was really effective. Yunhe gradually returned to normal and spread his wings to fly with the rainbow luan. Chapter 31:20. Fellow immortal Xiao, Chu Muhuan wanted to berate Xiaohua, but when he thought of Xiaohua's terrifying methods, he restrained himself and smiled apologetically. May I know why fellow immortal Xiao suddenly came to this Chu's place? Seeing Chu Muhuan's slightly changed expression, Xiaohua actually regretted his impulsiveness. He thought that this flying beast's mount was similar to a flying boat. How could he have known that his arrival would actually frighten Yunhe so much? Therefore, Xiaohua cupped his hands without hiding anything and said, "Fellow immortal Chu, it's all this Xiao's fault. This Xiao, hee, I really didn't expect your mount to have such a big reaction." Xiaohua's expression was very sincere without any pretense. His respect for Chu Muhuan was also very obvious. This made Chu Muhuan somewhat embarrassed and he hurriedly returned the greeting. It's fine, it's fine. Fellow immortal Xiao has lived overseas for a long time. I'm afraid you're somewhat indifferent to some taboos. Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't dare to say more. Chu Muhuan smiled and asked, "Fellow immortal Xiao, for you to come in such a hurry, is there something urgent?" "There's nothing urgent," Xiaohua said somewhat awkwardly. "It's just that this Xiao doesn't understand the language of the 3 continents. I just obtained a jade eye from fellow immortal Su, but this jade eye can only be seen with divine sense or eye-clearing technique. Unfortunately, fellow immortal Zhao's Daoist divine sense technique conflicts with my Confucian divine sense technique." Once Xiaohua said this, Chu Muhuan immediately understood. He looked at Su Zhuoyang, who was standing on a flying sword, and said with a smile, "Moreover, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't cultivate eye-clearing technique." "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "Therefore, this Xiao can't even see through this jade eye." "Not only that," Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "not only this jade eye can't see through it, all the jade eyes in my hidden immortal continent, even the Buddhist archives in Western Paradise and the beast skins in Thousand Devil Sacred Realm can't see through it." "That's right." Xiaohua rubbed his hands, looking very embarrassed. "Therefore, this Xiao came here to see if fellow immortal Chu has any shallow eye-clearing technique. This Xiao will give something to immortal Chu in exchange." This. Chu Muhuan's face showed that he was in a difficult position. He understood what Xiaohua meant from his first sentence. It wasn't that he didn't have any eye-clearing techniques, but this eye-clearing technique was passed down in the Jing province's Chu clan. How could he casually exchange it with others? However, looking at Xiaohua's delicate and pretty face, as well as his sincere expression and clear gaze, which was very similar to some of his juniors, he couldn't bear to refuse. "If fellow immortal Chu has any difficulties, please don't hesitate. Forget it then." A trace of regret flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. He knew that he could not do this, so he did not want to force the other party. "Fellow Daoist Xiao." Chu Muhuan's mind raced. He raised his hand and said, "Please wait a moment." Xiaohua raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Chu immortal friend. Alas, fellow immortal Xiao doesn't know." Chu Muhuan sighed. "Speaking of divine sense, it's very common in the hidden immortal continent. Just like the Daoist spiritual sense technique, there were also some superficial records that were carved on bamboo slips. Although this Chu doesn't have it today, fellow Daoist Xiao only needs to go to the continent and you can find it at any trading place. You can buy it with some spirit stones. However, eye-clearing techniques are passed down in my Confucian family. You can't find it at any trading place." "Not necessarily, right?" Xiaohua didn't think so. He had seen a lot of such techniques on the Xiaoyu continent. As long as he had spirit stones, he might be able to find it. However, he didn't open his mouth and carefully asked, "Does fellow Daoist Chu have any good ideas?" Of course, Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to consider divine sense. Chu Muhuan was very satisfied with Xiao Hua's attitude and said with a smile, "You can only start with eye-clearing techniques." Yes, this is where this Xiao is in a difficult position. Xiao Hua spread his hands and quietly looked at Chu Muhuan. He knew that Chu Muhuan definitely had something to say. Sure enough, Chu Muhuan said with a smile, "Since this Chu can meet fellow Daoist Xiao, and fellow Daoist Xiao is from my Confucian family, this is definitely fate. This Chu wants to make friends with fellow Daoist Xiao. Thank you fellow Daoist Chu." Xiao Hua was very happy when he heard this and hurriedly said, "I don't know if fellow Daoist Chu needs any magic tools or spirit herbs?" Who would have thought that when Chu Muhuan heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao misunderstands. This Chu doesn't lack anything right now. I don't need anything from fellow Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Then fellow Daoist Chu's meaning is?" "It's like this." Chu Muhuan explained, "Fellow Daoist Xiao has been overseas for a long time. Now that you've returned to the hidden immortal continent, I'm afraid you don't have a place to stay. Although my Jing province's Chu clan isn't a big clan and can't be compared to the Tianji sect, it's just a slightly famous clan in Jing province. If fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't mind, why don't you come to my Chu clan as a guest? What do you think? Guests of the curtains? What does that mean? I'm afraid it's similar to an elder's position." Xiao Hua was stunned and his heart was somewhat bewildered. However, after thinking for a moment, he slightly shook his head and said, "This Xiao has liked freedom since childhood, and it's precisely because of this freedom that I paid a huge price. Now, this Xiao is overseas because of this." Fellow Daoist Chu's suggestion, this Xiao can't agree. When Chu Muhuan heard this, although there was some doubt in his eyes, it was clearly outside of his expectations. Chu Muhuan's gaze swept over the distant Su Zhuoyang. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao? This Chu has a clear sight technique that my Chu clan's low-level disciples cultivate. It's the most basic technique. Although it's not easy to find in the hidden immortal continent, it's not considered rare in my Chu clan. If you really need it, this Chu can draw it with inscriptions. What do you think?" When Xiao Hua heard Chu Muhuan say, "Chu clan and hidden immortal continent is not easy to find," he naturally understood Chu Muhuan's intentions. At this moment, he was no longer the ignorant brat from before. He understood that there was no such thing as a free spirit pill in this world. He thought for a moment and straightforwardly said, "Fellow Daoist Chu, this brat knows that this clear sight technique is very rare. It's a clan's secret technique. Fellow Daoist Xiao took this out with the intention of helping this brat. This brat is very grateful for this kind intention, but this brat can't make things difficult for fellow Daoist Chu. How about this? Since fellow Daoist Chu doesn't need anything in exchange, then if there's anything fellow Daoist Chu wants this brat to do, feel free to say it. As long as it's not too difficult, this brat will agree." And fellow Daoist Zhao's words make this Chu very happy. A gentleman doesn't eat handouts. This is how it should be. Chu Muhuan became even more happy. Since fellow Daoist Xiao is so frank, this Chu won't hide it from fellow Daoist. My Jing province's Chu clan has a difficult matter that requires assistance. Of course. Seeing Xiao Hua slightly wrinkle his brows, Chu Muhuan hurriedly said, "This matter requires a lot of assistance. My Chu clan will invite experts to participate at an appropriate time. This Chu naturally has to contribute to the clan. Fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation is so deep, it's precisely the assistance my Chu clan needs. Of course, since fellow Daoist Xiao is helping my Chu clan will also repay you. This clear sight technique will be paid by my Chu clan in advance. How about it? Can you tell this Xiao what the matter is now?" Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and asked in a low voice. "Naturally, I can't tell fellow Daoist right now," Chu Muhuan said with a smile. "However, this Chu can guarantee. As long as fellow Daoist Xiao participates, my Chu clan will definitely repay you handsomely. Moreover, if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't want to receive too much, then there's no need to put in too much effort. Hee hee, so that's how it is. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately understood. It seemed that Jing province's Chu clan's matter had a great impact and needed a lot of manpower. This Chu Muhuan must have invited a few powerful fellow Daoists. Perhaps he had taken a fancy to Xiaohua's strength. If he could invite Xiaohua, he would be able to explain it to his clan. As for whether Xiaohua would contribute in the process, it wasn't something he could control. Even if Xiaohua were to pass off as a fish-eyes pearl, it should be fine. Alright. Xiaohua nodded and said, "This Xiao agrees." "Good, fellow Daoist Xiao is straightforward. Let's make an oath." When Chu Muhuan heard this, his face lit up and he raised his palm. "Good." Xiaohua didn't hesitate and raised his palm to Chu Muhuan's right palm. In the distance, although Su Zhuoyang didn't deliberately look over, he still paid attention. When he saw the two of them clapping their palms, he couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. He knew that Xiaohua must have made some kind of deal with Chu Muhuan. However, he also had no other choice. After all, his thousand-eyed pupils was a secret technique within the sect. It couldn't be easily taught to non-sect disciples. Although he had a wide range of connections, he really didn't have a similar technique in his bag. Alas, what can I do? Su Zhuoyang understood that Xiaohua's cultivation was unfathomable. Moreover, his character seemed to be extremely good. He was a person who was hard to come by. However, Su Zhuoyang's regret only lasted for a moment. He knew that the West Sea lost treasure had already connected Xiaohua with him and the others. As long as he succeeded this time, he would have plenty of opportunities to contact Xiaohua in the future. With Effecta Sect's strength, he could definitely establish a good relationship with Xiaohua. On the cloud crane, Chu Muhuan handed over a tiger talisman to Xiaohua and said, "This is the command talisman of my Jing province's Chu clan. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please accept it." After 3 years. Oh, of course, if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't have any other matters, you can follow this Chu to Jing province once the matter in the West Sea is settled. This Xiao will take the command talisman first. Xiaohua took it with a smile. After this matter, this Xiao has an appointment with Master Jingchen. Of course, this Chu forgot about this matter. Chu Muhuan slapped his forehead. He really neglected the main reason why Xiaohua could go to the West Sea lost treasure. Only after Xiaohua took the command talisman did Chu Muhuan feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait a moment. There aren't many of these chants. However, if you want to change them into armor inscriptions, it will be a bit troublesome." "Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Chu," Xiaohua said with a slight smile. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.